Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
We made 3 recommendations to you yesterday. That you come out in support of universal suffrage, that you permit lawful demonstrations, and that you set up a biracial committee. Governor, have you decided how to answer the president's recommendations?
I'm going to discuss those recommendations on this program in full as we get into the program.
Live from the State Capitol building in Montgomery, Alabama, Face the Nation, a spontaneous and unrehearsed news interview in the office of George C. Wallace, Governor of Alabama. Governor Wallace will be questioned by CBS News correspondent Nelson Benton. Al Kettner, Southern racial reporter of United Press International, and CBS News correspondent Paul Niven.
Governor Wallace, we have more questions about your conversation with the president yesterday, about last Sunday's violence in Selma, and about the future of race relations in your state, and we'll begin in just a moment. Governor Wallace, what is your reply to President Johnson's request?
Well, President Johnson and myself had a frank and friendly discussion about the problems that confront the people of Alabama. And I told him, as alluded to in my telegram, that I was under the impression from what I had read and heard that this was a national problem. Of course, the recommendations that he made to me was the matter of endorsement of universal suffrage. I'd like to make my position clear. I have said 100 times or more in speeches in nearly every state in this union, and I have said it in Alabama, that any eligible citizen of this state is entitled to vote. My position is still the same today as it was when I made those speeches in other states in the union. So I am for eligible citizens of this state voting, and insofar as the Negro citizens of Alabama are concerned, there are 115,000 or more at the moment voting, and more registering each and every week. So my position has always been that eligible people are entitled to vote in this state and every state in the union. On the matter of, I believe there's something said about lending support to voter registration. I gave the Selma Dallas County Board of Registrars an additional 10 days to register in that county, as I am authorized to do under the law upon application of that board. I gave 10 extra days to the county of Dallas, and only 26 Negroes showed up in the 10 days. So it seems that I have aided voter registration in giving additional days to registrar board when requested. The matter of lending support to peaceful assembly, I have always stated 100 or more times in this country and other states of the union when asked about what do you think about the pickets that are picketing you. I said pickets have a right to picket. Peaceful picketing is part of the American system. Peaceful demonstrations are part of the American system. Freedom of speech is part of the American system, but as the president himself said, it doesn't give you the right to go into a crowded theater and holler fire. So the people of Selma, Alabama have had 8 weeks of almost continuous demonstrations. And therefore I think that when demonstrations begin to get to the point that they interfere with the rights of others, that, in my judgment, they ceased to become peaceful. And I might point out that many peaceful demonstrations by Negro citizens of this state have been carried on throughout Alabama. There have been many in the last week, but I do think, and we have lent support to them in that we have had even policemen there to see that no one got hurt in the demonstrations. So we are for peaceful demonstrations, but we don't think that peaceful demonstrations should run 8 long weeks. I wonder how long the people of New York would put up with 8 weeks of demonstrations in Times Square, in the Boston Commons, in the city of Philadelphia, when in the demonstrations in Pennsylvania Avenue just 2 days ago, they were allowed to sit down for only 30 minutes, whereas here in the capital of Alabama, they sat down and blocked the main thoroughfare for 11.5 hours. So the matter of the biracial committee suggested by the president, let me say this, that there are biracial committees in every state, in every large city in the United States, biracial committees in New York, in Philadelphia, in Chicago. They are in many cities in this state. And yet we have demonstrations today continuously in other cities of the United States. So a biracial committee, in my judgment, doesn't necessarily mean that there will be a cessation of demonstrations. I want to comment also on something that was said about brutality. I have always been against brutality, and those charges have been lodged at every police force in every large city and every state in the Union. And if we, of course, were stampeded into doing away with all policemen who have been charged with police brutality, there wouldn't be hardly enough policemen in the United States today to even have traffic control. I am against police brutality. I've always been so. And there's been only one instance in all of the weeks and months of provocation in this state that the police force of Alabama have been charged or intimated or stated by the Justice Department to have been engaged in police brutality. I do think that that's a very good exemplary record for the Alabama state troopers.
Governor, could we go to another point? What do you feel is causing all this racial turmoil in Alabama?
Well, when you say racial turmoil in Alabama, let's talk about racial turmoil in the United States.
Well, could we talk about it in
Yes,
Selma,
sir.
Alabama,
Yes,
just for a minute?
I will tell you one reason that we have racial turmoil in Selma, Alabama. It's because of the United Press International, as one of the agencies of news dissemination, misleading and telling things that are not true. Now, you represent the United Press International, and I want to read to you a typical distortion and a typical unmitigated falsehood that has inflamed people in other parts of the country at Selma. The statement was made by the UPI wire service that James Jackson, who was injured by being shot and later died in Marion, Alabama, the UPI quoted Sister Michael Ann, a Catholic nun, as administrator of the Good Samaritan Hospital, that he was refused treatment and admission there at the Perry County Hospital because he was a Negro. Sister Michael Ann said this is absolutely an untruth, that she has never made any such statement as that, and yet your news, UPI, which you represent, put out a statement that was read by millions of people that a citizen could not be treated in Perry County Hospital because he was a Negro, and this good Catholic nun, and I don't know her attitude on other matters involved in this, but she said that's simply not the truth. I think that that in itself is a good explanation of why we have turmoil in Selma. People reading the UPI saying that a Negro could not be treated at a hospital when he was injured because he was a Negro would inflame me and inflame the people of this state. So I say to you that no Negro has ever been turned away from any hospital in Alabama because he's a Negro, and if any ever is turned away that I find out about it, I will put a stop to it. That's the reason for the turmoil. Now, I will say this, that I do not say that there are many good people in Selma, many good Negroes in this state and in the country who conscientiously feel that they have a grievance. The Civil Rights Bill last year was enacted into law, which really changed the American concept of government, in my opinion. We were against that law, but it passed and became the law. The people, I have never asked for disobedience of that law. I don't call for disobedience of any law. And it was stated that if you pass this Civil Rights Bill, it will get the people out of the streets and into the courts. And therefore, in my judgment, any grievance by anyone can be adjudicated in the courts of this land, in the federal courts, without any street demonstrations of any extended length.
Governor, excuse me, the next question will come from Mr. Benton, but in view of your remarks on UPI, I think Mr. Kettner should be allowed to reply if he wishes to.
Governor, I think we've raised a side issue here, frankly, but I think that we should get this cleared up. The point about Sister Michael Ann was raised at the news conference that she had at the hospital. We later were told that the hospital at Marion did admit Negroes, and I drove all the way to Marion to ascertain that was a fact. And another story was carried saying that they have admitted Negroes for a long time.
I know, but why in the first place did you ever quote a good Catholic nun who made no such statement as that? That's typical of the distortions. And I also want to...
The statement was made, and we can go into that at some other point.
That's not a side issue, though. That's one of the reasons why we have an inflamed situation in this country, is the distortions. And I also want to go into this, the matter of police brutality. I challenge this network, the NBC network and ABC network, to run 2 hours of documentary film on the controlling, restraining, and stopping of the demonstrations and riots in Philadelphia, in Rochester, in New York, in Chicago, in Cleveland, and in Selma on the same program, and let the American people themselves look and see for themselves where more force was used, who used less restraint. And therefore, as you know, accusations of police brutality was lodged against every police officer and every police chief in every one of these cities. And so we've talked about the matter of injuries the other day at Selma. There were some people injured, and I regret that. I am just as sorry as I can be. But I hope that you can see here this about the New York. And President Johnson said American citizens have a right to protection of life and limb, whether driving along a highway in Georgia, a road in Mississippi, or a street in New York. Look at the clubs raised by the policemen hitting demonstrators in New York. I want to show you a picture here from the Philadelphia route. Look at the clubs there, and look at people on the ground being beaten. Can you see that? I hope that you will just look at that.
Governor, I'd like to pursue that point with you just a moment, if I could.
I'm going to show this, though, because we've had a lot of distortion in this country. Look at the drawn pistols here in New York, where they're shooting over the heads of the demonstrators. Suppose there'd been any shots over the demonstrators the other day. They're talking about using horses. Now, I'm against violence, and I'm just as sorry that anybody got hurt. They talk about Cossacks. Look at all these Cossacks here, so-called. Look at these horsemen running down people in the city of New York. There they are. That's not Selma, Alabama. That's New York. And I have other pictures here, and I challenge this network themselves to run the film of the stopping of demonstrations in every city in this United States and let the American people judge for themselves.
Governor, you referred to Philadelphia and to New York as riots. Do you think that the situation that existed on this side of the Edmund Pettus Bridge on Sunday was a riot? The Negroes were standing in a line, waiting and asking to have a word with your troopers, sir.
Mr. Benton, and I want to say again that my orders have always been to use a minimum amount of force. No force if necessary. For goodness sakes, don't let anybody get hurt. I've said that over and over and over. That's all.
Was the amount of force used last Sunday the minimum required?
Was it the minimum required? That matter at the present time, as a result of the charges of police brutality, is under investigation. But I'm not going to be stampeded or blackjacked, as Mr. Johnson said, into making any accusations against the police because some outside agitators themselves have accused us of police brutality. Because clubs were used on Pennsylvania Avenue the other day in clearing the street of people who lay down for 30 minutes. Now, when you say was the Selma situation the same, I want to again say that we don't want anybody to get hurt, and I'm just as remorseful about injuries to any American citizen as anyone. But these people were told that they could not march. These people had some of the same ones who threw rocks and bricks and bottles at the police in Marion. They were in that line themselves. Mr. Lingo testified in federal court that one reason that his troops, he was informed, didn't use the tear gas was because they had seen tear gas used in Oxford, Mississippi by the federal marshals. And so, according to his evidence, according to what was said, and I haven't read the evidence, but I was just reported that, they attempted to push them back off of the roadway because an order had been issued by the governor of Alabama that they should not march. And the reason we issued that order was not to allow them to demonstrate, but because on a 50-mile stretch of road with embankments, having to walk on the highway part of the way, with curiosity traffic by the hundreds of automobiles, with people that might, we have a element of people in our state the same as in New York that are sometimes uncontrollable. We have laws against murder and rape and arson because they are committed in this state. And the state of New York has those laws too because they commit arson, rape, and murder there. We didn't want any of the demonstrators to get hurt. We were afraid if they got on the highway that it would be impossible to defend them. It would be impossible to protect them. And at night, sleeping along wooded areas, no telling what could have happened because we have had people to come in our state, black and white, who are intent on seeing that trouble does develop.
If I could move on to the present, sir, and into the future. After your meeting with the president yesterday, do you feel now that some sort of conciliatory action on your part is necessary? You've got a emotional clash in Selma that
what I want to try to point out is that these charges of brutality, these activity, the controlling of demonstrations in other parts of the country have been not unlike those here in Alabama. In fact, we've been more peaceful. One reason they have demonstrations in Alabama and Mississippi and Georgia is that we tolerate them. You couldn't demonstrate 8 straight weeks in New York City in Times Square, and the thoroughfares of Selma are just as much in the interest of the people of Selma as the Times Square is to the people of New York. The World's Fair demonstration, the New Yorkers didn't let their World's Fair be stopped. All they did was use billy clubs to knock people unconscious, and I was appalled myself to see the necessity of any such force. And I do hope, after talking to the president, because I know he is vitally concerned himself, and he is vitally concerned with the matter of voting. And I want to assure the president that I am vitally concerned in the matter of voting. And we're going to do all that we can to see that eligible citizens of this state are entitled to vote. And when we find any discrimination existing in the right to vote, I will help remove it. In fact, this matter is being adjudicated in the federal courts at this very minute.
Governor, you said earlier that you'd said 100 times that all qualified voters should be permitted to register.
That's correct.
Is it not true that in 2 counties, Lowndes and Wilcox, there are no Negro registered
I've
voters?
been told that that's true. And that matter today is being adjudicated in the federal courts. There's a case involving those 2 counties and every county in Alabama at the present time. There is no election coming in Alabama for another year and a half. So why the rush? Why not wait and see how this vote suit comes out? And I can tell you this, that the people of Alabama will obey federal court orders. We don't like the federal court orders that have been issued. We think the federal courts have taken over this country, but we realize that they must be obeyed. We have obeyed every federal court order. And the leader of the demonstrations in Alabama, Mr. King, has said that he will not obey an unjust order. And he also said yesterday they were going to march regardless of what the federal courts say.
Would you sit down with the Negro people of Alabama, their representatives from the state, and talk over these problems they say they have?
Not only would I sit down with Negro citizens of this state, I have already sat down with Negro citizens of this state. Negro citizens have come to this office like white citizens. I have talked to them about the problems in their cities. I had a delegation from a city with a Negro mayor the other day in the city council who came here.
Would you talk to a delegation from Selma?
I will talk to a delegation of any citizens of this state about any problem. I will not talk to any outside agitators. I will not talk to anybody in this state if he has a record of belonging to organizations, for instance, that are not called subversive. But I'll talk to any citizen of this state because I am the governor of all the people of Alabama.
We have many more areas to get to. I must interrupt. We'll resume in just 1 minute. Governor Wallace, you said a moment ago that it was your policy to obey court orders whether you like them or not.
That's correct.
Does that mean that if Judge Johnson this week issues an order permitting lawful, orderly demonstrations, you will tell your police to facilitate them and to protect lawful demonstrations?
I will do whatever a court order issued tells me to do. I may not like the court order, but I can tell you this, that we have always obeyed court orders, and we will obey the next court order. And we also expect other people to obey court orders.
Governor, when you stood in the doorway at the university against
That's
the
correct.
court integration order.
No, sir, I didn't disobey a federal court order. Had I disobeyed one, I would have been tried for contempt. And I also told this nation that I was going to try to raise constitutional questions in that stand. I got on television 3 times in Alabama, and I said, please stay away from the University of Alabama. Don't come there. We want no violence. My record's well known on that. We didn't have a single rock thrown or a cat call on that day. It was safer there than it is in the shadow of the White House. And so I was trying to raise a constitutional question to be adjudicated in the courts. A basic question. That was the reason I was there, not to defy for defiance sake. I don't like federal court orders. I don't like what the federal courts have done to this country, and I'm going to work to try to change things that have happened in our country, which I think are not in the interest of any citizen, regardless of his race, color, creed, or national origin, but we have never disobeyed any court order. Now, the leader of the demonstrations in this state says that he is going to disobey any order, federal or state, that he considers unjust. And this makes our position difficult.
Governor, I'd like to pursue Mr. Kettner's question about your meeting with a delegation from, you said you would meet with anyone who wanted to see you as long as they're a resident of the state of Alabama. Let's suppose that Reverend Anderson from Dallas County and a group of Dallas County citizens petition you for such a meeting. Would you grant that, sir?
I have granted permissions, not permission, but interviews, appointments to any group of citizens in this state, labor, management. I will not grant an interview to any group who come here in a disorderly fashion, such as marching by the hundreds up the street. But if anyone comes in a small group to see me about any matter, I will discuss it with them.
If that particular group petitions you, will you give them an appointment?
I will see any group of Alabamians who come to me because I am the governor of all the people of this state. And I have never declined to see anybody because of their race, color, creed, religion, or national origin. I have seen Negro school children come through this office to see the governor of their state, and I've given them pictures, and I've signed autographs for them, and I'll do it again because I'm the governor of all the people of this state. But that's not the issue involved in these demonstrations. I hope someday that those in authority will investigate to the very core, and especially those in positions of leadership, and see what organizations many of them are connected with. Because
what do you feel is involved in these demonstrations?
I would like for you to, I would refer you to J. Edgar Hoover's statement that he made at least 5 times before congressional committees about the infiltration of this so-called civil rights movement with members of the communist conspiracy. That's exactly what I'm talking about, and I challenge the people of this country to have an objective investigation. And while we are investigating, we will protect the rights and the safety of every citizen of this state, regardless of their race, color, creed, religion, or national origin.
Hasn't Mr. Hoover also said that the NAACP and the other organizations have never been taken over at a national level by the communists?
He may have said that, but he didn't say that there were no members of that organization that have pro-communist connections. And I would like to say that Mr. J. Edgar Hoover said in his Master's of Deceit that there are more members of the Communist Party today in the United States than there was in Russia when Russia was taken over by the communists.
Wow.
Could you say, Governor, what you are doing specifically to ease the racial tensions in Alabama?
Yes, sir. We are having the largest educational program in Alabama's history. I'm building 8 junior colleges and trade schools today for exclusive use of the Negro race. I'm working for a free textbook program through the 12th grades. We are the only state in the South that doesn't have that, because I want black and white children both to have books to go to school, because many of them do not. I have 2 letters in my office from 2 leading Negro educators who have said that you have done more for the Negro people of this state than any governor of our times. We've had more new industry to come to our state, more new jobs for them. We don't have an unemployment problem among Negroes in our state. I am working for educational enhancement. That is the solution to these problems. We're going to stop dropouts in Alabama among members of the Negro race. We're affording them better educational opportunities, and that's the answer.
But do you feel that such things as the literacy test and voter qualification need to be eased?
Well, let me say that New York has a literacy test unless you provide an 8th grade certificate. We need a fair, reasonable literacy test, because I don't believe that illiterate should be allowed to vote, whether they are white or black.
Do you feel the one you have is fair and reasonable?
That matter is being tested in the federal courts, and if the federal courts say that it is too hard, then it will be withdrawn in compliance with the federal courts.
Do you personally feel it's fair and reasonable?
I haven't seen but a few of the inserts, because the Supreme Court of Alabama. But I would like to point out that 4 of the questions asked in these questionnaires, they give the answers right above. And you don't have to pass, I think, but 7 questions to pass. You are given the answers of 4. But let's let the federal court decide that question. It's being adjudicated. I don't want to offer any evidence here one way or another. And whatever the federal court says about it, we will abide by it.
Governor, in answer to our opening questions about your meeting of President Johnson's request, you gave us your views on the 3 subjects, but what are the mechanics of this? Are you going to get back to him with detailed answers?
Well, I have no plans yet, but I do say that there must be a cessation of these demonstrations throughout the country or it's going to take all the federal, state, county, and local police to protect the constitutional rights of the non-demonstrators in this country, because after all, the safety of people upon the street is threatened by continuous demonstrations day in and day out.
If the Congress passes a federal voting rights law, will you enforce it in your state?
If any law passed by the American Congress held constitutional will have to be enforced in this state. We may not like it, and we will do our best to see that they are repealed, as we are going to work toward the repeal of the Civil Rights Bill, a modification of it. But we will have to abide by any law passed. We don't ask for defiance and anarchy. That's exactly what the demonstration leaders are saying. We're going to march regardless of what the federal courts say or the state courts. We don't take that attitude. And I want to commend the overwhelming majority of Negro and white citizens of this state, because they have been very restrained. And I'm going to try to be a governor of all the people of this state, regardless of their color.
Governor, thank you for being our guest on Face the Nation. We'll have a concluding word in a moment.
Today on Face the Nation, George C. Wallace, governor of Alabama, was interviewed by CBS News correspondent Nelson Benton. Al Kepner, Southern racial reporter of United Press International, and CBS News correspondent Paul Niven. Next week, another prominent figure in the news will face the nation.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. I'm surprised I'm even awake. I was up late last night. You know what? The major point I take away from this video is I kind of wish reporters did these sorts of interviews actually in a governor's office or, the office of the politician. I thought it was almost like, the difference between doing a concert in a coliseum, like a big press conference, or, in a small club somewhere. I like the atmosphere. Wish we could go back to doing it that way. The other interesting point is this interview took place before the Voting Rights Act took place. And the literacy test part, I thought the 24th Amendment did away with that. They were doing things their own way in Alabama back in those days. So in any case, everybody make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the show, please subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel and the Urban Clips channel. And also my channel, Stanley at Stanley Cross 6000. It's the Stanley Cross channel. I do actually have a long video that we previewed a couple times yesterday on this show, kind of premiering as a clip, as a standalone clip later on today. So stay tuned for that. It was actually one of the better panel sessions I've had in quite some time. So let us get on to the news. And we do have quite a number of news stories. And I'm going to open with same way I opened yesterday, different article, but same point. Donald Trump disapproval rating hits record high. That means more people are unsure of whether he's doing a good job or think he's not doing a good job than 6 months ago, or probably last month as well. But let's hear this.
President Donald Trump's disapproval rating has hit a record high for his second term, according to a new poll. The survey by The Economist/YouGov, conducted between July 11th and 14th, found that 55% of respondents disapprove of Trump's job performance, while 41% approve. The poll was conducted on 1,680 adult citizens and had a margin of error of plus or minus 3.5%. Why it matters. The decline comes amid backlash to the Trump administration's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case. The White House had initially ordered a review of the case and said it would publish names and evidence about associates of Epstein, a wealthy financier who died by suicide in jail in August 2019, weeks after his arrest on sex trafficking charges. However, a recent memo from the Department of Justice and the FBI stated that there was no client list and no further charges would be brought. The poll revealed that 79% of respondents believe that the government should release all the documents it has about the Epstein case. Meanwhile, it also revealed that 2/3 of Americans think the government is currently covering up evidence. A sustained polling backlash could affect Trump's reputation and the Republican Party more generally ahead of the November 2026 midterms. What to know? The poll by The Economist/YouGov revealed that Trump's net approval rating has fallen to -14 points. This is close to Trump's lowest ever net approval rating recorded by the pollster for both his first and second term, which was -21 points in November 2017. The pollster said that Trump's slump arises largely from a drop in support among Democrats and independents. Trump's approval rating among Democrats has fallen from 12% at the start of his second term to only 3% today. Meanwhile, support among independents has fallen from 41% to 29%. However, the share of Republicans who approve of Trump's performance has remained largely the same, falling from 94% at the start of his second term to 92% now. What people are saying. Mark Shanahan, associate professor of political engagement at the University of Surrey, told Newsweek, "The Epstein backlash has the power to hurt Trump badly and will be far and away the largest factor in his latest polling slip." He added, "In terms of other factors affecting his approval, his continual flip-flopping over tariffs is not playing well." More and more voters are realizing that tariffs on import affect them with rising prices and falling consumer choice for goods made outside the U.S. Many of these goods can't be replaced by home-produced products in the short term or, quite often, at all. So the realization for many is that America first comes with consequences to their wallets. That does not play well when a pollster gets in touch. What happens next? The backlash over the Epstein memo is likely to continue and may cause Trump's polling numbers to fluctuate further over the coming days. The extent to which Trump commands the support of the American people will be tested when voters head to the polls for the midterm elections in November 2026. Related articles. Trump slams supporters for believing Jeffrey Epstein bulls *****. How Donald Trump's plan to arm Ukraine differs from Joe Biden's GOP budget could increase energy bills for millions of Americans. Start your unlimited Newsweek trial.
All right, well, let's have a look at this video here. This looks interesting. Young male voters were crucial to Donald Trump's 2024 campaign, but new data shows they are rapidly something. A recent CNN poll reveals Trump's approval rating among men under 35 dropped from 44% to 40% this month. His approval in the same group has risen sharply from 54 to 60%. Much of this discontent centers on the administration's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case. Wow. 65% of young male voters disapprove of how the Epstein files were managed. Podcast hosts with young audiences such as Joe Rogan and Andrew Schultz have openly criticized Trump. Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries are demanding transparency. How will Trump respond to growing pressure? You know, it amazes me that people care this much about the Epstein case. I honestly don't get it. Maybe somebody can help me with that. Can someone tell me in the chat, why is this Epstein case so important? I mean, yeah, I guess he was, he's got pictures with Epstein, but say he was on some list. Why would Trump reveal that? I don't get what these people are expecting. And I'm not a MAGA fan. I'm all for dissension in the MAGA ranks, but I don't get this, why this is so important. So let us move on. What's up, Fasting? How you doing? We'll move on to this story. The Senate approves the $9 billion in cuts. Excuse me, to excuse me, to foreign aid and public media funding. So this is going back to the House. On Thursday, oh yeah, I guess that's this. Is it this morning? Yeah, they worked overnight, I guess. On Thursday, the U.S. Senate approved President Donald Trump's $9 billion rescissions package, cutting foreign aid and public broadcasting funds, and now sends it to the House. In a rare move, lawmakers revived a rescissions package targeting woke foreign aid and public broadcasting funds under a simple majority vote. Despite marathon amendments, the bill passed 51-48, with Senator Susan Collins and Linda Murkowski joining Democrats in opposition following 12 hours of votes. Now returning to the House, the bill heads back for final approval, and President Donald Trump must sign by Friday or funds will be spent as approved. Looking ahead, party leaders signaled further budgetary cuts as the Trump administration promised more rescission packages if this effort succeeds, signaling a series of measures. Well, you know what? Congress is at least doing something, even if I don't approve. The foreign aid, I'm not that concerned about, to be honest. But the public media funding, PBS, I am a PBS baby. You know, back in the days of Sesame Street. So I don't listen to as much NPR as I used to, but NPR is a very valuable resource. Public broadcasting, PBS, is a very valuable resource. And I can tell you, having lived in rural areas before, that NPR station, there's an NPR station in West Virginia I used to listen to. And you know what? I look forward to, a lot of the little radio documentaries they would do on West Virginia related topics on Sunday mornings. So let's hope that Congress knows what it's doing. I'm guessing they don't, but you know what? You can, some people only learn by their mistakes. Speaking of mistakes, Trump has a draft letter to fire the Fed chairman. Is it Jerome Powell? He asked Republicans if he should send it. So look at Donald Trump asking other people whether he should make a decision or not. Maybe he is learning a bit.
Trump has draft of letter to fire Fed chair. He asked Republicans if he should send it. This article is by Maggie Haberman and Colby Smith and read by an automated voice. President Trump showed off a draft of a letter firing the chair of Federal Reserve, Jerome H. Powell, during a meeting with roughly a dozen House Republicans on Tuesday night, polling them as to whether he should do it, and indicating that he likely would, according to two people briefed on the meeting. It remains to be seen whether Mr. Trump will actually go ahead with trying to fire Mr. Powell, a move that some in his administration have cautioned could be calamitous and have far more expansive fallout than the president appears to anticipate. The meeting in the Oval Office was on an unrelated topic, the House members' apprehensions about a crypto-related piece of potential legislation. But Mr. Trump used the meeting to discuss what has become one of his favorite topics, his hatred of Mr. Powell, whom he elevated to chair in 2017 during his first presidency. Speaking from a separate meeting in the Oval Office on Wednesday, Mr. Trump confirmed that he had queried House lawmakers about whether he should fire Mr. Powell, but said he had no imminent plans to do so. I talked about the concept of firing him. I said, "What do you think?" Almost every one of them said I should, Mr. Trump said, adding, "But I'm more conservative." Mr. Trump, who often reflexively disputes news reports about his actions, said he hadn't had a letter drafted. After Mr. Trump spoke, two people with knowledge of the matter said that a draft of a letter firing Mr. Powell was given to the president earlier in the week by William J. Pulte, the director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency. A White House spokesman did not respond to an email seeking comment. Mr. Pulte and an official with the agency's press office did not respond to requests for comment. Mr. Pulte has been highly critical of Mr. Powell in recent weeks and has called on him to resign. He did so again on Wednesday in a series of posts on the social media platform X shortly before Mr. Trump spoke. Mr. Pulte has also emerged as an aggressive force, the Trump administration targeting some of the president's perceived enemies, such as New York Attorney General Letitia James and Senator Adam Schiff of California, Democrats who were involved in investigations into Mr. Trump. At the same time, Mr. Trump has been increasing his angry rhetoric around Mr. Powell, whom he attacks for not cutting interest rates, while overseas counterparts have done so for the past several days. He has seized on renovations that are underway at the Fed to refurbish a nearly 100-year-old building that will eventually house most of the central bank's staff. Asked later whether he would rule out firing the Fed chair, he said, "I don't rule out anything, but I think it's highly unlikely unless he has to leave for fraud." Mr. Trump then pointed to the Fed's renovation, saying, quote, "I mean, it's possible there's fraud involved with the $2.5 billion renovation." On Wednesday afternoon, Mr. Pulte posted on X that he wants to tour the Fed project, which he said he believes is, quote, "riddled with fraud." The project, which has been ongoing since 2021, has been scaled back because of swelling costs. The renovations are estimated to cost more than $2 billion once completed and are already tracking $700 million over budget. The president has in recent weeks called on Mr. Powell to resign, saying he has not done enough to lower interest rates. Some advisors to and allies of Mr. Trump insisted before he addressed reports about the meeting with House members that he's simply trolling Mr. Powell and hoping to torment the Fed chair, but won't actually follow through with trying to fire him. But the existence of a letter and Mr. Trump's interest in discussing it with the House members suggests that the president is engaging in the type of moves that he often does ahead of ultimately making a major decision. Representative Anna Paulina Luna, Republican of Florida, posted on the social media website X while she was in the meeting that Jerome Powell is going to be fired. Firing is imminent. At the Capitol on Wednesday, Ms. Luna maintained to reporters that Mr. Trump, absolutely 100%, has the authority to dismiss Powell and should. The ball is in Jerome's court. So Jerome, if you don't lower interest rates, you're fired, Ms. Luna added. One person close to Mr. Trump said that despite that social media post, no move by the president is imminent, and that Mr. Trump, as he often does, could pull back and simply be content to unleash attacks on Mr. Powell through his allies and administration officials. CBS News previously reported that Mr. Trump has asked House lawmakers if he should fire Mr. Powell. Mr. Trump's focus on firing Mr. Powell, something he's previously said publicly he won't do, has come as he is trying desperately to move past anger from his own supporters at his administration's refusal to disclose more about what is in files related to Jeffrey Epstein, the late financier and sex trafficker. Mr. Trump's attacks on the Fed have primarily been directed at Mr. Powell, who he has branded a, quote, major loser, a numbskull, and a stubborn mule, among a range of other insults. He has also floated naming Mr. Powell's successor much earlier than typically is the case in a bid to further undermine the chair. Trying to fire Mr. Powell would be a major escalation in the administration's campaign against the Fed chair, who has so far rebuffed Mr. Trump's demands to significantly lower interest rates. Mr. Powell's term as chair officially ends in May, but is able to stay on as a member of the Board of Governors until 2028 if he chooses to. Presidents are unable to remove officials at the Fed without cause, a protection that was bolstered by the Supreme Court in a ruling in May regarding Mr. Trump's ability to unseat certain members of government agencies stipulated as independent by Congress. Cause has typically meant malfeasance or gross misconduct, rather than a disagreement on the direction of monetary policy. No president has attempted to fire a Fed chair in modern history. President Trump lacks the legal authority to fire Chair Powell under the pretext of his dissatisfaction with the Fed's building renovations, said Peter Conti Brown, a professor at the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. While members of the Fed are removable for cause, he said that fraud and gross negligence must be bona fide. It is clear to everyone watching this saga, and will be clear to the courts reviewing it after the fact, that President Trump is not interested in Powell's management of the renovation project, Mr. Conti Brown continued. Trump simply wants interest rates to be lower. He bears a strong and deep animus toward Chair Powell, because interest rates are not lower, and his advisors have now cooked up a pretextual scheme to attempt to circumvent the law. Investors have become used to Mr. Trump's threats in recent months, and markets have tended not to react strongly to his social media posts attacking Mr. Powell. But that could change if investors begin to think the president will actually go through with his threats. Markets have generally assumed that Mr. Trump is merely playing chicken, said Tara Sinclair, an economist at George Washington University who studies the Fed. But the closer Mr. Trump comes, the greater the risk that he actually follows through. It starts to become, wait, are you actually going to do this? Ms. Sinclair said. That could have serious economic consequences, she added. Reporting was contributed by Ben Castleman, Tony Rahm, Jonah E. Bromwich, Megan Monero, and Erica L. Green.
Yeah. This this editorial, I'm going to read a little bit of it. This is by Jason Furman, an opinion writer, contributing opinion writer for the Times, New York Times. It says here, the title is the safeguard in danger if Trump fires Powell. It says here, if President Trump tries to fire the Federal Reserve Chair, Jay Powell, it will not end the Federal Reserve's independence overnight, but nor will refraining from trying to fire Powell before his term ends in May 2026 guarantee the Federal Reserve's continued independence. The Fed was carefully designed to resist short-run political pressures, but it may be defenseless against a sustained and patient effort to undermine the independence over the course of 2 presidential terms. While Mr. Furman abhors the thought of Trump firing Powell, in some ways, he is even more worried he might surprise us and show patience to start that sustained transformation process by nominating a politically pliant hack to do the job next year. Federal Reserve independence is the closest thing to a free lunch that macroeconomists have identified. Decades of research and experience in the United States and around the world has shown that when central banks are protected from political interference, they deliver lower and more stable inflation without any losses in terms of unemployment. Independence is not particularly ideological. Instead, it is a commitment by the political system to tie its own hands to prevent the politicians who would otherwise be tempted to print lots of money to help themselves in the short run at the expense of inflation, higher borrowing costs, and economic instability in the long run. Presidents of one party routinely renominate Federal Reserve chairs picked by presidents of the other party, something that would be inconceivable with the more ideologically polarized Supreme Court. Look, bottom line is the central bank provides a buffer between the economy and the politicians. And Trump is impulsive. He's earned the nickname Taco because he does one thing and then retracts, and no one can figure out whether he has rethought or whether it's some sort of art of the deal tactic. Do we really want Trump directly in controlling interest rates? The dude has bankrupted like 6 different businesses. Being a businessman is businessmen don't make good economists necessarily, and vice versa. I think that Trump needs to just wait for the term to end. Trump just needs to sit this one out. Go ahead and just Trump directly involved with interest rates. I just see that as just a disaster in the making. So I'm not going to go much farther because, every time I talk about Trump, suddenly I'm coughing. He's caused enough problems with the economy with the tariff boomeranging. Inflation went up 2.7% compared to this time last year. If that is not a hint, I don't know what is. So enough said on that topic, I guess. Oh, here is Trump again interfering in things a president shouldn't be interfering with. Apparently, Trump says Coca-Cola to switch to cane sugar in the U.S., just like Mexican Coke.
You're listening to Trump says Coca-Cola to switch to cane sugar in Uso, just like Mexican Coke, a news story written by Emily Heil and read by an AI-generated voice. Mexican Coca-Cola, which is made with cane sugar, unlike the U.S. version sweetened with high fructose corn syrup, has many fans, and American soda drinkers might soon have more options for getting their sweet cola fix. President Donald Trump on Wednesday wrote on Truth Social that he had been in touch with Coca-Cola executives, who he wrote had agreed to produce the nation's top-selling soft drink domestically using cane sugar, as it is done south of the border. I have been speaking to Coca-Cola about using real cane sugar in Coke in the United States, and they have agreed to do so, Trump wrote. I'd like to thank all of those in authority at Coca-Cola. He put in a personal plug for the product, even though the president famously drinks Diet Coke, which is made with a sugar substitute aspartame. This will be a very good move by them. You'll see, he wrote, it's just better. Coca-Cola did not confirm any details, but the company suggested in a statement Wednesday that any changes were still in the pipeline. We appreciate President Trump's enthusiasm for our iconic Coca-Cola brand, the company said. More details on new innovative offerings within our Coca-Cola product range will be shared soon. The move bore classic Trump earmarks, leaning on a private company to bend to his will and announcing changes with more hype than details. It follows the tack taken by Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who has championed a Make America Healthy Again agenda that includes pushing food companies to remove artificial dyes and other additives from their products. A report by the Maha Commission in May pointed out high fructose corn syrup as a factor in obesity and related diseases. Scientists have said there is minimal nutritional difference between sugar and high fructose corn syrup. Coca-Cola introduced high fructose corn syrup into its signature cola in the mid-1980s, spurred by low prices for U.S. corn that were bolstered by federal subsidies to corn farmers. Trump's announcement proved immediately unpopular with the makers of corn syrup, who suggested that importing cane sugar would be more expensive than utilizing a domestic product and run counter to Trump's stated agenda of boosting American products and manufacturers. Replacing high fructose corn syrup with cane sugar doesn't make sense. Corn Refiners Association President and CEO John Bode said in a statement on Wednesday night, President Trump stands for American manufacturing jobs, American farmers, and reducing the trade deficit. Replacing high fructose corn syrup with cane sugar would cost thousands of American food manufacturing jobs, depress farm income, and boost imports of foreign sugar, all with no nutritional benefit. Soda aficionados have long sought out Coke made in Mexico, which its devotees say tastes crisper and less saccharine than its American counterpart.
I actually haven't tried Mexican Coke. Maybe I should try it today. Make a point of it, and maybe Trump is on to something. Maybe we should elect him president of Coca-Cola, and that might be a better fit. He is a junk food aficionado, so I hear. That's an interesting comment, Pony Boy. Most aggressive 80-year-old businessmen have bankrupted businesses. I would need some data to back up your assertion. And then my counter question would be, so that would mean that 80-year-old is qualified to bankrupt the country? Give him a whole country to bankrupt, since he's proven he can bankrupt businesses interesting perspective. Which is better than a bankrupted frontal lobe like you have? Oh, jokey joke. Good job. I want to thank Mr. DiCapriono for supporting the show this morning. Much appreciated, DiCapriono. I also want to mention Orthodox Guy last night. He sponsored last night's show, and I forgot. I forgot to mention that. Man, I am coffee this morning. I guess it's all this talking. So, here is a response by Coca-Cola and corn refiners, because one of the problems that Trump sees with Coca-Cola is the high fructose corn syrup. So let's hear what the response, Coca-Cola and the corn refiners.
Top line. President Donald Trump on Wednesday claimed that Coca-Cola will switch its formulation in the U.S. to use cane sugar instead of high fructose corn syrup, a change the company has not explicitly confirmed, while the corn refining industry warned that such a move could lead to job losses. Key facts. In a post on his Truth Social platform on Wednesday afternoon, Trump wrote that he has been speaking to Coca-Cola about using real cane sugar in Coke in the United States, and they have agreed to do so. Trump said this will be a very good move by them and added, "It's just better." The president didn't specify who he had spoken with and when such a move would happen. In a statement shared with several outlets, a Coca-Cola spokesperson said, "We appreciate President Trump's enthusiasm for our iconic Coca-Cola brand." The company, however, stopped short of confirming the change and said, "More details on new innovative offerings within our Coca-Cola product range will be shared soon." At present, Coca-Cola uses high fructose corn syrup to sweeten its soft drinks in the U.S. Chief critic. The Corn Refiners Association, a trade body representing corn refiners in the country, pushed back against any change to Coke's formulation in a statement on its website. Replacing high fructose corn syrup with cane sugar doesn't make sense. President Trump stands for American manufacturing jobs, American farmers, and reducing the trade deficit. Replacing high fructose corn syrup with cane sugar would cost thousands of American food manufacturing jobs, depress farm income, and boost imports of foreign sugar, all with no nutritional benefit. What do we know about RFK Jr. and the Maha movement's criticism of corn syrup? President Trump's post did not explicitly mention Coke's use of corn syrup to sweeten its drinks or why he was pushing for such a change, other than his suggestion that cane sugar was just better. However, Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and his Make America Healthy movement have been severely critical of the use of high fructose corn syrup, seed oils, and artificial coloring in foods. In the past, Kennedy has blamed corn syrup as one of the culprits behind America's obesity epidemic. Surprising fact. Coca-Cola sold in Mexico is sweetened using cane sugar, and this has turned the so-called Mexicoke into a cult favorite among some people who insist that it tastes better than US-made Coke.
Again, I'm going to have to try it. I don't drink a lot of sodas, and to be honest, I have not even thought to try it. And, I'm from Georgia. I grew up drinking Coca-Cola, not Pepsi. But I will make it a point if I can come across it today. If I can't get it done today, then I'll order it from the grocery store or something. And I will keep you informed. Well, the latest victim of Trump's vindictiveness is Maureen Comey. I had no idea that James Comey's daughter was a U.S. attorney, and apparently she is a prosecutor that was involved in the Epstein and Diddy cases. So she was fired apparently without any reason given, and it's got to be political. She's the daughter of the former FBI director, James Comey. So let's hear about this.
You're listening to DOJ Fires Maureen Comey, prosecutor involved in Epstein, Diddy cases, a news story written by Perry Stein, Shayna Jacobs and Jeremy Roebuck, and read by an AI-generated voice. Federal prosecutor Maureen Comey, who worked on the criminal cases of Jeffrey Epstein and his associate Ghislaine Maxwell, was fired Wednesday, according to two people familiar with the matter. Comey, the daughter of former FBI Director James B. Comey, was also a prosecutor in the recent trial of Sean Combs, the entertainer known as Diddy. The reason for her firing was not immediately clear. The notice informing the younger Comey of her termination did not provide a reason, citing the broad powers afforded to the president in the U.S. Constitution, according to one of the people familiar with the matter, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss a personnel matter. The notice was signed by Francie Hakes, a political appointee in the Justice Department who runs the Executive Office of U.S. Attorneys. It was not known whether the younger Comey's firing was connected to the Epstein case or her relation to the former FBI director, who was fired during President Donald Trump's first term. The Justice Department and White House have received intense backlash and criticism in recent weeks from Trump's far-right base over its handling of the Epstein case and the administration's decision not to release more records related to the former financier's sex trafficking case. Epstein hanged himself in 2019 while awaiting trial. In 2021, Maxwell was convicted of sex trafficking. Combs was recently partially acquitted in a sex trafficking trial. Combs and his lawyers hailed the verdict as a victory and said federal prosecutors dramatically overreached in bringing the case. The hip-hop mogul still faces up to 10 years in prison on those counts. The Justice Department acknowledged last week that it had opened a criminal probe into James B. Comey, a frequent target of Trump who played a role in the investigation into his 2016 campaign's ties to Russia. During his first presidential term, Trump fired Comey midway through his 10-year term as FBI director. The younger Comey received notice of her termination at about 5:30 p.m. Wednesday, one of the people familiar with the matter said. The person said that Comey's colleagues escorted her out of the building in solidarity. Comey had worked at the federal U.S. Attorney's Office for nearly a decade and was a well-respected prosecutor and mentor to younger colleagues. Spokesman for the Southern District of New York and for the Justice Department declined to comment. An attorney for James B. Comey did not immediately return a request for comment. Comey's termination is the latest in a wave of firings that Justice Department leaders have carried out in recent weeks, often without providing a reason to those they have let go. Last week, Attorney General Pam Bondi fired 20 employees who had worked on federal prosecutions of Trump, including 2 prosecutors attached to former special counsel Jack Smith. She also fired her senior ethics attorney Joseph Terrell, a career Justice Department employee who posted on LinkedIn that he was tasked with advising the Attorney General and Deputy Attorney General on federal employee ethics. Career employees in the federal government have long had protections that are intended to shield them from being fired by political appointees with no due process. But the Trump administration has rapidly tried to dismantle these protections, firing people across the Justice Department and other federal agencies with little explanation. Many of these employees have appealed their firings at the Merit Systems Protection Board, a quasi-judicial agency in the executive branch. Legal experts said the board is understaffed and backlogged, so any termination reversal could take years to secure. Justice Department and FBI leaders are attempting to mitigate the fallout over the Epstein case. Bondi had vowed the department would make public details and documents from the FBI's investigation. For years, conspiracy theorists had speculated that the government covered up key details to protect powerful men who they suspected might be involved in crimes. FBI Director Kash Patel and his deputy Dan Bongino stoked those theories before Trump appointed them to their government roles. But last week, the Justice Department released a memo stating that files related to the sex trafficking case did not contain a client list, and that officials would not be releasing any further investigatory files. That response divided top FBI and Justice Department officials and prompted many Trump supporters to call for Bondi's resignation. Trump has supported Bondi amid the furor, and in recent days Bondi has taken several actions that have appealed to Trump's base. She has fired attorneys and support staff who worked on investigations related to Trump during the Biden administration, dropped a high-profile prosecution of a Utah doctor whose case had garnered attention from Republican members of Congress, and released an unusual statement that acknowledged the investigation into James B. Comey. "I'm going to be here for as long as the president wants me here," Bondi said at an unrelated new conference Wednesday. "And I believe he's made that crystal clear." Democrats and legal experts have accused the Trump administration of using its power to punish its opponents and intimidate detractors to quell dissent. The administration, for example, touted in April the arrest of a Wisconsin judge who allegedly assisted an undocumented immigrant evade immigration officers in the courthouse. In May, prosecutors in New Jersey charged Representative LaMonica McIver, Democrat, New Jersey, with assault after she was accused of striking and slamming her arms against federal agents at a protest outside an immigration facility. Patrick Marley contributed to this report.
Well, it's basically raining lawyers from the Trump administration. Um, between Trump through Pam Bondi and just lawyers up and quitting just on their own. Gonna be a lot of job openings at the Justice Department, I guess.
Nearly two-thirds of the U.S. Justice Department's unit responsible for defending key Trump administration policies in court have left their positions since President Donald Trump's November election or announced plans to leave, according to a new list. Of the approximately 110 lawyers in the federal programs branch, 69 have departed or signaled their intention to depart, according to the list. Reuters, which first reported the list, said it had verified the departure of all but 4. The resignations could pose significant challenges for the unit that is tasked with handling an unprecedented wave of lawsuits targeting the administration's actions, including restrictions on birthright citizenship and funding cuts to Harvard University. A Justice Department (DOJ) spokesperson told Newsweek its attorneys are working tirelessly to fight the unprecedented number of lawsuits filed against the president's executive orders, policies, and actions, noting it has defeated many such lawsuits and is hiring to replace those who have left in order to defend the president's policies. Why it matters. The loss of such a large segment of experienced federal lawyers could raise questions about the Department of Justice (DOJ) ability to defend President Trump's highly contested policy agenda in court. The unit remains at the center of litigation involving orders to restrict birthright citizenship, cut federal support to Harvard University, and defend initiatives of the Department of Government Efficiency. These cases, coupled with a Supreme Court ruling limiting the ability of judges to block administration policies nationwide, suggest continued legal scrutiny of President Trump's agenda. Departures from the federal programs branch have reportedly outpaced those seen during both the first Trump administration and the tenure of former President Joe Biden, an unusual trend even during periods of routine political transition. What to know? The Federal Programs Branch, a critical unit within the Justice Department's Civil Division, has faced what multiple former attorneys described as unprecedented turnover in recent months. At least 10 out of 23 supervisors have departed, many of them seasoned litigators who served under both Democratic and Republican administrations, Reuters reported. 7 current and former DOJ officials, not named by Reuters, cited exhaustion with an overwhelming caseload, demoralization over the nature of the arguments required to defend Trump administration policies, and concerns over ethical obligations as the main reasons for leaving. 3 of the lawyers interviewed said there were fears of being pressured to misrepresent facts or legal questions in court, a violation of attorney ethics rules with potential professional sanctions. The White House insisted the president's actions were within legal bounds. Any sanctimonious career bureaucrat expressing faux outrage over the president's policies while sitting idly by during the rank weaponization by the previous administration has no grounds to stand on, said White House spokesperson Harrison Fields in a statement to Reuters. The Department of Justice said that lawyers in the unit have been facing an unprecedented number of lawsuits and that the department has defeated many of these lawsuits all the way up to the Supreme Court and will continue to defend the president's agenda to keep Americans safe. The mass departures from the federal programs branch mirror broader shakeups in the Justice Department. The Trump administration has reassigned lawyers from other DOJ sections and hired roughly 15 political appointees, many with experience in defending conservative causes, to fill the gap. The unit has been exempt from the federal hiring freeze, but the challenge of preserving institutional knowledge remains. Administrative pressure has heightened concerns among career lawyers. Attorney General Pam Bondi warned in February that disciplinary action could be imposed on lawyers perceived as not vigorously defending President Trump's agenda. What people...
Yeah, it is disturbing to hear an attorney general talking about lawyers supporting the president's agenda versus pursuing justice. I read a comment in a news story, a while ago, basically saying the Justice Department has gone from a degree of independence to basically being Donald Trump's personal law firm. And it sounds more and more like that every time, over the past couple weeks with the Epstein stuff. And now, firing, Comey's daughter. You know what? She doesn't belong in Trump's law firm. So apparently she's gone. This is very disturbing, and I'm sure I will probably get an opportunity at some point to say "I told you so" on this Trump being president business. So let's move on to L.A. The National Guard questioning their mission in L.A. I think I talked yesterday. Roughly half of them, have been released, and from their tasks in Los Angeles. And this is the longest story. I don't think we'll get through most of it, but I want to make sure we understand that there are National Guard troops who were wondering why the hell they were there.
Trump's National Guard troops are questioning their mission in LA. This article is by Sean Hubler and read by an automated voice. When the California National Guard rolled into Los Angeles to respond to devastating wildfires in January, Southern Californians largely hailed the troops as heroes. Celebrities thanked them for their service in Pacific Palisades. Suburban homeowners competed to chat them up at traffic checkpoints in Altadena. 7 months later, much of that goodwill is gone. Protesters jeer the troops as they guard federal office buildings. Commuters curse the behemoth convoys clogging freeways. Family members grill members with questions about whether they really have to obey federal orders. The level of public and private scorn appears to have taken a toll on the National Guard deployment to Los Angeles that President Trump announced last month, citing protests over immigration raids. Interviews with nearly 24 people, including soldiers and officers as well as officials and civilians who have worked closely with the troops, show that many members of the Guard are questioning the mission. The deployment's initial orders to quell scattered protests have given way to legally disputed assignments backing up federal immigration agents. They gave Disneyland tickets to the people who worked in the wildfires, one soldier said. Nobody's handing out Disneyland tickets now. 6 members of the Guard, including infantrymen, officers, and 2 officials in leadership roles, spoke of low morale and deep concern that the deployment may hurt recruitment for the state-based military force for years to come. Those who were interviewed spoke on the condition of anonymity, because military orders bar Guard personnel from publicly discussing the federal deployment, and they feared retribution for talking to the media. All but one of the 6 expressed reservations about the deployment. Several said they had raised objections themselves or knew someone who objected, either because they did not want to be involved in immigration crackdowns or felt the Trump administration had put them on the streets for what they described as a, quote, fake mission. The New York Times reached out to a broad pool of soldiers seeking interviews about the deployment. While a small sample, the 6 soldiers' comments aligned with other signs of poor morale. At least 105 members of the deployment sought counseling from behavioral health officers, and at least 1 company commander and 1 battalion commander who objected to the mission were reassigned to work unrelated to the mobilization, the Guard officers said. Some troops became so disgruntled that there were several reports of soldiers defecating in Humvees and showers at the Southern California base, where the troops are stationed, prompting tightened bathroom security. The California National Guard had 72 soldiers whose enlistment was set to expire during the deployment. Of those 72, at least 2 have now left the Guard, and 55 others have indicated that they will not extend their service, according to the office of Governor Gavin Newsom, who is fighting Mr. Trump's deployment in court. That number, if troops act on it, would amount to a 21% retention rate, far lower than the Guard's typical 60% rate, officials said. The moral injuries of this operation, I think, will be enduring, one of the 2 Guard officials said. This is not what the military of our country was designed to do, at all. The 6 soldiers are a fraction of the thousands of troops who have been deployed to Los Angeles. Many members of the Guard have had no trouble taking part in the operation and have voiced no personal conflicts or concerns. It's not uncommon for soldiers in Guard deployments to complain about their assignments, question the reasons they were called up, or seek counseling during deployments. Earlier this year, after National Guard soldiers were called in to keep order in the New York State prison system after corrections officers went on strike, some troops described feeling unprepared and took issue with not being provided pepper spray or other means of protecting themselves. Officials with the military's Northern Command, which is overseeing the president's military response in California, said the deployment was more organized than the interviewed soldiers suggested. The officials declined to comment on the morale of the troops, their behavioral health, the reassignments, or the deployment's impact on reenlistment. Mr. Trump began deploying thousands of troops on June 7th to Southern California, making the case that the state's Democratic leaders were failing to protect federal agents and property after immigration raids sparked protests. The president commandeered a total of 4,100 California National Guard members who ordinarily are controlled by Mr. Newsom and dispatched an additional 700 Marines. Since then, the military presence in California has been a flashpoint of debate, as armed soldiers have faced down protesters outside federal buildings and accompanied federal agents conducting raids in the Los Angeles region. Several operations have drawn intense backlash, including a show of force in MacArthur Park and an immigration raid on a cannabis farm in Ventura County, where a fleeing farm worker fell from a greenhouse and later died. The deployment has started scaling back. On July 1st, the president agreed to release about 150 Guard troops in a specialized wildfire fighting unit, and on Tuesday, the Pentagon announced that 1,990 members of the Guard's 79th Infantry Brigade combat team begin demobilization. It was unclear if the president would end the mission after 60 days, as his order initially suggested. The other half of the deployment, 1,892 members of the 49th Military Police Brigade, remains. The 6 soldiers said that even though they are receiving higher pay and more benefits on a federal mission than they would under a state activation, they are eager to go home. The National Guard is ordinarily a part-time commitment, and many members have been on almost continuous duty since Mr. Newsom summoned them after the fires to assist local authorities. The new mission has put them at odds with communities and families, several soldiers said. Mr. Trump's immigration crackdown has spread fear and panic in Hispanic immigrant communities in the Los Angeles region. A majority of the California National Guard's 18,000 members are based in Southern California, and roughly 40% of them are of Hispanic heritage. Not all the Latino soldiers who spoke with the Times objected to the mission. One Hispanic commander from the Central Valley said that his grandparents came to the United States legally and that he felt no conflict. He noted, however, that National Guard soldiers must obey orders either way. Other Latino soldiers have raised formal and informal objections. In one incident that several soldiers said occurred early in the deployment, 60 troops were awaiting transport to planned immigration raids in Ventura County when a Latino soldier approached officers in charge of the mission. He told them that he strongly objected, and he offered to be arrested rather than take part in the operation. Eventually, they said, he was reassigned to administrative tasks. Officials at the military's Northern Command declined to comment about the incident. Missions have come under intense scrutiny for potential constitutional violations. California authorities have challenged the legality of the deployment, citing a 19th century law, the Posse Comitatus Act, which generally makes it illegal to use federal troops for law enforcement on domestic soil unless there is an insurrection. Trump administration officials and Justice Department lawyers have argued that troops are not engaged in law enforcement, but are merely protecting federal agents. Civil liberties groups have disputed that portrayal, pointing to the temporary detention of one man by Marines early in the deployment. A federal judge has set a trial for August to determine whether the use of the National Guard and Marines has violated federal law. Most troops have been stationed at the Joint Forces Training Base in Los Alamitos, a federally owned facility operated by the California National Guard near Long Beach. The soldiers said breakfasts are hearty. Eggs, hash browns, sausage, pancakes, and accommodations are comfortable. Despite efforts to keep them busy, however, they reported long stretches of downtime and frustration, with missions that leaked or were canceled by the time lumbering convoys reached their destinations. MacArthur Park was all but empty on July 7th, when federal agents arrived to show that they could, quote, go anywhere, anytime we want in Los Angeles, as one immigration official told Fox News. About 80 National Guard members who arrived for backup mostly stayed in their trucks. On the base, soldiers said, they received riot training, reviewed battlefield maneuvers, and drilled to leap from their cots and gear up at a moment's notice. But mostly, they said, they lounged in warehouse-sized tents, listening to music and playing games on their cell phones. Only about 400 of the 3,882 deployed Guard members had actually been sent on assignments away from the base, Guard figures showed. A spokeswoman for the Northern Command's U.S. Army North Component said that the routine for service members varies on a day-to-day basis. Many assignments on the base involve practicing de-escalation and crowd control techniques and fulfilling annual training requirements, all while maintaining cycles of rest and recuperation, she added. In Los Alamitos, a coastal suburb of about 12,000 people, the troops have crowded into a 2-square-mile facility that is shared with other government agencies, which have balked at the encroachment. In emails obtained through a public records request, workers in a joint program to eradicate the Mediterranean fruit fly complained that troops shaving and brushing their teeth are crowding the bathrooms, and that scientists are unsettled by nearby trucks full of explosives. Soldiers meander down new walkways between a huge tent city and new semi-permanent buildings. I've lived here 33 years, and this is the first I've seen anything like this, the mayor of Los Alamitos, Shelley Hasselbring, said. We call it the circus. They look like big circus tents. 2 Democratic officials who were granted brief access to the base. Josh Friday, a Navy veteran who leads community engagement for the governor's office, and Representative Derek Tran, an Army veteran who represents Los Alamitos, said the massive military presence, which has been projected to cost $134 million, seemed excessive and extreme. If they can do this here, Mr. Friday said, they can do it in any community.
Well, yeah, I think I've already heard, though, Donald Trump, pretty much declaring mission accomplished. His logic is that, hey, just having the presence discouraged escalation on the side of the protesters / rioters. So Donald Trump's going to get the win out of this, even with stories like this. But even better than that, let's talk about our strong, fearless Secretary of Defense, who is a sailor and a soldier and a Marine's Marine and an airman's airman.
Hegseth's new dress code of honor. Eyelash extensions and facial hair are out. Government-funded laser hair removal is in. By Ken Klippenstein. Pete Hegseth loves to have his picture taken doing jumping jacks, jogging with the troops, and hanging with buff special ops commandos. In fact, the Secretary of Defense is all about appearances, making a constant show of being more virile than anyone who's ever preceded him. In the name of warfighting and military readiness, Hegseth is self-appointed commanding general of the War on Wrinkles. His obsession has provoked a slew of new rules and regulations about standards of grooming and appearance, a deadly serious effort encompassing everything from banning eyelash extensions to offering government-funded laser hair removal procedures. With an emphasis on rules that most impact women and minorities, Hegseth wants to establish his own wokeness, a campaign that stresses looks over actual excellence. The new grooming standards, one Army directive says, are in support of Army readiness. Military speak for the ability to act swiftly and effectively. Far from some obscure policy, Hegseth believes that disciplined hair care will lead to a disciplined military, restoring the warrior ethos. he often laments the armed forces have lost. We're looking at overall fitness standards, overall grooming standards, overall basic standards across our formations that we believe have slipped certainly under the previous administration, but over decades, Hegseth told Congress last month. It's almost like the broken windows theory of policing. When you ignore the small stuff from criminals, it creates a culture where big stuff you're not held accountable for. He pontificated at a town hall meeting in February. Here are 3 new grooming standards that particularly caught my eye. Shaving, particularly for soldiers who seek waivers to standard policies due to health complications that daily shaving can cause. This is most common for black and brown folks who have curly hair. So common in fact that the directive makes explicit mention of pseudofolliculitis barbae, or razor bumps, which can become infected. The directive enumerates 3 phased treatment plans corresponding to mild, moderate, and severe cases. A 4th phase provides the option of laser hair removal to soldiers unresponsive to the previous treatments or with chronic issues. Eyelash extensions are now banned. No real justification is given, but I'm sure it's a coincidence that this also impacts black and brown people the most. Similarly, nail polish must now be clear or French or American manicure only. A sacrifice to the gods of uniformity which feels more arbitrary than purposeful. Petty changes to uniforms are being directed, from a ban on duty identifier patches to shorter boots, 8 to 12 inches, to important contingency plans on how to wear one's sleeves. The cuffs will remain visible, and the sleeve will rest at, or within 1 inch of, the forearm when the arm is bent at a 90-degree angle, though commanders may prohibit rolling of sleeves and folding of cuffs. It is a hodgepodge of new directives that are mostly costly annoyances, but overall leave enlisted soldiers I've talked to feeling like the Pentagon and leadership are just playing a sadistic game of Simon Says. Clean-shaven soldiers, however, aren't going to bring the U.S. military closer to an end to the war in Ukraine or create greater security in the Middle East. More creases aren't going to help tackle the challenges of drones and artificial intelligence or fight the new Cold War with China. In fact, Hegseth seems to be taking a page out of the Russian military playbook, which upon suffering over 1 million casualties in Ukraine, is also trying to stress appearances over serious failures of policy and humaneness.
You know what? I'm going to stop this here, and I'm probably going to surprise some folks. I see no problems with what Hegseth is doing. It's called good order and discipline. It's called attention to detail, and I simply have no problems with it. Now, I do have a problem with the beard stuff. When I was in the military, what do we used to call that? There was a specific name we gave that shaving exemption. I think the shaving exemption is literally, cheaper than the laser treatments they want to do. Now I imagine, some of the complaints from the ground level are, hey, people are kind of taking advantage. But in my experience, people who needed the exemption generally actually needed the exemption. Now I was only in 5 years, but I've literally never heard of anyone just, declaring, hey, I can't shave because. Never had anyone do that. So, but it's a limited experience. There's nothing wrong with creases in your uniform. There's nothing wrong with, rolling up your sleeves shall be, so many inches above your elbow. Not a damn thing wrong with it. This is written by someone who obviously wasn't in the military. So this will be one of the few times I ever approve of something Hegseth is doing, but he's on the right track. And fuck the people who think someone doing push-ups on the front of this destroyer gives a shit about what the politicians are doing in Washington. They're trying to stay alive. Being on a fucking ship is inherently dangerous. They're not thinking about what Congress is doing in Washington. So anyway, good job, Hegseth. Let's hope you can turn your ship around, because so far this might be the only good thing you've done for the military. Sorry for the soliloquy, folks. Next up, this headline reads Army veteran and U.S. citizen arrested in California. Immigration raid warns it could happen to anyone. I've not listened to this, so let's hear what he has to say.
I was on my way to work. I got caught in the middle between the protest and ICE agents. I explained myself. I let the ICE agents know that I'm a U.S. citizen. They ignored me. They didn't care what I had to say. They asked me if I was a citizen, and I told them yes. I told them everything. I was a citizen. I worked there, and they didn't care. They still never told me my charges. And they sent me away. They sent me to a place in downtown LA. They didn't allow me to shower. They didn't give me a phone call. They didn't let me speak to an attorney. They dropped all the charges on me. There's no charges on me whatsoever. No charges. I was basically locked up for 3 days for no reason.
Tonight, tragedy at a stop on the nationwide tour of the supposedly possessed Annabelle doll. One of the doll's handlers found dead in his hotel room at the age of 50.
Oh, sorry about that. This is the second time I know of that some actual U.S. citizen who looks, Hispanic and probably is Hispanic. I don't know. They're profiling people out there, and I don't know how this winds up. I do know they actually wound up detaining an actual attorney, and she is retaining an attorney. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Oh yeah, I don't think there's going to be any accountability at all. This is basically, I guess what they would call, hey, you know what? It's collateral damage, no harm done. We apologize. Now let's go get the next person who looks Hispanic. So let's see what else we got here. Nationwide protests planned against Trump's immigration crackdown and healthcare cuts. Protests against Donald Trump's immigration policies and healthcare cuts are planned at over 1,600 locations nationwide on Thursday. Lisa Gilbert, co-president of Public Citizen, stated that there is a rise of authoritarianism and lawlessness within the administration. Major protests will take place in cities like Atlanta, St. Louis, Oakland, Annapolis, and Chicago. Annapolis, that's a surprise. And with Chicago as the flagship city. So, again, going to be interesting. Going to be interesting to see if we get another round of videos, basically of Black content creators saying, nope, we're going to sit this one out. But the protests are coming. Immigrants file class action lawsuit to stop ICE courthouse arrests. We've heard a little bit about it. Juan actually talked about it, where the government intentionally asks for the case to be dismissed, which transfers the person from the Justice Department to, or whatever the local Justice Department equivalent is. It transfers the defendant, defendant into the hands of Department of Homeland Security, and ICE is literally outside the courtroom doors, waiting to take the defendant away to detention. So it's if it weren't so cruel, I feel guilty for laughing, but it is pretty funny.
Immigrants file class action lawsuit to stop.
It's like This
article is
Trump.
by Luis Ferris
Hold on one
Adorni
sec here.
and read by an automated voice.
Trump has literally turned ICE into a bunch of cartoon villains. They're doing dastardly deeds.
Coalition of legal groups representing immigrants filed a class action lawsuit against the Trump administration on Wednesday, arguing that the federal government's campaign to arrest people at immigration courthouses so that they can be swiftly deported is unlawful and violates due process protections. The lawsuit, filed by Democracy Forward and 3 other legal organizations on behalf of 12 immigrants, aims to stop the arrests at immigration courts. a contentious tactic that the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency began using in May to increase deportations nationwide. From New York to California, ICE agents have arrested immigrants appearing for routine proceedings at immigration courts, prompting criticism from Democrats and activists that ICE is unfairly targeting people who are following the rules by showing up to court. Federal agents, typically wearing masks, have become a mainstay in courthouse lobbies and hallways, where they have arrested scores of migrants who are leaving courtrooms and who are placed in expedited deportation proceedings that don't require hearings. The lawsuit was filed in the Federal District Court for the District of Columbia against the Department of Justice, which oversees the immigration courts, the Department of Homeland Security, and ICE. Several officials at federal agencies also were sued. The plaintiffs include 12 immigrants, identified only by pseudonyms, from Cuba, Ecuador, Guinea, Venezuela, and elsewhere. Many had entered the country without authorization from 2021 to 2024 and had applied for asylum. They were arrested when they showed up at courthouses this year. Most are in detention in New York, Pennsylvania, and Texas, and fear persecution in their home countries, the lawsuit said. One immigrant was deported to Ecuador less than a month after he was arrested in June. Non-citizens, including most of the individual plaintiffs here, have been abruptly ripped from their families, lives, homes, and jobs for appearing in immigration court, a step required to enable them to proceed with their applications for permission to remain in this country, the lawsuit says. The courthouse arrests have become a relatively easy way for ICE to detain immigrants as they show up for mandated court dates without having to send agents to arrest people in their homes or workplaces, which requires more time and resources. ICE has cast the practice as an easy way to quickly expel the millions of people who entered the country under former President Joseph R. Biden Jr., and to bypass backlogs in the courts, where deportation proceedings take years. President Trump has expanded the use of expedited removal proceedings, which don't require hearings, and were used previously only for people apprehended within 100 miles of the border, to swiftly deport people elsewhere in the country. The new tactic, which broke with a long-standing practice in which ICE stayed away from the courts, has led to close collaboration between agents and prosecutors from the agency, who pursue cases against immigrants accused of illegally entering the country. Migrants are entitled to mount a defense and to apply for asylum if they fear returning to their home countries. But ICE prosecutors have surprised some immigrants by asking judges to dismiss their cases when they show up, a legal maneuver that allows ICE agents waiting outside courtrooms to arrest the migrants and place them in deportation proceedings without hearings. The lawsuit argues that this recently adopted practice violates federal immigration laws and the Constitution. ICE has also arrested migrants even when judges have not dismissed their cases, the lawsuit argues. The suit argues that the new tactic is deterring people from showing up for appointments at immigration courts, which differ from criminal courts, and are where judges typically decide whether undocumented immigrants can remain in the country. The Trump-Vance administration is weaponizing immigration courts by threatening people who follow the law and appear for their hearings as directed by the court, said Skye Perryman, the president and chief executive of Democracy Forward. Democracy Forward, a liberal-leaning group that has taken dozens of legal actions against the Trump administration, filed a lawsuit with the National Immigrant Justice Center, the Refugee and Immigrant Center for Education and Legal Services, and the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights of the San Francisco Bay Area. The Justice Department and Homeland Security Department did not immediately respond to requests for comment. The arrests at New York City's 3 immigration courts have emerged as a reliable pipeline for ICE to round up dozens of migrants every day, and as a political flashpoint. Democratic officials have shown up to demand access to holding cells that migrants say are overcrowded, and to denounce the court detentions. Brad Lander, the city comptroller, was arrested in June as he tried to escort a migrant whom agents were seeking to arrest. On Wednesday, Mr. Lander accompanied the family of a man from Paraguay, Carlos Javier Lopez Benitez, to his asylum application hearing in Manhattan. Mr. Lopez Benitez's sister, a U.S. citizen, had encouraged him to show up, despite reports that ICE agents were making arrests at courthouses. She had become a citizen and hoped that one day he could, as well. During the hearing, the immigration judge gave Mr. Lopez Benitez a court date for 2029, so that he could collect additional information related to claims that he faced threats of torture in Paraguay. But when Mr. Lopez Benitez exited the courtroom, he was whisked into a stairwell by federal agents who had been waiting for him. His sister clung to his arm as federal law enforcement officials clawed away her grip and threw her into a gaggle of onlookers. In a news conference after the arrest of Mr. Lopez Benitez, Mr. Lander characterized the proceedings as having the quote, trappings of a judicial hearing, but effectively amounting to, quote, just a trap to have them come in the first place. Carlos not only has status as an asylum seeker, not only has an application pending for asylum, Carlos has a court date in this building in July of 2029, Mr. Lander said. Unfortunately, Carlos is going to have a hard time complying with the judge's order because he was just abducted by ICE agents, Wesley Parnell contributed, reporting.
All right, well, let's play this little short clip here.
Get back, you're joking! You'll be arrested! You'll be arrested! Get back!
Can we get back off? Wait. You need medical. You need medical attention.
Why they push us?
I don't know. You need medical attention.
Wait, you gotta make wait. Stop touching me! Stop touching me! Why do you like that?
I was choking.
You are the one push me.
Yeah, bad show all around, to be honest. Let's see. Well, Black Manta, where the hell have you been? Where have you been hiding out? Well, thank you, but I think it was pretty predictable, to be honest. Good to see you, man. So let's see. Let's move on to other Trump stuff. Department of Justice hits states with broad requests for voter rolls election data. Election clerks in both parties already facing harassment and lawsuits over Trump's false 2020 election claims worry about efforts to examine voting machines.
You're listening to DOJ hits states with broad requests for voter rolls, election data, a news story written by Patrick Marley and Yvonne Wingett Sanchez, and read by an AI-generated voice. You know, the Trump administration and its allies have launched a multi-pronged effort to gather data on voters and inspect voting equipment, sparking concern among local and state election officials about federal interference ahead of the 2026 midterms. The most unusual activity is happening in Colorado, a state that then-candidate Donald Trump lost by 11 points, where a well-connected consultant who says he is working with the White House is asking county clerks whether they will allow the federal government or a third party to physically examine their election equipment. Federal agencies have long offered technical assistance and cybersecurity advice to election officials, but have not examined their equipment because election laws tightly limit who has access. Separately, the Justice Department has taken the unusual step of asking at least 9 states for copies of their voter rolls, and at least 2 have turned them over, according to state officials. In addition, 2 DOJ lawyers have asked states to share information about voters to implement a Trump executive order that would shift some power over elections from the states to Washington. Courts have temporarily blocked key provisions of that order, including changing mail ballot deadlines and requiring voters to provide proof of citizenship. The DOJ attorneys have asked to talk about a different provision, which has not been halted by the courts, focused on sharing information. The administration's efforts, fueled by Trump's false claims that the 2020 election was stolen, have rattled state and local election officials from both parties who have spent years contending with threats, harassment, and litigation. Under the Constitution, states are responsible for running elections, and the federal government plays a limited role, such as by dictating when states must offer opportunities to register to vote that must be spelled out by Congress. Election officials fear the administration could try to build a national file that includes personal information about voters or impose rules that would boot eligible voters from the rolls, and make it harder to cast ballots. This is an extraordinary imposition of federal power over states' election processes that, if it is accepted by the states in this context, will be absolutely used by Democrats in another context, said David Becker, executive director of the nonprofit Center for Election Innovation and Research, who worked in the Justice Department's voting section under Presidents Bill Clinton and George W. Bush. A Justice Department spokesperson declined to comment on the activities. The White House did not answer questions about whether it was working with Jeff Small, the operative who has been contacting Colorado clerks, but said the president is committed to helping states ensure voters on the rolls are citizens. Republican election officials in Colorado fielded calls and messages last week from Small, a consultant who has worked for members of Congress, most recently serving as chief of staff to Representative Lauren Boebert, Republican Colorado. Small told more than half a dozen GOP county clerks by phone or text that he was working with the Trump administration to ensure the integrity of elections and to advance Trump's election agenda, county officials told the Washington Post. To me, it felt like they were wanting to intervene before 2026, said Justin Grantham, the Republican clerk in Fremont County. 5 other Republican clerks raised similar concerns. That's a hard stop for me, said Carly Copes, a Republican clerk in Weld County, who said she rejected Small's overtures to allow a federal inspection. Nobody gets access to my voting equipment for security reasons. More than 350 election officials from at least 33 states joined a conference call Monday to learn more from Becker's group and Democratic and Republican lawyers about the potential implications of the administration's moves. Election officials have long bristled at the notion of federal intrusion. In 2017, during Trump's first term, officials from both parties declined to give a presidential commission detailed information on voters, with Mississippi's GOP Secretary of State telling the task force to go jump in the Gulf of Mexico. In a Saturday social media post, Trump made clear he remains focused on election policies and his 2020 falsehoods, writing that Attorney General Pam Bondi is looking into the rigged and stolen election of 2020. His administration's latest push for voting data comes a year and a half before the midterms, when Democrats hope to take control of the House, chip away at the Republican majority in the Senate, and win more governorships. President Trump and his allies are trying to lay the groundwork to interfere with a free and fair election in 2026, said Samantha Tarazi, CEO of the Nonpartisan Voting Rights Lab. The Justice Department's outreach has differed from state to state, according to agency letters and emails. In Colorado, it made a sweeping request for all records related to its election. In Alaska, it questioned why no voters had been removed from the rolls for mental incompetence. In several states, it asked detailed questions about the process to remove non-citizens and other ineligible voters from the rolls. Grantham, the Fremont County clerk, said Small asked him if he would allow a third party to review whether his voting machines complied with federal law. Grantham declined the request, he said, citing state laws that restrict access to voting machines. Election officials have been on edge in Colorado since 2020, partly because of Tina Peters, a former Mesa County clerk who was sentenced to 9 years in prison last year over a scheme to let an outsider into secure areas of her office to copy election data. This spring, the Justice Department made an unusual move to assist Peters with her appeal, further worrying election officials. And last week, Small contacted clerks claiming to have ties to Trump. I am reaching out on a timely election integrity project I'm working with the White House on and was hoping to chat, read one text message from Small to a county clerk. A message to another clerk said, the outreach is from Stephen Miller, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff. Steve Schleicher, the Republican clerk of El Paso County, said Small told him he was working with the Justice and Homeland Security departments to team up with clerks on election security. Soon after their conversation, Schleicher said, he got a call from a Homeland Security official who wanted to review his election equipment. We would like to test the voting equipment to see if there's any gaps, the official said, according to Schleicher. Schleicher said the administration had no authority to try to infiltrate a state's or a county's election equipment. Colorado Secretary of State Jena Griswold, Democrat, likened the efforts to Trump's unsuccessful push to reverse the 2020 election, which ended with his supporters rioting at the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. This is the 2020 playbook on steroids, Griswold said. This all is part of a bigger ploy to further undermine our voting in this country, she said. They are actively in a power grab. Matt Crane, a Republican and the executive director of the Colorado County Clerks Association, said election officials from both parties resist attempts to examine their equipment. Anybody who is asking for access to the voting machines outside of the law, that automatically raises red flags in terms of their intent, he said. Small hung up on a Post reporter Tuesday and did not respond to messages seeking comment. After this article published, Small said in a text message Wednesday that he had been asked to contact county clerks by officials working on the president's executive order. He did not name the officials or provide other details about his work. A spokesman for Bober declined to comment on the outreach to clerks by her former chief of staff. A Homeland Security spokesperson said that the agency works closely with others on election security, but that we don't disclose every single conversation we have with them. Separately, the Justice Department has recently asked some states for copies of their voter lists. Those inquiries went to a mix of Republican and Democratic-controlled states, including Alaska, Colorado, Florida, Minnesota, Nevada, New Hampshire, New York, Oklahoma, and Wisconsin, according to copies of the letters and information from state election officials. Some information contained in voter rolls, such as names of voters and elections in which they have participated, is commonly available. Other information, such as the last 4 digits of voters' social security numbers, is not. Colorado and Florida have provided the Justice Department with information from their list that is generally available to the public, while most other states said they were reviewing the requests. Federal law gives the Justice Department the ability to ensure states have procedures in place to remove ineligible voters and otherwise properly maintain their rolls. It does not expressly give the agency the authority to review the voter rolls themselves. States routinely check their rolls to identify people who are ineligible because they are not citizens, have moved to another voting jurisdiction, have been convicted of a felony, or have died. The administration could do its own checks with copies of the voter rolls, but it would need versions with dates of birth and other identifying information to properly match data with citizenship, death, and court records, according to experts. Ann Jacobs, chairwoman of the Wisconsin Elections Commission, said she worries the federal government could try to use the information to justify new rules that would make it harder to cast ballots. The sloppy use of data can result in inaccurate matches that give election skeptics opportunities to tout exaggerated claims of ineligible voters appearing on the rolls, Jacobs said. Voters deserve answers about why the administration wants information about them and what it plans to do with it, she said, particularly when federal laws are supposed to protect social security numbers and other private information. Is this a backdoor way to get access to the data that the statutes have said they're not entitled to have? Said Jacobs, a Democrat. The Justice Department's voting section last month sued Orange County, California, to obtain driver's license numbers and signature images of people who had been taken off the county's rolls because they were not citizens. The lawsuit has worried election officials elsewhere because it signals the department wants access to personal information that is usually protected. Justin Levitt, a Loyola Law School professor who advised the Biden White House on voting rights, called the request for voter rolls exceptionally unusual and said they probably violate federal privacy law because the administration has not given fuller public explanations for why it wanted them. He also worries about the security risks of the federal government housing sensitive data on 174 million registered voters in a centralized system, he said. It's one thing if a county's voter file gets hacked, he said. It's a much bigger problem if the federal government is amassing a national voter file that gets hacked. Raza Naklawi contributed to this report.
Yeah, this is scary. As much as I have problems with the way the Constitution allows states to control their own voting processes, I don't want the federal government involved, at least not with Trump in all his grievances from 2020. We need to do everything we can to keep him out of the voting process. I would rather lose. I would rather lose in 2026 and lose in 2028 than have Donald Trump with his fingers on the pulse of voting in America. He will basically ruin America. I think Trump getting involved with the election process in the 50 states will be an existential threat to the way our democracy works. and I'm not really one to make these sorts of dire comments, but Donald Trump, yeah, we need to keep him at president. We need to let him finish his term, which is why I brought this comment up. Black Manta, who is our honored guest today, we haven't seen him in a while. He says, I'm not a liberal, but Stanley was right. I hope Trump steps down and let Vance lead. I don't want that. This is what I'm predicting. And you know what? It's so far out. I'm just going to make the prediction. I probably won't be right. I don't think I'm sorry. I don't think Vance is presidential material. I think what happens, and what I want Trump to finish his full term. I want Trump to basically do everything a Trump can do so America learns a lesson. We don't want any more Andrew Johnsons. I think at the end of a Trump term, we will not want any more Trumps. What I predict is going to happen in 2028, it's either going to be Marco Rubio. I actually think Marco Rubio is going to be our next president, or a good contender out of all the MAGA folks. This includes DeSantis and Vance and, Barron Trump or whoever else MAGA can dredge up. I think Marco Rubio is the only one who could probably be a good president, at least, as far as a MAGA, as far as that movement goes, the best of the bunch would be Marco Rubio. I think DeSantis might have a shot, but Vance, I don't see it. I would actually be surprised. No, Brian, it won't be. I think it'll be Marco Rubio, or should be Marco Rubio. He's the only one who is presidential. He's the only one who seems to have a brain out of the whole administration, and that includes DeSantis. DeSantis doesn't have the personality. Vance does not have the personality. I don't find Vance that likable. We watched him speak in Pennsylvania yesterday. He does not have it. He does not have that presidential aura. Even Donald Trump has a presidential aura about him. When he walks into a room, people notice. Vance is not that guy. And really, I don't think Rubio is that guy, but I actually think Rubio is competent. And you know what? There's a certain gravitas to Rubio that DeSantis and JD Vance don't have. So enough of that foolishness. Keep Trump away from voting in the states. I hope he gets struck down. Presidents have no business fooling around with election apparatuses. All right, so next story. At least 20 killed in stampede outside a Gaza food site, aid group says. I've been talking about this a little along over the past couple weeks, where it's gotten to a point in the Gaza Strip that just going out for food or medical aid is an existential threat to life, limb, and all that stuff.
At least 20 killed in stampede outside a Gaza food site, aid group says. This article is by Lara Jakes and Nader Ibrahim and read by an automated voice. A stampede outside an aid distribution center in Gaza killed at least 20 people waiting for food on Wednesday, according to Palestinian and aid officials, the latest in a string of deadly episodes around sites run by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. The deaths bring the number of people killed while trying to get food from the foundation, which is backed by Israel and the United States, to about 700 since late May, according to data provided this week by the United Nations. There were conflicting reports about the stampede, which started about 6 a.m. Wednesday on the outskirts of Khan Yunis, the largest city in southern Gaza. The Gazan Health Ministry said that tear gas had been fired into a crowd gathered at the distribution site, causing the stampede. It said 21 people were killed, 15 of whom suffocated. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation said that 20 people were killed after armed agitators among a gathering crowd site created a, quote, chaotic and dangerous surge. 19 of the victims were trampled and one was stabbed, the aid organization said in a statement, adding that it was heartbroken. It was not immediately possible to explain the discrepancy in the death toll. The aid organization asserted that there was credible reason to believe that elements within the crowd, armed and affiliated with Hamas, deliberately fomented the unrest. Those claims could not be independently verified. Later, in response to the Gazan Health Ministry's comments, the aid group's spokesman Chapin Fay said that no tear gas had been shot into the crowd, although a limited amount of pepper spray had been used to, quote, protect against additional loss of life. In a video call with reporters, Mr. Fay said that one American worker had fired shots into the air to disperse the crowd and to rescue a boy from being trampled. Another worker was stabbed by a person in the crowd while trying to tackle someone Mr. Fay described as a Hamas affiliate who had targeted the worker with a gun. Mr. Fay said that Israel's military had warned the aid group early Wednesday that Hamas loyalists were among the crowd, which he said included for the first time since May large numbers of armed people among those seeking food. Mr. Fay's account could not be independently verified. The Israeli military declined to comment on the episode and referred questions to the aid organization. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was created to distribute food in Gaza, as Israel faced widespread international condemnation for a 2-month aid blockade that brought the enclave to the brink of famine. Israeli officials said the blockade was an attempt to force Hamas to surrender and release the remaining hostages held in Gaza. Since the organization started operations in late May, thousands of desperate and hungry Palestinians have come to its 4 aid sites early each morning, hoping to obtain food. Hundreds have since been killed by gunfire that witnesses and Gaza health officials have blamed on Israeli forces shooting into the crowds. On Wednesday, the Gazan Health Ministry described the distribution sites as death traps, in a statement that blamed Israel and the United States for, quote, deliberately committing massacres in a systematic manner and using various methods against the starving people. Dr. Ahmed Hajjaj, an emergency physician at Nasser Hospital, said that all the victims who had arrived at the hospital were aged 14 to 25. Some showed signs of suffocation from a crush, he added. The overcrowded conditions, lack of immediate care, and delayed transportation made resuscitation nearly impossible in many cases, he told the New York Times. Video footage posted by local journalists on social media and verified by the Times showed people rushing several men in the back of a vehicle, some appearing lifeless, to the emergency entrance at the Nasser Hospital, the main medical facility in Khan Yunis. "Let the world see!" one man shouted in the video as the vehicle sped toward the hospital. In another video, also verified by the Times, a man who could not be independently identified said aid workers at the Khan Yunis site had refused to open the gates for the people who had gathered at the distribution center and were overcrowded as they waited. Some people then climbed over the gate to get to the aid, according to the man, who was covered in dust and helping carry a man to the hospital who he said had suffocated to death. Mr. Fay said the gates at the distribution site were open at the time. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation said this week that it had distributed more than 76 million meals since May. But the group said false information circulating online about access to some of its sites had driven large crowds to closed centers, fueling confusion and disorder. Many Gazans have had to walk for miles and cross Israeli military cordons to obtain aid from the group's distribution sites, most of which have not been operational on most days. The sites are in southern and central Gaza, which critics said would help Israel's attempts to displace residents from the northern part of the territory. The United Nations has said the group's supplies constitute a mere trickle of assistance compared with the needs of a population of about 2 million people at risk of famine. Some UN aid trucks are still making their way through a single border crossing into southern Gaza. But UN officials say that distribution to warehouses and bakeries inside Gaza has been hampered by the lack of secure routes, and that negligible quantities of food are reaching the people who need it. The Gaza Health Ministry said that UN trucks carrying medical supplies were expected to enter the territory on Thursday. The ministry called on the public to protect them from attacks and to ensure their safe passage to hospitals. Not far from the site of the stampede, the Israeli military said it had opened a new security corridor to divide the city of Khan Yunis into eastern and western sectors to isolate Hamas units. Some areas of the city have been evacuated several times, displacing thousands of people and pushing them into crowded zones near the border with Egypt. At a United Nations Security Council meeting on Wednesday about the humanitarian situation in Gaza, called by Britain, Denmark, France, Greece, and Slovenia, representatives from those countries and others expressed alarm over Israel's restrictions on aid entering the enclave and condemned the foundation's approach to food distribution. UN officials and aid groups have boycotted the foundation and been critical since its inception, saying the system violates humanitarian principles. The group's system politicizes and militarizes basic assistance contrary to the principles of neutrality and independence underlying international humanitarian law, leading to hundreds of civilian deaths, they said. "We deplore the killing of starving civilians trying to get food," said Christina Marcus Lassen, Denmark's representative. "The alarming frequency and scale of these incidents are wholly unacceptable," she added. The United States, which has supported the aid effort run by American contractors, both financially and diplomatically, defended the endeavor. Dorothy Shea, the acting U.S. ambassador to the UN, said that the focus on and criticism of the foundation was unconscionable. She said that aid groups' refusal to work with the group was dereliction of duty in the humanitarian space. Abu Bakr Bashir, Efrat Livni, and Bilal Shbeir contributed reporting.
Yeah, this is really disturbing. Well, on to New York City news. Apparently, Eric Adams is giving us proof of life. He eclipses Mamdani in recent fundraising. What are these people thinking? They are really afraid of Mamdani.
Adams eclipses Mamdani in recent fundraising, as Cuomo lags behind. This article is by Jeffrey C. Mays, Emma G. Fitzsimmons, and Urvashi Uberoy, and read by an automated voice. When Eric Adams appeared at a campaign fundraiser in Florida earlier this month with people who are aligned with a Young Republicans group and President Trump, the event seemed incongruous for a sitting Democratic mayor of New York City. But this is no ordinary mayor's race. As Mr. Adams makes a long-shot re-election bid as an independent candidate in November, he has begun to expand his fundraising network to try to compete with the Democratic nominee, Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani. The latest fundraising period in the race suggests that the mayor still holds sway with some donors, even if they are outside the typical New York donor world. Of the $1.5 million that Mr. Adams raised during the most recent filing period, from June 10th to July 11th, nearly half came from outside New York City. 8 donations arrived from Florida on the day of the fundraiser, totaling $2,325. Mr. Mamdani also posted a strong fundraising haul during that period. He raised $852,000, including $256,000 that is eligible for public matching funds, effectively boosting his total to $1.1 million, according to his campaign. And in a sign of his growing national stature, roughly 45% of his contributions came from outside New York State. He now has just over $2.6 million on hand. Former Governor Andrew M. Cuomo, in contrast, raised just $64,000 during the recent fundraising period, in part because he was not actively fundraising while he mulled whether to continue his campaign as an independent in November. He has almost $1.2 million on hand, and after releasing a video on Monday confirming his intention to run, is expected to now start focusing on raising money. We had not been fundraising post-primary while we figured out our next steps, said Rich Azzopardi, a spokesman for Mr. Cuomo, but that changes today. Mr. Cuomo had been the favorite among a crowded field of candidates in the Democratic primary, but finished a distant second to Mr. Mamdani, who amplified a sharp focus on affordability with an enormous ground game and viral social media posts. The Mamdani campaign illustrated its social media savvy earlier this week, when it quickly replied to Mr. Cuomo's relaunch video on X with a link to a fundraising page. The fundraising pitch had received 175,000 more likes than the video as of Wednesday, and Mr. Mamdani's campaign said it received approximately $110,000 from roughly 2,400 donors in the 24 hours after the post went up. The $110,000 was the second highest one-day donation total for Mr. Mamdani since the June 24th primary. The highest was on June 25th. Adams and Cuomo have made it clear they are.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and dispense with the details. Bottom line, I don't think Adams has a chance. I think this Mamdani thing is going to happen. Not guaranteed, but it just seems to me that Mayor Adams, has too much. Well, let's face it. After this, the Trump Justice Department dropped the case against Adams, the corruption case, or bribes from Turkey or whatever. That in exchange for whatever cooperation Adams is offering, the immigrant or deportation efforts. I think Adams has a Trump taint on him that voters aren't going to want to stomach and vote back into office. This is going to be close to home. This is from the Marietta, Georgia. European tariffs could hike the price of these products in Georgia. And I want to know, since I am a resident of Georgia. It says here, Georgia consumers could soon pay more for everything from French wine, which I often drink while I'm on doing this show, to Italian leather goods, to German electronics, to Spanish pharmaceuticals, due to the surprise 30% tariffs on European Union imports announced last weekend by President Donald Trump. The hefty tariffs could have repercussions for governments, companies, and consumers on both sides of the Atlantic. The EU is America's biggest business partner and the world's largest trading bloc. The EU trade ministers meeting Monday in Brussels said the tariffs are absolutely unacceptable and said they are studying reciprocal measures. Maros Sefcovic, one of the European Union's top trade negotiators, was expected to meet with the Trump administration Wednesday in a bid to stop the painful 30% tariffs from kicking in on August 1st. The tariffs also announced from Mexico are set to start on August 1st unless deals are reached. They could make everything from French cheese, which I love, and Italian leather goods, which I abhor, to German electronics and Spanish pharmaceuticals more expensive in the U.S. and destabilize economies from Portugal to Norway. Any retaliatory tariffs would be delayed until August 1st. Also, EU leaders warn look for increases in the cost of low-margin goods like Belgian chocolate, Irish butter. By the way, I just bought some Irish butter yesterday from the grocery store, and Italian olive oil. Well, I use Moroccan olive oil. The EU and Mexico are both among the largest U.S. trading partners. Last week, Trump announced 35% tariffs on Canadian goods coming across the border. So let's see. Tomatoes and other fresh produce. A tomato-specific free trade agreement in place between the United States and Mexico since 2019 expired Monday, which could cause tomato prices to increase. That's bad. Tomatoes are now subject to a 20.91% tariffs. Avocados, which accounted for 3.1 billion of the 9 billion worth of fruits, imported from Mexico last year, according to U.S. data. Overall, the U.S. imported $46 billion worth of agricultural products from Mexico in 2024, including $8.3 billion worth of fresh vegetables. That's according to CNN. Here are some things Georgia consumers could pay more for or be unable to find. It says wine and other alcohol. The Italian Winemakers Association said the tariffs would be a death blow to the European food industry and lead to price hikes for American consumers. The 30% tariff on wine would virtually be an embargo on 80% of Italian wines, the group said in a translated statement on NBC, or NBC News is reporting. Other alcoholic beverages could be affected as well. Cheese. Whoa. Francois Javier Ward, I guess that's how you pronounce it, CEO of Dairy Association in FNIL, it's a French Dairy Association, that Trump's announcement of the tariffs were a real shock for milk and cheese producers, and said the U.S. is an important market for them. Let's see what else. Shoes and other apparel. The budget, I'm not that worried. Cars and car parts, we know about that. This I didn't know about. I didn't know that that Spain was a source of pharmaceuticals. Trump said he would likely give pharmaceutical companies such as Eli Lilly, Merck, and Pfizer that produce drugs overseas time to adjust their business models. Wow. Semiconductors, Trump said Tuesday is timeline for implementing tariffs on semiconductors. A fundamental building block in U.S. technology is similar, but said is less complicated to impose duties on chips. Trump also said his timeline for implementing tariffs on semiconductors was similar in that it was less complicated to impose levies on chips without providing additional detail. Consumer electronics, medical equipment, and surgical supplies. So all this stuff is, Georgia and probably many other states are going to be affected by these tariffs. So there we have it, folks. Oh, let's see. You thought I was an Italian leather guy? Not hardly. Let's see. Adams is a lib, but not communist. Well, I didn't realize there was a communist running for New York City mayor. Who would that be, Brian? Mamdani is a Democratic socialist. So, all right. Well, that is basically all the news stories I have for now. Let's have a look. This looked interesting. I have no idea who this guy is. I have no idea what this is about, but the title of this video is called "Ignorance is Not Bliss." So I got to hear it.
And I just want to speak on, don't be ignorant in its truth. Ignorant meaning not knowing the scriptures, not knowing the doctrine, and not knowing the breakdowns. Ignorance is not bliss. God know these breakdowns, okay? When we come into this truth, when we wake up to the fact that we're Israelites, one of the first things that we learn is we learn how certain scriptures fulfill prophecy, but how they relate and how they correlate to our real lives, to our history. And when I say our history, I'm speaking about the history of the so-called Black Hispanics and Native Americans. We We learn through different books and chapters and verses that tie into our reality. And in turn, we learn that when you break the understanding of those scriptures down, you get the true meaning. Okay? Um, and, we're also learning from men that took their time to study. The Holy Spirit came upon certain great men in Israel of these modern times, such as the elder Abba Bibbins, high priest, or King Mashah, high priest Yaquab, high priest Ariah, even down to the 7 that taught at the school at One West in Harlem, New York. And, just speaking for myself, the Apostle Har, Apostle Gabar, Apostle Ricard, the rest of the apostles, Apostle Ramlab, the elder bishops, they studied, they studied the scriptures. They didn't just take what one man said and ran with it. They actually did like the Church of Berea did, and they learned the scriptures. And that's what we got to do. We got to be like the Church in Berea, okay? We have to know our history as far as what scriptures correlate to us actually being the Israelites. You got to know the breakdown of the 12 tribes of Israel. That's the thing that actually ties us into the book. How are the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, how are they the Israelites?
Well, please forgive me, humble presidents, but I'm curious. You know what? I've never I honestly, I actually know a Hebrew Israelite. He's a former senior chief in the Navy. Really good guy, but we've never really talked religion. Other than I know they exist, and I know that they're really good at quoting scripture. By the way, they tend to know their Bibles back and forth. Never actually heard, a Hebrew Israelite talk at length. So this is why I'm playing it. Just curious.
Okay? So you got to know certain breakdowns, man. You got to understand how the sun and the moon work. Okay? The Sabbath is not Friday to Saturday sundown. There's no Friday and Saturday in the Bible. There's no Friday and Saturday in the ancient world. All it does is take a Google. You got Israelites saying, well, see, the Sabbath comes in Friday evening, Saturday. No, it doesn't. It goes according to the moon. That's the celestial calendar. And the moon is on a monthly cycle. You can calculate it. You can do this on your own. They got smartphone apps, But you got Israelites that get stuck on an elementary school level of understanding the truth. That's why most Israelite groups, all they bring out is that the Israelites are black, the Messiah was black, and we got to keep the laws and the commandments. It's more than just keeping the laws and the commandments, because that's not even going to be what you're saved upon, keeping the commandments. Now you do keep the commandments, but that shouldn't be your focus on all your teachings. That's what, like I said, a very elementary school, preschool level of understanding you're Israelite. You got to get deep, man. Okay? You got to get deep. This is why GMS is the top group, because we get deep. We get the understanding to the point where, as Howard Shah said, I will give you a mouth that no one will be able to gainsay nor resist. And that's because we know the breakdowns. It's because we study the scriptures, we go into the law, we go into the prophecies, and that's the main point. You call yourself a prophet, but you don't understand the prophecies. And you got Israelites that are just winging it. They're supposed to be leaders of different groups, and they're just winging the breakdowns because they didn't sit down and study and get the proper understanding, and they didn't learn from men previous before them to get the understanding. They're just opening the book. Well, I never heard nobody break it down like this, so I'm going to break it down my way. No. Okay? There's plenty of videos on YouTube at this point that you can look up what the breakdown is. There's no excuse. Okay? It's no excuse to not know these breakdowns. It's given to you. The Lord said, "You shall see your teachers. You shall see your teachers, season in, season out." Okay? We hear GMS, we're here throughout the wintertime, summertime, springtime, fall. That's how the men of the Lord, that's how the prophets taught. They taught season in, season out, year round, okay, until the Spirit of the Lord moved upon Israel, whether it was for judgment, whether it was for salvation. Most of the time it's for judgment because our people are wicked, you know. But then you had the prophets, speak about the Messiah. And then now in these times, we're still prophesying about the Messiah coming. We still got to keep the prophecies as a main focus. You know, you got Israelites saying that the name of the Lord doesn't matter. You don't need to go into the Hebrew or the Greek. What kind of Israelite are you? You know, what kind of Israelite are you if you can't study? You don't have the brain power to study. Open up a book, open up a dictionary, go on your smartphone and study the Hebrew and the Greek. It's not hard. It's not hard. What's up, man? It's not hard. It's easy. Okay? Easy. All you gotta do is search it out. Like I mentioned about the church of Berea in the book of Acts. You know? We're supposed to have the whole truth. The scripture says that the Holy Spirit, Yahweh said, the Comforter will come to you. All right? And he's not no big black guy. It's a spirit. The Holy Spirit will come to you, all right, and comfort you and guide you into all truth. Not some of the truth, not 99%, not 98.7. All the truth means 100% truth. You're going to be guided into. Okay? So all the
Does she get mad at other dogs and they bark at her?
nah, you good. So, we're gonna know all the breakdowns. All the breakdowns. Okay? They're on YouTube. Now you may not like who's bringing it out, but you can go on YouTube and you can find the breakdowns on Genesis, right? The breakdowns on the law. I did the law myself. All 613 laws. Okay? You can find the laws of Revelation. You can find the prophecies. Everything is out there for you to get. Okay? Everything is out there for you to understand what the truth is according to the scriptures. There should be nobody winging it, man. Okay? If you're winging the scriptures, if you're winging the breakdown, Yahweh Shai ain't dealing with you. Point blank, period. Okay? There was only one group when Yahweh Shai was on the scene that had the whole truth, and that was him and his disciples. The scribes and Pharisees didn't have it all. The Sadducees didn't have it all. The Essenes didn't have it all. The Sanhedrin didn't have it all. Okay? Yahweh Shai was the way. He was the truth. He was the light. The life as well. So what does that mean? That means it's the same spirit back in the earth today. We're going to be in these camps, and we're going to be amongst more people that's going to listen to this truth in these last days, and they're going to have questions about the 12 tribe sign. If you don't know how to break down the 12 tribes, that's a problem. Okay? If you don't know the name of the Lord, because if anybody's saying that they're a prophet and they're a prophet of God, well, they're going to say, what is the name of the God that you come in that's going to do all these wonderful things? And you say, well, we don't really know, then ain't nobody going to really listen to you. Now, you can bring out scriptures and you can try to manipulate your way through the understanding of it, but at the end of the day, all prophets, even the heathen prophets and their gods, they got names. So that's how we know that there's only one truth. And there's only one way to break the scriptures down. But if you don't know those breakdowns, then do you really have the truth? Ignorance ain't bliss. You got to know these breakdowns. So that was just a little quick walk and talk. I just want to say a few words. Hey, man, you got to know it. If you're going to be a teacher, a prophet, these are the gifts given to the men of the Lord in order to serve. Of course, we're serving the Lord, Yahweh Shai, but we're also ministering and teaching the people with authority. You can't teach with authority if you don't confidently know what the scriptures are about. So with that, I hope the lesson was edifying. Hey, Shalom.
Sorry about that, folks. Let's see. Next up, let's listen to our little friend Barry White here.
Finish that topic. Taking accountability. I mean, there's just so much we can do with that. So many places we can go with that. So yeah, have a beautiful day. Thank you. Peace.
Man, it's like every time I walk away from my computer, stuff stops. All right, well, let's have a look at this. This is I rarely show Sam Cedar videos, but this looked interesting. Basically, the new Confederacy, how SCOTUS divides America.
Let's move on to the so-called birthright citizenship case, which isn't, again, directly about, it's not going to implicate birthright citizenship, I think, as much as people maybe anticipate. It might. But I'm also going to say, just, as a note, we talk about that section 1983, the assault on all of the laws from Reconstruction. I have always considered Reconstruction to be sort of like the actual founding of this country as we live it today, in the same way that rabbinic Judaism is the Judaism that we practice today, as opposed to when we had high priests and we were doing, taking a lamb and sacrificing it on the altar. We're living in a Reconstruction world, but this court really is trying to sort of bring us back to just 1864.
I argued, Sam, that people who frame this court as an attack on the 20th century, an attack on the civil rights era, an attack on the Warren Court, that's old news. The Supreme Court has won its battle against the 20th century. It has won its battle against the Warren Court. And talking about that is talking about the last war. The Supreme Court has...
Elie Mystal is absolutely right about that. Stop pretending like the war is still happening. MAGA has won. And so has, the conservative legal movement. Now, it's not a total victory. So, they're not, they can't declare unconditionally surrender, but stop pretending like there's still a war going on. What's up, Dave?
Oh, not much. This guy has a hairdo.
Yeah, you've never seen him before?
I don't recognize him, no.
Yeah, he has it's his shtick. He's Eli Mastal. He's he reports on, well, he's a legal reporter / Supreme Court reporter for The Nation, I think. So he's basically a lawyer turned journalist.
Moved
Oh,
on.
I came up because there was a long pause. I thought you was. I was just checking
the
on you.
19th century.
No, I got called away. I was talking to my son. He's heading out to do something, and I didn't realize these videos. I didn't realize Barry was at the end of her show. I'd actually been in her chat talking to her.
Who was Barry?
Barry White. She is also known as Happy. She is the only person. She's the only woman I've ever seen who basically bent Ignat over her knee.
Oh, Happy, the
spanked
Puerto
him.
Rican chick.
Is she Puerto Rican?
I think so. She was on
No,
Not for Humans.
not sis. This is a
No,
different.
I know. She was on Not for Humans last night.
Oh, she was on. Yeah, she was on last night. I went in and traded a couple barbs with Hood Conservative. But she's got her own show occasionally.
Okay, I missed that.
Oh, you didn't miss much because it was right before I had to start this show. So, a couple pithy comments and that was done. I see actually Hood is live now.
Hey, what time you get done last night, man? You was up late. Sorry.
I think shortly after midnight.
Okay, I passed out.
I woke up more or less on time. So I'm none the worse for wear.
All right, I was out
fighting what Eric Foner.
Yeah, well, you got kids. I sleep when I want.
Calls the second founding of this country. They don't like that either. They don't like the Reconstruction era either, and they have moved on to directly attacking the laws and amendments and statutes and precedents that came out of that second founding, came out of the Reconstruction era. And once again, they're winning. They're winning their second civil war without firing a shot. So we are now literally relitigating things, not that we fought about in the 1960s, but that we fought a hot war about in the 1860s, and we're losing. We're losing to this new Confederacy.
And it feels like they're not even arguing their way through it. They're just going, it's like they're just flicking a switch, essentially, and saying, we're just going to pluck, we're just hitting these switches and that's it. We're not going to have to argue or create some type of we're
just going to turn that off.
It would be fascinating if it wasn't so disturbing and having real world implications. This birthright citizenship case, it's unclear to me. Like, does birthright citizenship still exist? Will it exist? Are there people now who are stateless or could be stateless? And then there's the main order question is, can a single judge issue an order to stay a law? And that to me seems unclear. Like the whole thing seems still unclear where we're at.
Yeah, so you're asking a lot of questions that are difficult to answer because the Supreme Court's opinion itself was gobbledygook, right? Like you're kind of forced to guess at what they could mean because their legal reasoning was so loose and clownish again. I'll try to answer the question this way. At the top level, if you are a child born in this country after June 27th, 2025, all right. So if you were born on Friday or Saturday or Sunday or today, whether or not you're a citizen of this country now depends more on the state or county you were born in than whether or not you were born in America, right? Because what's going to happen is that some states, most states even, will uphold the concept of birthright citizenship, but some states will not, right? We'll have some localities, I can think of Texas as one, that probably won't, right? And so now, as you take that child who's born yesterday, literally born yesterday, and you fast forward 15, 18, 20 years, their birth certificate might not be enough to prove their citizenship, because they might not have gotten a valid birth certificate at birth, because this random local official in Texas on Sunday might have denied them a birth certificate because the Supreme Court said they could. And the way that they said they could goes to this nationwide injunction argument, right? So like for your listeners to understand, like an injunction is just saying that the government wants to do a thing, and we decide as the court the government cannot do that, right? We preemptively decide the government's idea, law, program, whatever is illegal, right? So if they had a law saying, hey, we're going to take all the Jewish journalists and kick them out of the country, right? You, Sam, might go to court and say, hey, that seems horribly unconstitutional to me. I would like a ruling stopping the government from kicking me out of the country just because I'm a Jewish journalist, right? And a court might agree with you. A court might say, yes, Sam, you're absolutely right. They cannot kick you out of the country. Now, before Friday, that ruling could apply nationwide. They can't kick any Jewish journalist out of the country just for being a Jewish journalist. But after Friday, according to the Supreme Court, that ruling can probably only apply to you, Sam. So you, Sam, went to court and you, Sam, got a ruling saying that you, Sam, as a Jewish journalist, cannot be kicked out of the country. And that's great for Sam. But what about the next guy? What about the next guy? What about the guy living in Texas? What about the guy living in Michigan? They have to sue themselves. They have to personally go to court to sue. Again, this obviously unconstitutional rule. They have to personally go to court and sue for themselves again and again and again and again and again. And even if 99% of them win, 1% of them will lose, and then we will have a two-tiered system where some Jewish journalists are going to be kicked out, but other Jewish journalists are not. And that's how it's going to be, according to the Supreme Court, until sometime in the future, perhaps soon, perhaps by next year, perhaps not soon, perhaps in 3 or 4 years, the Supreme Court will come back in and weigh in nationwide on whether or not Trump's unconstitutional laws are in fact unconstitutional, right? But in the meantime, there's going to be a lot of chaos and confusion and uncertainty because the courts took away this fundamental ability of courts to enforce the law against the president.
And isn't the sort of the paradox here, and I can't remember if it was KBJ or Kagan who brought this up, is that let's assume that, to use your analogy, you have Jewish journalists after Jewish journalists, they win their cases. The government does not appeal them because they're like, look, there's, I don't know,
clearly wrong.
10,000 Jewish journalists in the country or 5,000 Jewish journalists in the country. We know they're not all going to come to court. There's maybe like 500 will come to court. We just won't appeal that. It will not rise to the Supreme Court. I mean, it would involve essentially somebody losing that case and then appealing so that it would rise up. And it's quite possible that if it went up to the first appellate level, the government just says, we're not going to contest. And that way it never rises up to the Supreme Court. And we don't have a law of the land anymore for something that's in the Constitution.
For citizenship. And to go back to what we were talking about in terms of the attack on the Reconstruction era and the attack on the 19th century, we have tried to do citizenship this way before. We have tried to live in a country where whether or not you were a citizen of that country depended on the state you were living in, right? We called that the antebellum period of America. That was the slavery period of America. That was the period where as a black person, if I was born in Georgia, I had one set of rights. And if I was born in New York, I had a different one, right? just depending on the happenstance of my birth. That way led to war. That way was so unworkable that it led to a shooting war, because you cannot have a country where some citizens are more equal than other citizens, all right? We're not living on the animal farm. But the Supreme Court brings us right back to that situation of potential two-tiered citizenship in this case. The other thing that I've heard a lot from liberals, you were talking about how the government might get around this by just not appealing adverse rulings against it. The other thing I've heard from a lot of liberals is this idea of a class action, right? That because the Supreme Court has made everybody sue individually, what needs to happen is that everybody needs to come together as a class of affected people and sue as a class action lawsuit. You see this all the time in environmental litigation. You saw it all the time in big tobacco litigation, trying to form a large class of people to tell the government that they're wrong on birthright citizenship. That's a great idea. That's a fine legal idea that this decision leaves open as a possibility, except that you have to remember that the exact same 6 people who just said the government could get away with this messing with of birthright citizenship can just as easily refuse to recognize and what's called certify a class action. And the Roberts Court has been notorious historically in denying certification of classes for various suits, right? For various things that are like much lower stakes than what we're talking about here. And the Roberts Court consistently denies class status to citizens. So there's every opportunity that we'll be here next year talking about a Supreme Court decision that decertifies a class 6-3, and we'll be trying to explain once again how that allows Trump to mess with.
Let me help my Latino brother out. You know what? Apparently MAGA wants a nation of sheep, people who just kind of bleat complacently while they eat the green grass in the MAGA pasture. The only way you get better is to point out problems and work to solve them. It is utter bullshit, this point, that if the country's so bad, you leave it. Motherfucker, you stand and fight. Only cowards leave a good fight. So this bullshit, I will shit on points like this and laugh when I do it. Okay. You stand your ground and you fight your fight. You don't fucking pack up and leave your country.
Birthright citizenship, right? Because the Supreme Court, if they've done it here, they can keep doing it. They can keep denying people their rights to sue the government. And just as the last point on that, Clarence Thomas basically says so in his concurrence to this opinion. Basically, don't you try the class actions. Don't you try it, because if you do, we're going to knock it down. He says that in his concurrence. Does he have 5 votes for that? I don't know, but I wouldn't assume that he doesn't.
And lastly, is there a scenario where, okay, I'm born in New York, but I go to Tennessee, they don't recognize, birthright citizenship. Can they just, in the same way that like, in the early days of marriage equality, if I got into a same-sex marriage in Massachusetts, but I go to, Georgia and want visitation rights because my partner's in the hospital, you're not married to him. Well, I am, but you're married in Massachusetts. We don't recognize that. I mean, is there a potential scenario like where it's just like, we're going to deport, we deport you if you're in, if you travel to Georgia, even though you may be safe in New York?
Sam, that's the most likely scenario. That's the most likely thing to happen. That when you have, and again,
it's like a fugitive slave law type of situation.
I'm about to say, we've tried it this way before. It was called the Dred Scott decision, right? What was the whole point? What was the whole issue behind the Dred Scott decision, right? That my man went to Missouri. Missouri was a free state. And he was like, I'm free. And then they were like, no, you got to go back to Kentucky. And he's like, well, no, I'm free in Missouri. And the whole point of the Dred Scott decision was that actually a black man has no rights. The white man is bound to respect, right? It was this person, Dred Scott, who did have citizenship rights where he was, could be recaptured and re-pulled back in to a situation where he had no rights simply by traveling across state lines. That there was no such thing as forever free. That's exact. So when I'm saying it's the most likely scenario, the scenario that you outlined is the most likely scenario. It is the one based on precedent and history. It is what this country has done before. So absolutely, there's a situation. There's a possibility. There's a likely possibility that a person will have a certain suite of rights and protections if they stay in New York or New Jersey. But if they go to Pennsylvania, it becomes more questionable. And if they go all the way to West Virginia, they're done.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily.
Okay, Latino for Trump, you're slightly changing. You're slightly moving your own goalposts. The question that I often hear from the far right MAGA folks is, if the country's so bad, I've heard 12th Man say this, so you're in good company, Latino for Trump. If the country's so bad, why don't you leave it? Why the fuck would anybody leave their country? If there is a problem, you stand and you fight. That's what patriots do. Okay? Patriots love their country enough that they will expend blood, sweat, and tears to make it a better country. It's the cowards who want to leave at the first sign of trouble. And who cares this point about love it or leave it? That has nothing to do with your parents coming, you being a citizen or anything like that. I hate it when people move goalposts once they've lost on their original point. You don't leave a country, you fix it. That's what patriots do. Anybody who's suggesting that you leave a country once the going gets tough, that they are MAGA traitors. And you know what? This actually kind of reminds me that MAGA wants to take naturalized citizens and revoke citizenship. I guess if you complain and you weren't born here, they'll take your citizenship and toss you out. Is that what this is a preview of? Bottom line is, don't be asking dumb questions like that in my chat. Okay? Patriots stand and fight. They don't pack up and leave when the going gets tough. And feel free to hit the link. This is a point we'll debate, but I'm not going to take it easy on you. So this next video, I'm only going to play about half of it. It's a YouTube show called What a Day. And I forget this lady's name. She wrote for the New York Times for a while, and she got her start on NPR. No, it's not Corva Coleman. I forget her name. But anyway, she's pretty good. And this is titled The Terrifying Truth About Who Wants to Work for ICE.
Now we're giving ICE and other immigration enforcement agencies close to $200 billion to hire thousands more officers and build more detention facilities to do more of all this. Fantastic. It's Monday, July 14th. I'm Jane Coaston, and this is What a Day, the show that thinks that President Donald Trump waking up on a Saturday morning and posting that he thinks Rosie O'Donnell should have her citizenship revoked would be kind of an amusing side note if he were not the President of the United States of America, who already wants to end birthright citizenship and deport U.S. citizens. On today's show, it's been 1 year since the attempted assassination of President Trump at a rally in Pennsylvania. And the State Department is undergoing a massive reorganization, which really just means laying off more than 1,000 employees. But let's start with immigration. Specifically, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE. It's now the most well-funded law enforcement agency in the federal government. thanks to Trump's new disastrous spending and tax law. That's not great for a whole bunch of reasons. We could talk about plans to hire 10,000 new officers as quickly as possible. But first and foremost, let's talk about what, or more accurately, who, ICE has been tasked with detaining and deporting. Because even before it got all this new money, the agency had seemingly pivoted away from targeting all those terrifying criminals Trump promised to deport on the campaign trail. Now, the agency is more regularly going after non-criminals, your farm workers, day laborers, and folks who have been here for decades. And ICE data backs up that pivot. Of the nearly 58,000 people being held by the agency, more than 70% don't have criminal convictions. As they're sweeping all these people up, they're also building new facilities to house them, like Alligator Alcatraz in Florida. The fact that the administration's excited about that name tells you everything you need to know about where its head is at. Now, don't worry. Border Czar Tom Homan explained to Fox News on Friday that immigration authorities use all of the evidence at their disposal to determine who should be taken during raids, and definitely don't resort to, say, racial profiling. Oh wait, that's not what he said.
Look, people need to understand, ICE officers and Border Patrol, they don't need probable cause to walk up to somebody, briefly detain them,
Uncle Fatty, that's
they just
pretty
need
funny,
the
man.
totality of the circumstances, right? They just got through the observation, get articulable facts based on the location, the occupation, their physical appearance, their actions.
Homan tried to walk back those comments during an interview with CNN on Sunday, saying, quote, "Physical description can't be the sole reason to detain and question somebody." But as California Democratic Senator Alex Padilla pointed out during a conversation with the network's Dana Bash, that's exactly what's happening. People are getting detained by immigration authorities because of their physical appearance.
What if I was outside of Home Depot because I like to do some work around the house, not dressed in a suit? Would I be a target of ICE enforcement under Tom Homan? Probably.
And now we're giving ICE and other immigration enforcement agencies close to $200 billion to hire thousands more officers and build more detention facilities to do more of all this. Fantastic. So to talk about all the potential problems that come with ballooning ICE's budget so quickly, I spoke with Garrett Graff. He's a historian and longtime politics and national security reporter. Graff currently writes the Doomsday Scenario newsletter and hosts the award-winning history podcast, Long Shadow. Garrett, welcome to What A Day.
Thanks so much for having me.
So Trump's new tax and spending law throws nearly $200 billion at pretty much every aspect of Trump's draconian immigration crackdown. Can you start by putting into context how big of a funding increase this is for immigration and customs enforcement and for customs and border protection? How are those agencies about to change?
You could probably say that this is the largest funding increase for federal law enforcement that we have ever seen in modern history. That money is split between a bunch of different buckets to hire new ICE detention officers, hire new CBP officers, build new detention facilities. But altogether, what this means is that ICE will be the best funded, highest funded federal law enforcement agency in the United States. It will have a budget, sort of on the order of the U.S. Marine Corps.
In a recent newsletter, you wrote that by doing this, we're potentially, quote...
Hey, let me make a quick comment here. Jesse Lee, hey, good morning. How are you? Tom Homan was a key figure in implementing Obama's deportation policies. Well, that is fact. But let me tell you the difference. Obama was a better president, and he had kind of a sense of proportion. So he would keep a thug like Tom Homan, in check. Whereas Trump, you know what? Trump is going to let the dog off the leash. So that's the difference. Same guy, but I bet under Obama, dude probably even sounded more literate when he gave a speech. Under Trump, this dude sounds like, he's about to spit some tobacco juice at any moment when he's being interviewed.
Turbocharging an increasingly lawless regime of immigration enforcement. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so some of this has to do with the weirdness of how we treat border security and immigration security in the United States, which is CBP and ICE operate under a slightly different set of standards. They don't operate in conjunction with the sort of normal Article 3 courts standards of evidence that you would expect the FBI, the DEA, the Secret Service, the marshals to have to uphold. They have sort of different levels of evidence that they need to initiate contacts. And basically, they're just also not as well trained. And I think one of the things that really worries me about this moment is ICE all.
Oh, my buddy Latino, you are giving me all kinds of guff. This is the same shit you get with a toxic chick when you're arguing with her. You know, this is the most interesting thing about these manosphere adherents. Let's call them manosphere adherents. Everything gets compared to like romantic relationships. How is what this dude is saying anything like arguing with a woman? I don't get it. Why is everything compared to arguing with women? It is rather strange. Stanley, that's a whataboutism. Dude, Jesse Lee, you mentioning that Tom Homan worked for Obama is a whataboutism. So I'm just doing a whataboutism for a whataboutism. Tom Homan isn't working for Obama anymore. Essentially, let me help you out here, Jesse Lee, because I know sometimes you have trouble with English on your show. If we are talking Tom Homan and current immigration policy, and someone goes, well, what about when Tom Homan worked for Obama? That's essentially what you did. It has nothing to do with current events. Are you comparing Tom Homan under Obama to Tom Homan under Trump? Well, I addressed that. Under Obama, we had a president with a sense of proportion and with a brain, like a critical thinking. Hey, if I do this, what are the consequences? So a guy like Tom Homan, whatever in thuggish, secret police type tendencies he would have had, the Obama administration would keep it in check. Like, Tom, you can't go and racially profile people. Tom, you can't hold U.S. citizens, for hours while you're trying to figure out if they're U.S. citizens. Their driver's license is good enough, Tom. Under Trump, hey, Trump is like, hey, Tom, you're my bulldog. I'm going to take you off the chain. You go eat. That's the difference. And now we know.
Already has some of the lowest hiring standards, lowest educational standards, and lowest training standards of any federal law enforcement agency. And there's simply no way for a healthy law enforcement agency to grow at the rate and size and scale that ICE is expected to grow under this new hiring bill. And when we did this with the Border Patrol after 9/11, I spent about 5 years reporting on the surge of criminality and corruption inside the Border Patrol that followed that hiring surge. And it was a disaster. There was one CBP officer or agent arrested for misconduct or corruption every single day from 2008 to 2014. And even by 2017, the pace of arrests for misconduct or corruption had slowed to only one agent or officer every 36 hours. I mean, this was an incredible wave of corruption because they lowered their hiring standards, they lowered their training standards, and they put a lot of agents and officers into the field who never, ever should have been federal law enforcement.
Okay, that gets to the next question I have, which is actually what is concerning me about everything you are saying. In this current moment, who are the kinds of people who would most likely apply to be an ICE agent?
Yeah, this is where I actually get most worried, which is the people who are going to be attracted to being an ICE officer right now are almost by definition the people that we should not want to be ICE officers. That we have never seen in federal law enforcement a hiring surge take place amid an agency that is so polarized and so politicized as ICE is right now. The appeal that ICE has is for effectively, I think, the worst bullies in American society, which is, do you want to dress up like you are attacking Fallujah to go rough up some guys in the Home Depot parking lot? Are you interested in being part of a SWAT team that's taking down grandmas and manhandling members of Congress outside detention facilities in the United States? Like, if that's you, then ICE is for you. And that's a terrible hiring pitch for the types of people who are going to be applying to be this next 10,000 new ICE officers.
Are there even thousands of people in the country who want to do these jobs? They may talk like they want these jobs, but there was a recent piece in The Atlantic citing a few current ICE agents, mostly anonymously, and they paint a picture of a miserable workforce of people who don't want to be rounding up farm workers and day laborers at Home Depot or grandmas. They don't want to be doing any of this, but those are current ICE agents, not the people being recruited who are saying, hell yeah, let's do this. But are there that many people who want to do that? I am horrified of the answer in either direction.
Yes. And I think the answer is probably yes, which is there are 10,000 people across the country who are watching these headlines go by, watching these raids happen, and are excited by it. And one of my concerns in this is how we are tipping the balance of federal law enforcement away from the agencies within the Department of Justice, the FBI, the ATF, the DEA, the U.S. Marshals, and toward the Department of Homeland Security, where you have CBP, already the largest federal law enforcement agency in the country, and now ICE, which is on track to probably actually even be larger than CBP. And DHS law enforcement is just less grounded in the Constitution. It is less grounded in civil rights and civil liberties in the way that we expect in a free society. Border security and sort of border security zones just have different levels of civil rights standards than we are used to in the Department of Justice.
Here's what gets me. We're ballooning immigration enforcement's budget. We're building all these new detention centers. But notably, the new law doesn't include very much money to hire more immigration judges to hear all of these new cases, despite a massive backlog. In fact, the law actually caps the number of new immigration judges at 800. This weekend, we saw reporting about a new ICE memo telling officers they can deport migrants to countries other than their own with as little as 6 hours notice. What do you think this will all add up to in a year, even a few months from now?
Yeah. And again, this is where I think we have to be able to read between the lines about just how lawless and cruel this regime is going to be that we are setting up and funding right now as a country, which is, we poured $200 billion into immigration enforcement in this new bill. There was obviously plenty of money to throw around at this problem, according to the Trump administration. They only took the number of immigration judges in the country. And mind you, this is a system that is already working with like a years-long backlog, from 700 immigration judges to 800. So a tiny fractional increase, even as they double the number of ICE officers, increase the number of CBP officers. So you're going to be throwing a lot more people into an already backlogged and broken system. which makes clear, I think, to me, that their plan is to not respect any of the due process and civil liberties that we are used to in our immigration system, and that they are just going to be, throwing bodies in unmarked vans, getting them to planes, and getting them overseas to whatever country they're willing to accept, America's enforced disappearances, which is the term of art in international law that I think we need to get ourselves comfortable with, because these are not going to be detentions and removals like any system that we are used to. This is going to be sort of kidnapping and enforced disappearances akin to, I think, some of the worst authoritarian regimes of modern history.
Garrett, thank you so much for joining me.
I would say it's always a pleasure, but this wasn't actually.
No, it wasn't. That's okay. Let's be real.
This is for Latino, for Trump. Surge in U.S. concern about immigration has abated. The numbers are tanking, folks. And once again, here's the deal. I have said several times that I have no problems with Trump's goals, getting border crossings under control, getting criminals who aren't U.S. citizens out of the country, people who have no legal status here or expired legal status should go. The problem is not the goal. The problem is the method. Okay, Donald Trump wants to be all Gestapo about this. He doesn't have to be. He could get the job done, maybe at a slower pace with a little bit more deliberate thought, and people would applaud the job that he's doing. But he can't do that. He's got to go in and do the job with maximum pain. Probably the reason he's doing it is just to tweak the nose of the libs. That's probably the only reason he's being this cruel. And his popularity for this policy is going down, and he doesn't seem to quite get that. Much like COVID, Donald Trump is his own worst enemy. Okay, only Donald Trump can stop Donald Trump. And we've seen it happen in his first administration. And 6 months into his second administration, Donald Trump is stopping Donald Trump. Now, he's getting a lot of help from Stephen Miller and Pete Hegseth and Tulsi Gabbard, all these people who aren't up to the jobs they were appointed to do. But the bottom line is only Donald Trump can screw up Donald Trump. He's been doing it for years. And I suspect 6 months into the second administration, he's going to tank his own success. Some people are like that. Some people, they can be very successful, but literally they will tank their own success because they like excess. That is Donald Trump in a nutshell. No, actually, Brian Nichols, justice isn't cruel. It's the application of justice that is cruel. So try and get it right there, son. Try and understand my argument. My argument is not that Donald Trump isn't doing something Donald Trump should be doing. He's doing it in a way that's going to blow up his own good goals. And you know what? I'm not going to sit here. We have the Donald Trump history from his first term. We have deportation policies that were popular 6 months ago, and we see the polls dropping. I don't need to say much more. Just keep looking at the polls, folks. But do look at the polls. Those who were just kind of like in their own little silo, just going, "Ooh, Trump is right. Trump is right." Dude, y'all are not doing yourself any favors. And then in a year, people are going to be going, "Well, why isn't Trump popular? Why isn't Trump popular?" I swear, MAGA is the funniest cult. So anyway, let me stop picking on, the weak and move on to something else. So let's see, we got this. What is next on our agenda? I have no clue. I think I had something lined up. I think we might do a bit of a gear change here, something a little bit lighter, so I don't have to keep riling up Trump's base in the chat. Let us see. Oh yeah, let's watch this. A little bit of a change of pace. And this will be while I'm finding something else.
Can you believe this garden harvest was a result of thinning carrots? That's right. We started these carrots over 2 months ago, and look how much they've grown. Now, this is only thinning the carrots in between the spaces. Imagine how big the carrots are going to be.
I have carrots planted all over the garden at various stages. These carrots here were started a month ago compared to the ones in the other raised bed, which were started back in April. Once
Hey,
the
Wale.
carrots have reached about 2 to 4 inches tall, I'll go in and thin them. I usually do this in stages, first when they're at this height, and then a month later, which is even better because then I can get some baby carrots to munch on. Now, do you have to thin your carrots? You don't, but thinning them gives the remaining ones more space to grow, creating those big juicy carrots later on. I still have some leftover summer crops from a garden project that I did for my best friend's birthday, so I'm going to tuck them into the green stalk and change out some of my spring flowers.
Oh my Lord.
The weather is heating up and my spring crops are starting to look pretty beat up. I'm hoping to get them out of the garden in the next week. But these flowers definitely need to go today. Earlier this week, I went to the garden center to pick up some more flowers, and while I was there, I found this tarragon plant that I'm hoping to use for a salad dressing recipe. This little side table is where I store my tools for the garden, but I also use it to start seeds in the summer, and I also use it as a display for annuals. I think I picked this up from Marshall's a few years back, and it stays outside during the winter, and it's perfectly fine. I'm planting some dahlias I started from seed, and then I'm going to be planting some organic lavender. Once the dianthus and the stalk have finished blooming, I'll add some more summer annuals to this display.
Yeah, there's something ASMR about this.
I made a bit of a mess of this area, so I'm going to do a quick cleanup and put everything back.
Looks like a nice backyard. The XP on YouTube.
I made a mess of the green
I'm
stock
not sure.
too, so I'm
I'm
going to
not
clean
sure
that
what
up and
your
water some of the plants that we
what's
just
the
added.
XP.
This
I'm not
chair is so handy to
sure.
have in the garden. We picked this up at a home show a few years back for about 25 bucks.
I'm not sure what
and
you're
it's
talking
very
about there,
compact
Latina. What do
and
you mean
allows
by
me to get in
XP?
between the raised beds and sit down. It's hands down one of the best purchases we've made. It would probably be easier to use a leaf blower to clean this up, but I have this broom that I picked up from Dollarama on
Hey,
hand, so I'm just
Latino.
going to
Hey,
use
you
this
know what? Actually,
and then
good morning. I need
come in
to
with the leaf
change
blower
this.
and clean up
What's
some more.
hold on one sec. What do you mean by XP?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I saw that on my screen. It's like XP, and then like people have crowns. I guess it's like a system.
Oh, you mean in the chat?
Yeah.
You know what? I've noticed
Pretty
that.
cool.
I have no idea.
I'm guessing that's
but
new or something.
it's pretty much on in everybody's chat. I thought it had something to do with monetization.
Yeah.
Except
it does in a way, but not like that. It's just keeping track of like basically who's on your page, who's chatting, stuff like that. And then I think this
I have one. It reads top fans.
That's pretty cool.
I mean, essentially, it's metering who activity, like the person with the most activity in the chat.
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, it just started maybe a week ago that I noticed it.
Man. What the hell? They shouldn't have been doing this a long time ago because it keeps people coming back for more, man. You know, aside from the conversation.
Yeah, I guess. Well, you know, the first thing I think is if I'm number one, I'm typing too much.
Don't take it.
Maybe
Stanley, but you need to be active in the chat and in your programming.
But you know what? The thing is I don't know what it is about me. I get in people's chats and just start trolling. And
man, that's the beauty of life. We all gotta laugh sometimes. You make me laugh, man. So hey,
it's like
you get at me too. I don't get mad, man. It's just part of the roast. It's part of the roast.
Well, you know, you know what my favorite show to troll in is? You will never guess. On the weekends, Roz does a show.
Who?
And Roz is so Roz girl. Let me find it and I'll drop her link because y'all really need to start going. It's so chill.
Yeah, I like Roz girl. She's cool as hell.
And it's so chill that it's something about Roz when I say something outrageous, she just cracks this smile like, oh my God, I can't believe he said that. And I literally get into her, I get into her chat and troll just to make her laugh. I don't really care about the people I'm trolling. I actually just want to see her reaction. And that is strange, but I love doing it. I love it.
Stanley, it's not strange. It's like the same thing as like when I'm cooking a meal for everybody and I see everybody's face smiling. It's the same feeling that you getting, man, when you cracking those jokes and you putting a smile on her face. You felt like you did your job. So
like this poor woman is
Smiles
so chill.
It's better than being angry.
I've had people on her panel get pissed off at me. I mean, they'll go off on me in the chat.
Oh well.
And she's just sitting there cracking up.
I mean, shit, that's probably like one of her highlights of her day, dude.
Well, I don't know about all that. Let me find. I'm gonna play this and let me find her channel link and I'll drop it in the chat because y'all really do need to go over there. She does it like midnights on Saturday for 3 hours. That's the only time that I'm aware of she does it.
She the first time I ever got into this YouTube thing, she made me feel comfortable enough to get on the chat when I first started going on CT. She's like, oh, you should get up on there, say what you want to say, man. Don't be afraid. And yeah, man.
Yeah, she is definitely one of my favorites. What she is so
Oh,
chill.
definitely. Mine's too. What this lady growing over here? Just
In my last video, I
You know
talked
what? I
about my
have this
potato
is the first time
experiment.
I've ever watched her.
Is this herbs or just
And you
flowers?
oh no, she's growing vegetables. I haven't seen any flowers. The title is just June Garden Chores. The name of her channel is Black Thumb Gardener.
Stanley,
It's
I don't,
I ought to just
I,
subscribe.
I don't grow shit in the back anymore because when was it? 2 years ago, we grew some red peppers and some cucumbers, and we
Uh-huh.
were like, yo, why isn't this stuff like not growing any vegetables at all? I'm like, we saw 2 cucumbers the other day, and now they're gone, and we found out that the rabbits around here, yeah, dude,
Well, I mean, all you got to do, you just put netting over them, or it's pretty cheap to just get like netting.
like, but
I
don't
don't
they?
know if it'll.
Wouldn't they go under the ground though, and like go into the
Uh,
garden anyway?
you know what? I don't know. I'm more experienced with keeping deer off the stuff.
Yeah, see, I don't. We
I
have
don't know.
deers, but they're more closer to the highway than they would be into the city. I mean, you see them, but not like that.
Right. Yeah, I'm not real sure. I'm not real sure how. I've never had problems with rabbits.
Yeah, that's why we don't grow shit, dude. They eat it all.
You gotta. Well, try putting them in buckets.
Yo, dude, there's
But
so
I
many
think,
rabbits out here, dude.
damn. Well, you know what?
Yeah,
If there's so
so
many
many,
rabbits, what's the laws on thinning them out? Rabbit is good.
Rabbit hunting, right?
Well, hey, I've had barbecued rabbit. It's store bought, but barbecued rabbit's pretty damn good, believe it or not,
Yeah, my
over a
uncle loves
charcoal
that shit
grill.
too. I tried it a little. It's not bad, but I it's just the thought that gets me. You know what I mean?
Oh, let me tell you something. My wife and I had a tradition. Now, see, my wife kind of shared my morbid sense of humor. For years, every Easter, we would watch The Sound of Music on TV and we would eat fried rabbit on Easter Sunday. So, there were
Yo, that's
there were no.
diabolical.
Oh, and I had a buddy at work whose girlfriend had a pet rabbit, and I would like tell him about how good the meal was.
No, wait a minute. You were eating rabbit on Easter, bro?
Yes, fried. It was always fried rabbit.
Come on, man.
Oh no. Shoot, we'd feed it to my son. You know what? Hey, here's some fried rabbit. There was no Easter bunny type stuff going on Easter morning in my
Yeah,
house.
he came by, but he ain't get to leave.
Exactly. Drop your baskets and come over
Yeah,
here.
bro.
These potatoes were grown from a bag I picked up at the grocery store. It's growing really slowly compared to the ones I picked up from the garden center as seed potatoes. But it is growing, and I'm hilling the potatoes today with some more soil as it continues to grow. Hilling is an important process when growing potatoes. It helps to encourage the development of more potatoes along the stem, and that gives you a bigger yield. While I'm over here, I'm going to do a quick harvest of cilantro because we are having chipotle bowls for dinner. I haven't harvested cilantro in a while, and I want to make sure I get more of a harvest before it goes to seed.
Yeah, she needs to get that greener. Yeah, she should add some coffee grounds to that soil right there. That shit looking yellowish, man.
I need a bit more cilantro, so I'm heading to the next bed over to grab some more. I'm not joking when I say I tuck plants everywhere I can in the garden. If something happens with one bed, then I can go to another one for the same crop, most of the time. If you hear me sniffling throughout my garden videos, it's because I have really bad allergies. I know it's so
Oh,
sad
that's handy.
because I love
That's
being in
handy
the
for a
garden,
gardener.
but my allergies just get the best of me sometimes.
You see how she cuts it at an angle?
Mm-hmm.
She's doing
We
it
have
the right
another
way.
day in the garden, and on this day, I'm harvesting some sugar snap peas again. This is probably the second or third time harvesting from the same plant. I have two varieties on this trellis. The first is Oregon Sugar Pod 2, which is a snow pea variety, and it's great for stir fries. And then we have Sugar Daddy, which is your classic pea with very thick pods. I personally like the Oregon Sugar Pod 2. I find it to be sweeter than the Sugar Daddy, and it's very crispy.
You like
I've
peas?
been harvesting and freezing the pods
Do I like
individually
what?
and saving them in
Peas?
Ziploc bags for later on.
Sugar peas.
Yeah, the ones that she.
You know what?
Right there.
There's actually very few vegetables I don't like. Leeks might be my least favorite, but I mean I can
You don't like
eat
leeks?
leek soup. The first time I had leeks, I was on a Swedish heavy transport ship. On my first deployment, I came back on a civilian ship because we decommissioned some minesweepers. We basically put 3 of them up on a heavy lift transport, a Swedish ship. So I basically got detailed to come back. It's kind of like the guardian of the ships, me and a small skeleton crew. So I ate, dinner, with the, on the civilian ship it was like a 30-day trip. And they had like leek and potato soup. And I don't know why I didn't like it. It was just a seasoning in there that I didn't particularly care
Probably
for.
it wasn't made right.
Now, I have cooked leeks myself, and I like them just fine. I mean, it's in the allium family. They're related to onions. They're okay. It's just not my favorite. I mean, I'll eat them, and if a
Like in
recipe
Asian food, I
calls
don't
for
mind
them, yeah, if a recipe calls for them, I'll use them. But I'm not gonna go. Oh, there's a sale on leeks. Let's get some.
That's how I feel about how certain recipes will ask for a little bit of capers, and I'm like, what the hell does this do?
Oh my God, I love pickled capers. Oh man, I could eat those like candy. I love them.
I mean, but what like I don't know. Like when I make that chicken, I forgot what recipe it is, but like you had to
Is
add
it
some
chicken
of it. I'm like, what does it? Yeah, the chicken
piccata?
like,
Is it
yeah,
piccata that has?
I think it is. And I'm like, what's the purpose of this though? Like,
Well, they
I don't
give it
know.
a little
It
bit of a.
reminds me of It reminds me of like when you have a like when they're recording a music and then the producer goes, wait, there's something missing, and all of a sudden he adds the triangle sound at the end. It's like boom, now the song is perfect. It's like, what do you mean, dude? Like, was this necessary?
Well, it adds a little bit of a tart, like pickle flavor.
Okay, because I'm like, it don't taste like nothing to me.
Well, capers are like little mini flowers. They're like berries, but they
I did not
develop
know
into
that.
flowers. Yeah, they're
I really
pickled,
didn't know
like
what the hell it was.
pickled flower buds, basically. And the other interesting thing is you can get them in pickling brine, but my favorite way to get them is they'll pack them dry in salt. So before you use them, you have to soak them to get
You
rid
get
of
them
all the
that way.
excess
'Cause
salt.
I've seen them that way. I usually, if
Yeah,
I
but
have to get them,
I
I get
think
them in the
those are
jar.
actually better. They'll have a more salty taste, of course. And I don't think they're any more expensive.
A little jar is like $9.
You used to blanch them.
They're how much?
Like $8, dude.
Okay, well you know what? I'm literally getting them for like maybe I don't think they're even $3 down here. Like at the Publix or yeah, I don't think.
I think it's because it's not something that is like used like that. So
right.
So when people do buy it, it's like it comes out to $9, $8.
Dirty Dude, I didn't see the speech from the other day, but yeah, Trump has talked about his uncle. He's a physicist or something at MIT. Like his niece, Mary Trump, is pretty accomplished. She's like a PhD in psychology. There are parts of Trump's family like that don't deal with Trump at all.
At all. Like his sister.
Yeah, so I don't know his relationship with his uncle, but yeah, his uncle actually is like a physicist or something, taught at MIT for quite some time.
His uncle was also at the time too, when he was alive and he was working at MIT, he was also given patents from Nikola Tesla from the government too, as well. And so he was pretty smart guy.
Yeah, well, Trump trying to, have some of that rub off on him. I'm not gonna be mad at him.
That don't work that way.
Well, I don't know. Look, Trump,
you could say all
Trump
you want
is
about
not
your uncle, but
Trump is not
never gonna rub on you.
untalented. I mean, you can't say Trump doesn't have any talent.
I get that, but he's not MIT worthy, bro. Let's be honest.
Well, shoot, he graduated from UPenn. He transferred into University of Pennsylvania and graduated. So, I mean, he has an Ivy League degree, believe it or not.
Yeah, but MIT isn't like MIT like
Well, MIT is its own planet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, those engineering schools, those engineering schools are really their own planet.
Yeah, dude. Damn, did your son even bother looking at MIT or he had his
No, he Georgia Tech was his first choice.
Boom, wow, good for him.
And not only was it his first choice, he applied like there's an early session for application and then there's the general application session in the spring. He got in on his first shot. They sometimes will in the early session, it's for people, hey, this school is my first choice. If I don't get accepted, I'm going somewhere else. That's what he did with Georgia Tech, but he got what he wanted, and more power to him. Let's as a matter of fact, he's taken online summer classes, so he is literally dedicated. I have to give him that.
Then freeze them, but I just got lazy and skipped that step. This method of preserving is great if you...
You know what? Let me tell you what attracted me. This is a good-looking older lady. That's kind of really the reason I'm looking at it. It's elder lust.
don't have a big harvest all at once. The next garden task I want to do is to clean up my tomato plants. You can see that this bed is full and not getting a lot of airflow, so I'm going to come in and clip off some of the bottom pieces of the tomatoes. Remember, these are determinate tomatoes, so I don't want to get rid of too much or it will impact my harvest. If this was an indeterminate tomato, I would do a hard pruning and get rid of a lot of suckers, but since the suckers help to increase my yield, I'm leaving them in place and removing the other bottom leaves. Before I prune my tomatoes, I always clean my pruners. This time I used a 3% hydrogen peroxide solution diluted with a bit of water.
Come on, let's get it on like that one fin gay I'm stunning, you love it. Come on, give me something. I know that you want it. Come on, give me something. The night is young and so are we. So maybe you should leave with me. The night is young.
Lettuce variety is new to me this year. It's called
Let me tell you something. One of my favorite things to grow is lettuce. There is a thing about being able to go right out to your garden when you want to make a sandwich and just cut you some fresh lettuce, rinse it off, and put it right on your sandwich. That is living, folks.
I have a whole bunch of mint, and all I've been doing is mojitos this whole summer.
Yeah, there is just something super cool about having your own garden. You know, it's just I haven't done it in years, but you know, back in the day when I was up on the mountain, you know, my wife and I and my son, you know, we had a garden right out on the front lawn. I've told the story about, you know, I just wanted to see if my wife would let me. I pulled up a bunch of shrubs and shit because you know what, this isn't doing much for me. So I just pulled up all the shrubs and all that little landscaping right in front of the house and planted a fucking vegetable garden. And my wife was like, okay. It was less lawn to mow.
Pomegranate Crunch from West Coast Seeds. It's a cross between a romaine and a butterhead lettuce. I really love the red leaves, but the taste is also very good. We are back in the brassica bed and we're going to be harvesting some Asperbrock broccolini again. This one seems to want to go to seed, but it's not too far along. This is my favorite variety of broccoli, but if you're in a warmer zone, then I might not recommend growing this one. I do have other broccoli varieties in this bed that are more heat tolerant and are just starting to head. I'm hoping in the next week we can clear out this bed and plant our summer crops.
Hey, good morning, Stanley.
What's up, Wale? How you doing?
I didn't hear you. I'm doing good, man. I didn't hear you greet me when I came on. I wasn't realizing I was actually on yet.
You know what? I think when you came on, I was fussing about standing and fighting instead of loving and leaving your country. I think that's why I was in the middle of a rant. So my apologies.
I was just thinking of, looking at what you're doing here, and it's very interesting, of course.
Oh, really? What, the gardening?
Yeah, I know people call it gardening, yeah.
Oh, no. Well, you know, I think I've told you that, you know, I believe this or not, I actually get a lot of views. It's just never all at one time. You know, people come in and they'll watch for like 10 minutes, and if it's not interesting, they go somewhere else. So, you know, I get a lot of shit from Pony Boy, Palomino Ricky Z about, oh, there are only 8 people in the audience. But at the end, when I go back and look at the numbers, I've got like 400 people that watch the show. They just kind of come in and go at a high rate. So it is what it is. You know, I take a risk by doing, you know, stuff that isn't particularly exciting. But I do think people actually do benefit from seeing some of this more or less hard news stuff. And you know what? I'm just different. Well, I just don't like, you know, I was watching Not for Humans before the show today. I'm just not getting joy from watching 9 people on a panel talk about how horrible each other are, you know, men versus women, women versus men. It's so repetitive. It's always the same things. And I'm just, you know what, for a couple minutes and like, yeah, this isn't really going anywhere. You know, let's do something else. At least if you're doing the news every day, it's almost something different every day.
Hey, John, are you considered a boomer? I mean, Stanley, are you considered a boomer?
Well, I'm right. I'm like the last year for Gen X. I was born in 65.
Okay, I don't know exactly. I'm just trying to understand what all that means. But I saw on John Galt's thing, yeah, he said something about boomers on John Galt's, you know, station. Because I see you do both stations.
Well, no, well, yeah. I started out on John Galt's channel. The show did
Sure,
Stanley
sure,
versus
sure.
the World. And what happened is John got taken offline by YouTube. He was in YouTube jail for a while. And I'd had a channel for years, but never did anything with it. I had the capability to do a channel and just never did. So what I wound up doing, this was just last January. Since the Galt channel was offline, I'd like, well, you know what? I'll fire up mine and we can just stream from my channel until John comes back online. So that's how it even came to be. And you know, since I started it, I've just kept it, and you know, I do stuff on it occasionally.
On John Galt, you mean?
Well, no. I do John Galt show, but I simulcast it to my channel as well.
Oh, you mentioned the word occasionally. That's what I was.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I do stuff occasionally, like I'll do clips or I'll do standalone essays in addition to streaming the live show to it.
Oh, okay, that's what you mean. Okay, I get you.
You know, like you know, if I have like I've done shows on like the 5 laws of stupidity, you know, things that don't necessarily. So, and you know, I have like 2 or 3 videos just on that topic. I got a clip. That clip I showed yesterday on the show of Jay and CKJ3 and me talking about, you know, conservatives and, you know, the conservatives this guy should be reading and watching on YouTube. That's clipped and it's going to debut as a standalone on my channel. I think it's 7:30 tonight. So I do premieres clips every now and again. You know, some weeks I don't. Like last week I didn't because I was kind of busy. But this week, you know, at least one clip will get premiered.
So you're familiar with
But,
the scientific theory of stupidity?
I'm familiar with Dunning-Kruger, and I'm familiar with the 5 laws of stupidity.
Oh, the guy,
I've
a
never
German,
heard
I think his name
Yeah,
sounds
that's
German.
you're Dietrich Bonhoeffer.
Okay, he did. I watched his stuff, some stuff about him, and it was called the theory of stupidity.
Yeah, I have a clip covering Bonhoeffer. If you
I
go
guess
to my
that's the name.
channel,
I don't remember the names, but yeah, I guess that's the name. The
yeah,
theory
it's
of
Dietrich
yeah,
Bonhoeffer. Let me let's watch this, and I'll go dig up those clips. Might as well show them. It's been a while since anybody's seen them, so
Are you familiar with the Peter Principle?
I've heard of it. I don't remember what it is. Something about something about man boys.
Not really. It don't have nothing to do with sex.
No. I mean, like men who never really grow up, like a Peter Pan. Is that what is a Peter Principle the same thing as like the Peter Pan syndrome or whatever?
No.
You know, boys who basically who become men but never
sex.
really grow out of boyhood.
It don't have nothing to do with sex. Peter Principle works with.
Okay, I heard that part. What I am asking is, there's a Peter Pan syndrome or something like that. It's about it's about men who never really grow out of boyhood. That's what I'm asking. It's not about sex.
I'm saying it's not the same. That's all. As Peter Pan, whatever you're saying, is not the same.
I don't know why you're bringing up sex. I never thought it was.
I didn't
about
say
that.
sex just now. I said the Peter Principle and the Peter Pan principle that you described.
Tell us what the Peter Principle is.
The Peter Principle is that, matter of fact, I just Google it, man. Read it right off of the thing.
Oh, you don't know it off the top of your head?
Yeah, I do. It's the principle that a person will be promoted to their ignorance, as high as to their becoming competent. They're promoted to their incompetence.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, there's a saying that goes, you will basically advance to the maximum level of your incompetence. Yeah, okay. I understand that.
Okay. The Peter Principle states that an employee continues to receive promotions to work and higher ranks up to that point where he reaches a level of incompetence.
Okay.
And I was saying yesterday, Trump has reached that rank, a level of incompetence. He done now. And that's why everybody turning on him. His people got to turn on him. But anyway, that's why I mentioned Peter Principle. And just now I mentioned some other thing about this.
Well, I disagree. I actually disagree with, I agree that he basically is above his head, above his capabilities, but that's kind of arguable because I think he was elected because of his incompetence. Okay, MAGA has in populist movements in general, in American culture has kind of like an inherent anti-intellectualism, and populist movements in MAGA is like a populist movement on steroids because it's a populist movement who is led by oligarchs. Basically, these oligarchs are using Joe Plummer to achieve their ends. They're basically oligarchs dressed in populist clothing. But my point is, there is a distrust of experts. There's a distrust of expertise. That's why all these career civil service workers with years of experience are getting dismissed. The people with the experience know better. And, the story goes in Trump's first administration, he had former 4-star generals and, all these experts who were independent thinkers, like, oh, Trump, you can't do this. It's just not done, or it's illegal, or what have you. And a 4-star general is going to, who is Secretary of State or whatever, is going to be able to resist a president. And hey, I'll quit. I'll be okay if I quit. I don't need the job that bad. In this particular instance of the Trump administration, there is no check. And Trump wants people who aren't experts. They're easier to manipulate. They don't know as much. And they basically are loyal to Trump because Trump is their benefactor. So they want incompetence. Trump voters voted for Trump because he is incompetent, because he's not an expert. They think that, hey, you don't have to have a PhD to do the job. And a perfect example of that is our buddy Be Brave, and John Galt, for that matter. The minute you say, I read it in a book, they're going to shit on you. Oh, you read it in a book? Well, I don't need to read a book to know that. I see it on YouTube. I get that all the time from these guys.
Harvest later. But right now, I'm looking underneath to see if I can find all of the.
But this woman isn't incompetent.
Oh, not at all. She's making things happen, man. I'm looking at it.
Maybe Trump should be a gardener.
I am not gonna pull the weeds. I can't pull the weeds.
This is
miniature
bok choy,
Well,
similar to the miniature.
I have found no plant to be unuseful. I've no weed, nothing growing in the ground or from the ground to be unuseful. I used to think weeds were unuseful. I found out more than half of them are actually medicines, and they cure things they prevent things like cancer and all kind of stuff they do. And I did that about 10 or 15, I forget how many years ago, when I got involved in doing that kind of work. And it interested me to the point that I actually compiled a 400-page book about it. I could send it to you. I have it on PDF. It tells about all the herbs and everything.
If you look right at my little icon here, let me bring it up. That's my email address right there if you want to send it to me.
Oh, Stanley at I see you.
Oops.
The book I wrote it kind of informally, but it has been selling.
Oh, good.
And it's
Oh,
over
look,
300.
Slick Rick.
Yeah.
Slick Rick says that Bob kept him up all night. I'm not going to even follow you up. This comment is just too easy there, Slick Rick. I'm going to cut you a break.
I was like, wait a minute.
I'm
Pause.
going to cut you a break, my man.
Pause.
I was surprised
Yeah,
how long you
exactly.
were on yesterday, Stan. Sound like you were on all day.
I pretty much was.
We harvested in our last video. I wish I grew this in the green stalk because I think it would have done a lot better. Having it grown underneath all of these brassica leaves just created an issue and it impacted the size of the harvest.
Okay.
It's also very challenging trying to harvest underneath all of these leaves. I'm really trying not to break the brassica leaves.
I was gonna say, what? Did Bob fly you out?
Yo, that's funny.
Stan, are you growing now? Growing some sort of garden food?
No, maybe I will next year. I keep saying next year I will, but next year I actually
You did say
will.
that last year.
Yeah, I just didn't get a chance to.
I think I said that I would too, but dude, nah. I don't have the time, dude.
Now, my perfect life
While
would
I
be
was out here, I
to
noticed
hook
that
up
my
with her
new
and
rose
have
by
her
David
help me,
Austin
but
was
I don't guess
blooming
that's going to happen.
a generous gardener
Oh,
that I
was
found
that
from a
basil?
local grocery chain for only $33.
Ooh, she's
To
growing
me, that
roses.
was a steal.
Yeah, that shit beautiful right there. Wow.
Damn.
Like a little white, purplish color.
This is everything I harvested tonight. Let's
That's
head inside to
incredible.
put this rose away,
Man, that
and I'll
shit
show
is
you what I made for
beautiful,
dinner.
isn't it?
You like that?
Wow.
What's funny
Stan,
is
you like
Here's
that
a view
flower
of
there?
Asperbrock broccolini.
That what?
There's the one. There's a flower looks like that on a tree called Datura, and the flower smells like perfume. I mean, it's very loud and very nice, and it looks like that. It's
Well, I
white
mean,
with a purple.
I'm not that into flowers. Like, if I'm going to put all that work in the garden, I want to into gardening. I
Be
want
able to
something
eat
to
it.
eat out of it.
Yeah, same.
Having now there are certain nasturtiums, for instance, they flower, but you can eat the whole plant. You can eat the root, the stem, the
You
flowers.
talking about you're talking about like okra? Okra has a pretty.
Oh
flower.
no, it's a plant called a nasturtium.
Okay.
You can. The leaves are edible. It's kind of peppery. They're like a lettuce, but they've got a peppery taste. But the whole plant is edible.
Mm-hmm. 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 That's beautiful.
Oh wow. Okay, Dirty Dude. Yeah. I'll definitely watch it. I hadn't really been watching. If I run across a clip of the Daily Show and Jon Stewart, it's a clip of Jon Stewart, I'll watch. But I haven't really paid attention to the Daily Show for years. So yeah, I'll start watching it again. I'm usually in bed by 11:30, but I can still watch it.
It comes on YouTube about 9 o'clock.
The Daily Show?
Yeah, man, I watch it for the past year every night.
Really? Okay, yeah. I'll start.
Jon Stewart
Let me...
only does Monday. John is only on Monday. The other crew takes it over but John does the Monday shows.
I see.
And you can look at YouTube and see the ones they put on just yesterday and this week and all that.
Yeah, Dirty Dude dropped the link from yesterday's.
On YouTube?
He said it was, he said it was really funny. But I would show it, but I know they won't. They've got copyright stuff on shows like that, so I'm not going to even bother. I may run it through the algorithm just to see if it returns a copyright strike. If I run it through the algorithm and it doesn't give any sort of copyright strike, I'll at least attempt to show it.
All cleaned up.
Usually,
and then here's the baby bok choy.
Usually they would stop. Like I've seen people that would just stop the video and have a picture of Jon Stewart or and continue on with the story in the background, but not. They won't show the clips because they will get straight.
That's an idea. Let me toy around with it. I mean, basically they're gonna have multiple screens. I could probably figure out how to do that.
All cleaned up as well. They look so good. If you're interested in getting the recipe for this meal, type recipe in the comments.
Holy cow!
Oh, you liking that?
Oh, I love her and I love that dish.
What's that brown? What's that brown something?
Looks like stew beef or something.
Oh, I thought it was mushrooms.
Do you say it's snake?
I make mine with mushrooms. Okay.
Damn. This woman, I have subscribed to her channel, that's for sure.
It's down below. Here's a
Stan, you falling in love, man.
Add some kimchi on the side.
Well, as much as I can with a video. Someone on a video. I mean, I'm not gonna, get all weird about it.
What about that?
Right now, so I got ahead and
seaweed. You eating seaweed?
She's kind of my speed. Looks like she's age appropriate.
Okay. Are you eating seaweed, Stan?
It's been a while. Probably the only time I actually eat seaweed is if I get sushi, and it's rare that I get sushi these days. Though my son is like a sushi fanatic.
I'm going to end the video here, but don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to see more videos like this. And thank you for watching. Bye.
I will definitely be seeing you again, darling.
Well, Stanley, are you into that new age stuff like the sea moss and the purslane and spirulina?
Well, I mean, I will, if it's good to eat, I will be into it. But I mean, new age stuff, I've never really been into that. I'm not a real spiritual guy. I'm a philosophical guy. I'm a monastic guy. Like I could literally see myself in a Trappist monk or like a Trappist monastery with a vow of silence. I'd be perfectly happy there.
That wasn't you I was talking to. One of my friends, the guy I speak with, he's about you're about 60, 62, right?
I'm 60.
He's that age. And he was talking about prostate. And that's why I got into that conversation. Okay, I get it.
Oh, really?
Because he getting his prostate issues and stuff, he got issues. And I was saying that some of the stuff that, like I just mentioned, the seaweed, the moss, the sea moss, and the spirulina and the purslane, they all help that kind of thing. So it prevents it in a way.
I'm actually gonna check that out. Let me tell you a funny story, and it's probably TMI. But my healthcare provider, my VA healthcare provider, I'm past the age I should be getting like these manual prostate exams, but I fucking refuse to do it. I'm not gonna do it. And so the alternative is you can take a stool sample and like mail it into the lab, and they will like kind of screen it. Like if it looks like, hey, you need to be checked, if they come back and say, hey, according to this stool sample, you need to be checked, period. But just like for the fun of it, doing a yearly exam, hell no. I'm not into that. I don't care if it's for my health. I ain't doing it. If there's an alternative, I will do the alternative. And you know what? Now, if it turns out, well, damn, that was the wrong decision, Stanley. You should have been doing it for years. I'm just gonna have to eat it. I'm just gonna have to do this sounds horrible. I'm just gonna have to die because I'm not doing it.
The guy
on my tombstone, I'm gonna say I died a virgin. So
the guy
that
knows
is that.
he got diagnosed, like you're saying, and then he went holistic, herbs and everything, 100%. He's still doing it. He said it's working for him now. He's trying to present it to other people for free.
Oh.
He just, if they're willing to try it, he'll send it to them, you know, much for shipping and
Well, send me his information. You got my email address.
Yeah, I'll see what he do. Because everybody's temperamental, you know, everything don't work.
The misery of cancer's worse than a little fingertip. Well, you sound like the voice of experience there, Pony Boy.
Maybe he got a thumb.
Well, let me ask you two, whilst I'm here, have you all heard of MOOCs or MOOCs, MOOCs? They're massively online something college courses. I think they use like these big gaming sites. They might call them MOOCs or MOOCs as well. But years ago, like 10 plus years ago, colleges like Harvard and all these Ivy League colleges started offering like these courses you kind of audit online. You know, they would say, hey, some famous Ivy League professors teaching history in this case, and we're going to film it. We're going to offer it up online. And it's essentially a college course. You know, it's no credit or anything like that. They do offer some online courses that you can get like certificates for. Microsoft used to do it for some of their certs. But anyway, this is a MOOC, a history MOOC by that Eric Foner did probably 10 or more years ago. He's like that. He's a Civil War, a Reconstruction historian. He's considered preeminent. And he has a lot to say on the 14th Amendment and that sort of stuff. So they're like 3 different sets of like a minute and a half to 5 minute, like little mini courses that add up to so many hours. And I'm thinking about showing it if it's not too boring. Now, I could sit here all day and watch these. I don't know how people in the audience feel, but people pretty much know that I have a thing for, you know, American history. So I'm going to show a few of these, and since you two are up here, you can be my live test audience. I am perfectly willing to move on to something more entertaining, but you know, this is what I do, you know, news, politics, culture, you know, kind of the dry stuff, but stuff that I think is actually important, stuff that I think can actually, you know, be enriching, you know, even if it's just, hey, I have something to talk about at the dinner table or the water cooler. So, you know, consequently, you know, Bob is way more entertaining. CT is a better showman. You know, my audience is probably always going to be small, and I'll be monetized in 10 years. However, I'm, you know, like I told you the other day, Wale, I'm just not going to do, you know, I'm not going to do stuff that, you know, for the sake of a big audience or monetization or whatever. So that is my virtue signaling homily.
Welcome to week 1 of our 3rd online course on the Civil War Reconstruction era. Today we begin our
that
analysis
volume
of
is low, isn't it?
Reconstruction, the period after the Civil War.
Oh shoot, this
one of
isn't
the most
good.
important but most misunderstood and controversial eras.
Can y'all hear that?
We ended our second course with the end of the Civil War, the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, and
Assassination
by
of
that
Abraham
time, the issue of
Lincoln.
Reconstruction, or
reading
how to
it.
rebuild the shattered nation,
Yeah, is the volume
had
really
already
low?
become a major point of political debate. This week, we will look at what you might
That
call
sucks.
the historiography of Reconstruction, how an older view
Is it my
dominated
volume?
historical thinking for the first half or more of the 20th
I'll
century.
be right back. I need
View
to
that
make
saw
a quick phone
Reconstruction
call.
as a period of unbridled corruption and misgovernment, and how that view was overturned and reversed by generations of historians starting in the 1950s, 60s. We will also look at where Reconstruction historiography stands today. How do historians...
This is an important point that he makes. It was the 50s and the 60s. The Dunning School, basically, the Dunning School is a line of instruction of history in both college and K-12, where the South basically winds up being the hero. They were fighting for a virtuous cause. Slavery wasn't that bad. As a matter of fact, slavery was beneficial. You'll hear terms like the War of Northern Aggression in the South, that sort of thing. That was the Dunning School. Daughters of the Confederacy, all that stuff.
Let's think about that period now in the 21st century and some of the implications for American society of interpretations of Reconstruction. This is what I mean by the politics of history, how the point of view of the historian affects historical interpretation, and yet also how historical interpretation may actually have a profound impact on the world we live in. So we begin now with week one of our look at Reconstruction.
Please tell me the volume's better.
Today we're going to start our third segment here, which
thank
is the
goodness.
Reconstruction era and after, the period following the Civil War. Now, I have talked on occasion earlier in the term about what we call the politics of history, right? The politics of history. How politics influences the study of history and how history influences politics. And as I've said many a time, this is going on today. Here's an article from the Financial Times with a rather alarming headline: How Wars Can Be Started by History Books. History textbooks can start wars. That's extreme. He's talking about particularly, controversies all over the world about the teaching of history, particularly the controversy between China, Japan, and South Korea. In Japan, the new prime minister, or recent prime minister, is trying to stop history textbooks from adopting a masochistic view, as he calls it, of the country's history. That is reducing attention to some of the atrocities the Japanese committed in China and Korea during World War II. The Chinese are complaining bitterly about this, as are South Koreans. And this is the U.S. There's an article about the same thing in the New York Times. U.S. emerges as central stage in Asian rivalry. These, particularly South Korea and Japan, are fighting their battle over history here in the U.S. There's not one tenured professor on the East Coast who's not been contacted by one or another of these countries to get on their side. They have lobbyists lobbying state legislatures. For example, in Virginia, they
Sounds
just passed
familiar.
a law requiring textbooks to use the Korean name for the Sea of Japan, not the Japanese name. That's the Korean name is the East Sea, the Japanese. All right, so it's now a law in Virginia. We've got to side with the Koreans in their battle with the Japanese over the history of that region. Lobbyists are making a lot of money out of this, apparently, of both. And then other countries are doing the same thing, et cetera. Even Britain, he says. It's kind of weird. Even Britain, as if Britain never stoops to do anything other than the most, the most gentlemanly. No, even Britain is full of controversy about how history should be taught. The education secretary is suggesting that children are being given a negative view of the First World War. What other view can you have of the First World War? We should be celebrating the First World War as a great achievement for mankind. So anyway, the conclusion, there is nothing unusual in the efforts of political leaders to try to influence the way their nation's history is taught. By the same token, there's nothing unusual in history affecting the politics of a country or how we think about it. And that is really my theme to some extent. And what I want to talk about today is how we have thought about the history of Reconstruction and why it's important before getting into the actual history. Now, Reconstruction has a peculiar place in American historical consciousness. It's overshadowed by the Civil War, obviously, in terms of people's memory. Sometimes it's all but forgotten. Back in the early 1990s, the Department of Education did a survey of graduating seniors, about 15,000 of them from American high schools, and they were supposed to see what it was kind of a thing to identify things in American history. Now, 95% could say something intelligible about them. 95% could say something about the westward movement. 80% could say something about the dropping of the first atomic bomb. But the lowest score of all, only 20%, was Reconstruction. Only 20% of graduating seniors from American high schools could say anything about Reconstruction. Since I had recently published a 700-page book on Reconstruction, I found this disheartening. But the fact is that even though we may not know much about it, Reconstruction is part of our life today. That's the point I want to make. It's remarkably relevant. And even if we're unaware of it, it still has its impact on the present. The issues that agitate American politics today. Who is an American citizen? What are the rights that come with being an American citizen? What are the relative powers of the national government and the states? Affirmative action, the relation between political democracy and economic democracy, the proper response to terrorism. Every single one of those is a Reconstruction question, which was debated in Reconstruction. And during Reconstruction, laws and constitutional amendments were enacted that still are on the books today, shaping how Americans respond to all of these questions. Reconstruction is embedded in our judicial processes. Every session of the Supreme Court adjudicates issues arising from the 14th Amendment, which we will talk about next week, and the civil rights legislation of Reconstruction. Assumptions about Reconstruction still affect the Supreme Court, and what I actually think is a misinterpretation of Reconstruction that is embedded in the jurisprudence that is still alive today in the Supreme Court. I will talk about that. At the same time, the definition of liberty in the 14th Amendment, which, as we'll see, deprives states or denies states the power to deprive American citizens of liberty, among other things, the definition of that liberty continues to expand. It's the 14th Amendment that provided the basis, for example, in the last 10 years for Supreme Court decisions overturning laws stigmatizing gay Americans. This was not on the minds of the people in 1866 when they passed the 14th Amendment, but the concept of liberty has expanded, and the 14th Amendment gives the federal government the power to enforce it, even if the liberty they're talking about is very different than what was being talked about back then. Or on another issue, it is the 14th Amendment that has empowered the Supreme Court to overturn laws restricting the ownership of guns. That's another liberty, the right to bear arms, which they've said applies not only to federal government, but to the states in some recent decisions. Here's my point. Now, this is another thing that just popped up this week. Kansas school district apologizes for only inviting African-American students on a field trip. This high school in Kansas invited the black students in their school to go on a trip to an American Jazz Museum and a Civil Rights Museum. Now, what is the point? They said, well, that's only of interest to blacks. But my point is that is absurd. This is part of American history. Reconstruction, the former slaves were key actors in Reconstruction, as we will see. But this is a history that affects every single American. I don't care if you're white, black, Asian, gay, straight, whatever. This history is part of our lives today, and that's why people should know about it, even if they often don't. And when we face crises, people begin to wonder about what they originally learned about Reconstruction. Taylor Branch, in his book on Martin Luther King, tells a story about President Kennedy back in 1962. 1962, there were these riots at the University of Mississippi, Ole Miss, when James Meredith, the first black student, was brought to the campus. And that night, the 2 people were killed in rioting on the campus. Kennedy, following this, remarked, he said that, "I'm getting the impression that my Harvard professors misled me about the fanatical Northerners who tried to impose Reconstruction on the South after the Civil War. It makes me wonder whether everything I heard about the evils of Reconstruction is really true. Maybe Thaddeus Stevens had a good point," says Kennedy. 100 years later, he had been taught that Stevens was a sort of evil villain, but now seeing what's going on in the South, maybe that history is relevant to us. Or on a somewhat less exalted note, if you've ever read Bob Dylan's book Chronicles, he says in there, "I read the biography of Thaddeus Stevens." Let's look at Stevens, because the great commoner, as he was called, because he's going to pop up a number of times. "I read the biography of Thaddeus Stevens, the radical Republican. He was quite a character. He's from Gettysburg. He grew up poor, made a fortune. From then on, championed the weak and any other group who wasn't able to fight equally. He had a grim sense of humor. He wanted to confiscate the land of the slaveholding elite. He got right in there, called his enemies a feeble band of lowly reptiles. Stevens was hard to forget. He made a big impression on me," says Bob Dylan. I don't know if Dylan's ever written a song about Thaddeus Stevens, but maybe. So now the language of Reconstruction, at least some little bits of it, are still alive today. For example, the word carpetbagger is part of our lexicon. It's hard to escape. Whenever there's political campaigns, the word carpetbagger pops up. But that really is a Reconstruction term. We'll talk about what it meant or what it means. We in New York State are very, even though it's a negative, a term of abuse, in New York State, we kind of like carpetbaggers. 2 of our most famous members of the US Senate were carpetbaggers. Robert F. Kennedy moved here from Massachusetts, and Hillary Clinton moved here from Arkansas to get elected to the Senate, or from Washington. But they're called carpetbaggers, a Reconstruction term. In fact, in his book, Cultural Literacy, which was a bestseller some years ago, the educational theorist E.D. Hirsch, well, anyone who just lists 1,000 things and says that is what you need to know as an educated person, of course, a lot cheaper than going to college, but carpetbagger is one of the 1,000 terms you need to know to be an educated person, according to E.D. Hirsch. But oddly enough, Reconstruction is not on the list. So you can be an educated American and never have heard about Reconstruction. But if you don't know the word carpetbagger, you're just a sap, according to E.D. Hirsch. And of course, another phrase from Reconstruction, which is still part of our language, is 40 acres and a mule, the name of Spike Lee's film company, and also just part of dialogue in some places. A few years ago, Harper's Magazine ran which does kind of avant-garde sort of things, ran a discussion among members of an LA street gang with colorful names like Bing, T, and Ratneck. T said that I had a friend who left school because he found prejudice alive in America, and I don't have to stand it, he said. As a matter of fact, you owe my great-grandfather 40 acres and a mule. Now, where this guy T got this idea of 40 acres and a mule, I have no idea, but it's just part of the sort of discourse. Now, in the past 30 years, 40 years, among scholars, few periods, probably no period of American history has been the subject of such a complete reevaluation, complete overturning of a standard traditional point of view as Reconstruction. Beginning with what was called at the time the Second Reconstruction, that is the Civil Rights Revolution of the I think it was C. Van Woodward, the historian who coined that phrase, the Second Reconstruction. A flood of works appeared on the aftermath of the Civil War, re-examining every single aspect, political, economic, social, etc. And the result was the overthrow of an interpretation that had exerted a remarkably long-lived hold on our historical imagination and our political imagination, as I will show. This is what we call the Dunning School, named for William A. Dunning, a very prominent professor of history here at Columbia. The Dunning School is directly associated with Columbia University. It's part of our legacy, unfortunately, to American society. And it originated in the work of William Dunning, John W. Burgess here at Columbia, and a whole bunch of their students who did doctoral theses, published as books on Reconstruction in different states. Now, this view was that Reconstruction was an era of complete sordidness in American political and social life, the lowest point in the whole saga of American democracy. According to this view, very quickly, Lincoln, when he was killed, had planned a quick and painless readmission of the southern states into the Union as equal members of the national family. Lincoln's successor, Andrew Johnson, attempted to carry out Lincoln's policies, but was foiled by the radical Republicans, led by Thaddeus Stevens there. They were called in various works the Jacobins, the Vindictives, or the Radicals, motivated by an irrational hatred of rebels or the desire to fasten Republican rule on the defeated South, or, depending on the book, the desire to bring the South under the control of Northern capitalism, or some combination of all of those. The radicals swept aside Johnson's lenient policy and imposed black supremacy, as it was called, upon the defeated Confederacy. They're followed by giving black men the right to vote, for which they were.
You know, I want to make a quick comment on him describing the Dunning School. I would swear that about half the people that I talk to about American history in this John Galt space still believe what the Dunning School was all about. The problem during the Reconstruction era was the black people. So, you know, essentially, maybe what I need to do is start calling the anti-black blacks in this space. Maybe I'll start calling them Dunnings. I think it has a ring to it. I'll think about it, but I might just start calling these anti-black blacks. Hey, you know what? You're a Dunning. We'll test that out. See how it floats.
Completely ill-equipped. There followed an orgy of corruption presided over by these unscrupulous carpetbaggers, that is, Northerners who ventured south to reap the spoils of office. Scalawags, another Reconstruction term, which meant white Southerners who betrayed their race and cooperated with these new governments, and the freed people, whose role was rather ambiguous. On the one hand, they spoke of black supremacy, but actually, the basic account was that blacks were just childlike, ignorant, and manipulated by others. They weren't actually historical actors. They were manipulated by these unscrupulous whites. They were incapable, but the main point was blacks were incapable of exercising intelligently the political power that the North had thrust upon them. After much needless suffering, according to this view, the white community of the South banded together and overthrew these governments and restored what was called home rule through patriotic organizations like the Ku Klux Klan. So all told, this was the darkest page in American history. Now, this interpretation, which actually originated in Reconstruction, in the anti-Reconstruction propaganda of Democrats, of Southern Democrats, and in fact, these historians were not only total racists, but lousy historians, because they took at face value the charges, the accusations of Democratic Party propaganda without ever actually trying to check whether their charges were true or not. They just would take things out of these party pamphlets and say, oh, look how terrible it is. Nobody in this South Carolina legislature knew how to read and write. Well, that wasn't true. You could easily go to the census and discover they could read and write. But you didn't have to do that if you just believed everything the white supremacist Southerners said. So, okay. But this interpretation dominated historical thinking for well over half a century, which is highly unusual. We pride ourselves, perhaps wrongly, in the rapid turnover of historical interpretations. Our papers this term are little exercises in looking at that in many cases, how historic, but it's impossible to think of a basic outlook on a period of American history that remained fundamentally the same from 1900 to 1960 or so. It would be as if in 1970, people were still simply adopting Charles Beer's view of the Constitution, which he put forward in 1913. It just doesn't happen that way. But this view of Reconstruction, it was not only a scholarly matter, it reached a much broader audience through films like Birth of a Nation, which we will come to in a minute, which had its premiere at the White House under Woodrow Wilson in 1915. Very few films premiere at the White House. Gone with the Wind, the most popular film ever made in America, and bestsellers like Claude G. Bowers' The Tragic Era, published in 1929. Bowers, in colorful, exaggerated language, this great bestseller about Reconstruction told how Andrew Johnson, quote, fought the bravest battle for constitutional liberty ever waged by an executive, but was overwhelmed by the radicals. Southern whites, quote, literally were put to the torture during Reconstruction by emissaries of hate who manipulated the, quote, simple-minded freedmen, and in fact inspired lustful assaults by blacks upon white womanhood.
Maybe
In
Dunning
fact, in this view,
Black.
as another
You're a
history put
Dunning
it,
Black.
Rape
Yeah, I
is the
think
product
that
of
might work.
Reconstruction in the South. As if there was no rape in the South before Reconstruction. The thousands and thousands of black women who were sexually assaulted by owners were not, that didn't count as rape. Only what happened to white women was, if it did, was rape in the South. Now, I want to show you a couple of excerpts from this film, Birth of a Nation. It's considered by cinemaphiles a classic of American movie making by D.W. Griffith because of its panoramas of Civil War battles and acting and other things. The acting is very stilted, you'll see, and of course it's a silent movie, but I'm just going to show you a few scenes about how this view of Reconstruction was translated to the screen. Here is a scene. This is the uncrowned king of Reconstruction is Thaddeus Stevens, or Stoneman in the movie. He's sitting there surrounded by members of Congress and others. This is where the power, by the way, this is a complete myth. Stevens did not control the Congress by any means. He was influential. Now, another point about Birth of a Nation, this is his mixed race black mistress. You may remember from Spielberg's Lincoln, Thaddeus Stevens, Tommy Lee Jones goes home having stolen the 13th Amendment. That didn't happen, but and presents it in bed to the woman. They didn't go quite that far here, but there she is. This is the black Southerner. By the way, all the quote unquote black actors in this film are whites in blackface. No black actor could have been hired to be in a Hollywood movie at this moment. But anyway, this is just Stevens, the blacks, etc., and the beginning of the horrible events of Reconstruction He comes in, let's come into his, right, she enters him in. So even these are Republican members of Congress, but they're going to be alarmed when Stevens brings him in and says, this man is equal to you, etc. So in he goes. He's going to be one of the leaders of Southern Reconstruction, according to the film. Anyway, we're going to go to another clip in a minute. Let's just see him come in. Here he goes. Don't scrape to me. You are the equal of any man here. Now, this is supposed to be the most horrible possible thought, that he's the equal of any man here, you see? All right, let's go to the next one. There's just a few little clips. This is, let's see what it is. We'll go to our... now he's in the South. Now this is short. Here come some black soldiers marching down the street, and they push the two whites off the sidewalk. You see how terrible things are now in the South. This is just a sign of the indignities that are being perpetrated on white Southerners. The sidewalk works. Okay, Colonel camera on. Of course, he's quite offended by this. All right, we'll go to another little clip. Here's the Union. Now, here he is, our Southern Black, the Union League. This is the mobilization of black voters. They're all gathered. See, 40 Acres and a Mule is back there. You missed, on that sign saying equality, it'll come back again. It says some equal rights, equal marriage. See at the bottom, equal politics, equal marriage. This is the most horrible thought. And it's the crux of what the film will really be about ultimately. But anyway, this is the secret meeting of the Union League with soldiers around. But at least this is 1915. People remembered that there had been black soldiers. That was part of the living memory. That fades out eventually. But this is the political meeting, and he's going to go in and etc. So let's go to the next one. This is the South Carolina legislature with a footnote on the movie, historical facsimile, etc. And this is a picture of the degradation of democracy, as you will see. Good movie making right there. So this is what happens when black people are put into positions of historic incidents. This is not film, this is history. This guy's eating his chicken in there and being told he's not supposed to do that. He's got his liquor, see?
Wow.
Taking off his shoes. So you see that this is a travesty of legislative, environment.
Wow.
Now, this is all, harmless in a sense, but we begin in a minute to...
Now, I'm willing to bet that Be Brave and others have seen this movie, and this is the American...
Be Brave was the little kid at the beginning.
Be Brave was the page boy. He was out getting all the actors their lunch. I'm willing to bet this is the history that Be Brave actually watched and thinks he knows.
See the real danger which will emerge out of this. Not quite yet. All whites must salute Negro officers on the streets. The whites, you'll see, are all sitting there they're all dignified. They're powerless, but they're not out of control like the blacks are. White visitors come into the gallery. And here we will see, he sees the white woman up there. And this will later become the crux of the movie because the Ku Klux Klan arises out of his attempt to rape this white woman. So it's a defense of white womanhood according to this. And here it is. Intermarriage of blacks and whites is required by law now, according to this. But this is
it's required.
Anyway, there are other clips here you can look at if you want sometime on the there's the Steams again. But the point is, you know, Birth of a Nation had a tremendous impact. It was widely shown, and it also became part of an interesting court case in that. Well, I should go back. Well, a little stop in a second. The music is still going from there. Some localities banned Birth of a Nation. Some towns in the north banned it from being shown because after it was shown in some places there were riots, there were lynchings. It's an interesting free speech issue. Is it legitimate to ban a movie if it's going to inspire people to lynch other people? This went all the way to the Supreme Court, and the court at that time ruled, no problem. Movies are not speech. Movies are a business, and towns, cities can regulate them just like any other business. It was only after World War II that the courts applied First Amendment protections to motion pictures. So Birth of a Nation, but nonetheless, the NAACP tried to put forward an alternative film called Birth of a Race, I think. And in fact, the script of it is in the archives at UCLA, but they never got enough money to actually produce it. So, but my point is the fundamental underpinning of this interpretation was that Black people were inherently unfit to share in any kind of political power or civil equality. As Burgess, our professor here at Columbia, and a founder of the discipline of political science in the United States.
Sorry about that. Let's have a look at this right quick, because someone needs a little level set here.
I disagree with that statement over there, saying that.
What statement is that?
Politics. It's crazy.
Well, hold on one sec. This Deacon Dave just dropped this for us to have a look at. Now, this is basically the first slave owner in the colonies is Anthony Johnson. I don't think that's actually correct, but we'll go with it.
While slavery existed in the American colonies through the establishment of the United States as a country until the end of the Civil War, there have been many misconceptions about slavery in general. Most Americans are not aware that there were some Black former slaves and freemen who also owned Black slaves, and some became very prominent in politics as well, despite the racial prejudice that existed. Some Black slave owners inherited their slaves from their masters, who were themselves freed in their wills. Others were either born free or emancipated by their masters and then bought their own slaves. While
let me stop it right here, and maybe Deacon Dave will be no, Deacon Dave, I have no idea who Anthony. I mean, I knew there were Black slave owners. I didn't know about this particular one. But maybe you'll be good enough to come on up to the panel so I can inquire why this is like, okay, there were Black slave owners. How does that change anything? That's what I'm curious to know.
I don't know. I could be talking. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think that he might be saying that it was a classism thing.
Who cares? Does that make it right?
No, it don't at all.
Okay, so I'm well, I mean, Dave should come up and speak for himself because he knows what's going to happen.
It doesn't make
that there were black slave owners that pre-existed the United States. That's nice, but it doesn't really change much. There were black slave owners. There were black slave owners who were literally part of the. Well, after the United States was formed, there were black slave owners, but I don't see what the point of. I mean, it's an interesting thing to know. It's an important thing to know, but what does that change?
Yeah, but what was the majority of slave owners though?
Oh, no, Dave, I called you a black dunning. As a matter of fact, to be honest, that there were black slave owners who had some sort of political power. That actually defies the Dunning School, because the Dunning School, they taught that blacks couldn't be successful at anything. So, I mean, in a way, this is anti-Dunning. I can see that point. Maybe that's your point, that blacks could be rich slave owners too. If that's the point, it's well taken now, but it doesn't change that slavery should have never been. And you know what? My counter question is, how many of these black slave owners were at the Constitutional Convention? It means nothing. Okay. Once the United States was formed, blacks didn't have political power. Even the free blacks who owned slaves did not have political power. It doesn't change the argument. What it does is it gives anti-black blacks or Dunning School blacks or whatever the name is that I settle. It basically says, ooh, look, blacks did it too. Well, if your point is blacks were a part of white supremacy, that's true. Blacks are part of white supremacy in 2025 as well.
I think the phrase "if you can't beat them, you join them." I think this is where it comes from. I guess.
I have no clue whether. I guess if that's the way you want to look at it. Bottom line is, see, this is the other thing. For some reason or another, Deacon, and I plan on playing the video, but I'm trying to figure out what playing the video proves. That there were black slave owners. I know that. Most people here,
there was a guy named
most people
Johnson
in this
that was
space
slave owner.
probably celebrate that there were black slave owners. They probably have their own holiday, Black Slave Owners Day. The bottom line is slavery should have never been. I think if there had been more black slave owners in the political process, but that wasn't allowed. But had there been black slave owners, who knows? Maybe slavery would have never happened in the first place, but we'll never know.
I mean, dude, if you had money, you had slaves back then. Like that was just like
Okay, I don't. So few blacks own slaves.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was like a very small minority
Right.
of a number.
However, if I may finish, so few blacks own slaves that good. 1% of slave owners in the United States were black. Cool.
Others were able to buy their own freedom and that of their families. Who were these black slave owners, and how did they attain such a status in a white-dominated society? What set them apart from other blacks, and what made them comparable to whites in some of the colonies and later states? What changed in colonial society, altering?
And see, this is the narrative that is pushed here, that there were blacks that were comparable to whites. Sure, there are always exceptions to the rule, but if you step back and you look at actual power, blacks didn't have it. Good. There were some black slave owners.
All the
Guarantee
Chinese.
you. Okay, I don't know why you insist on interrupting. Bottom line is that blacks did not have political, social, cultural, or much of any kind of power. There are always exceptions to the rule. So thanks for that education there, Deacon Dave. Doesn't change my approach at all.
the status of indentured servants to lifetime slaves, and why? Who was Anthony Johnson?
Hello, I'm Colin Heaton, former soldier, Marine Corps scout sniper, history professor, historian, and book author. And we've answered these questions and other
This guy
issues
looks like he's
on this
dead and
segment of
alive
Forgotten
at the same
History.
time.
The vast majority of African Americans in the United States were enslaved, in all of the states, not just the South. Our first person of note is Anthony Johnson, who was born in Angola and captured
is
by Portuguese
Reconstruction
slave
we're
traders,
doing right
and
now,
he was
you know.
given the name Antonio. Then his captors sold him into the Atlantic slave trade. He sailed to Virginia in 1621 aboard the ship James. The Virginia muster, or census, of 1624 lists his name as Antonio, not given, and he was recorded as a Negro in the notes column and indentured. Antonio, later Anthony, was bought by a colonist in Virginia, but treated as an indentured servant, which was not unusual, and Antonio worked for a merchant at the Virginia Company, and he became a Catholic. Johnson was sold as an indentured servant to a white planter named Bennett to work on his Virginia tobacco farm. Technically, he was not a slave, because the slave laws were not passed until 1661 in Virginia, so prior to that date, Africans were not officially considered to be slaves in that colony. According to the records kept by his benefactor and the existing documents, Anthony was nearly killed in the Indian Massacre of 1622 when the Powhatan Indians attacked colonists in the Tidewater region of Virginia. On Good Friday, they raided the settlement, including the Bennett farm, where Antonio worked, and killed 52 of the 57 men present. Antonio apparently fought back and was wounded and earned the esteem of his master. In 1623, a black woman named Mary arrived aboard the ship Margaret and John. She was brought to work on the same plantation as Antonio, where she was the only woman present. Antonio and Mary married and lived together for more than 40 years. Around 1635, Antonio and Mary completed their indentured servitude, and Antonio changed his name to Anthony Johnson. He first entered the legal record as an unindentured free man when he purchased a calf in 1647. During this early period, free blacks enjoyed relative equality with whites, and about 20% of the free blacks in Virginia owned their own homes and property. In 1662, the Virginia colony passed a law that children in the colony were born with the social status of their mother. This meant that the children of slave women were born into slavery, even if their fathers were free, European, Christian, and white. This was a reversal of English common law, which held that the children of English subjects took the status of their father. The Virginia colonial government expressed the opinion that since Africans were not Christians, common law could not and did not apply to them, even if they converted, as Anthony Johnson did. On July 24, 1651, Johnson acquired 250 acres of land under the existing headright system when he bought the contracts of 5 indentured servants, one being his son, Richard Johnson. Under the headright system, if a man were to bring indentured servants over to the colonies, and in this particular case Johnson brought 5 servants, he was owed 50 acres a head for servant. The land in question was located on the Great Naswata Creek, which flowed into the Ponkatig River in Northampton County, Virginia. This was where Anthony Johnson operated his successful tobacco farm, and one of his indentured servants was John Cassor, who became one of the first men to be declared indentured for life, effectively a slave. Under the 1645 Virginia Taxation Act, all Negro men and women and all other men from the age of 16 to 60 shall be judged tithable. So after a fire in 1652 caused him great financial damage to his property, he applied for relief in the courts and won. Back then, people were taxed, not property, but indentured servants and later slaves were taxed as property. It is unclear from the records why the Johnson women were exempted, but the change gave them the same social standing as white women who were not taxed. In the colonies back then, one was judged more on their religion as opposed to race or ethnicity in general, so until the advent of actual legal slavery, upward mobility was possible for many races. During the case, the justices noted that Anthony and Mary Johnson had lived in Virginia for over 30 years and were highly respected in their community. In fact, a 1653 Northampton County Court document lists Mary as Anthony's wife. By the 1650s, Anthony and Mary Johnson were farming 250 acres in Northampton County, while their two sons owned 550 acres. They also had additional indentured persons under contract, but the exact numbers are not known. His son, Richard Johnson, also had his own indentured persons, probably given to him by his father, who were effectively slaves with a shelf life. At some point, if contracted, they would have to be set free. In 1854, John Cassor, who had been sentenced to indentured service for life for his escaping a previous owner in 1640, filed a suit against Johnson, claiming his indentured service had expired, and he went to work for Robert and George Parker. Johnson filed a freedom suit to get Cassor back, but Parker won. What is amazing in retrospect was that Johnson, a black man, was not only able to file a petition to the court, but he was able to testify and give evidence in the court, which illustrates the rather egalitarian system in place at that time. However, Johnson appealed to the County Court of Northampton County, Virginia, and the court reversed its ruling and sent Cassor back to Johnson in 1855, and Parker was forced to pay Johnson compensation. Then Cassor made history, as he was probably...
Okay, this guy's mangling the dates, not 1855, 1655, right?
The first person who was declared slave for life in Virginia. That means that his black owner, Anthony Johnson, was probably the very first slave owner in all of the colonies, himself a black man. There were...
All right, well, we can stop this here. Sorry, this doesn't do the trick, Deacon Dave. Probably a slave owner, isn't a slave owner, indentured for life. I guess you could say he's a virtual slave. If it happened before 1651, there were no black codes. So like the guy said, people were actually more judged by their religion than their skin color. This paper gets a fail, but thanks for trying. Not a slave owner, for starters. Black codes not passed. Blacks in pre-colonial America, if you go back and you look at black conquistadors, the system didn't become particularly racial until after the 1660s, and then it just got more racial as time went on. So again, my question is, what has this proved, Dave, that America hadn't perfected its version of slavery yet? Yeah, I think that works. So let's get back to actual history by a real historian.
Wrote, quote, "A black skin means membership in a race of men which has never succeeded in subjecting passion to reason and has never created any civilization of any kind." And it's hard to remember, but that kind of deep racism was fundamental to American social science until World War II. Race was a building block of sociology, of history, of political science. Racial inequality was just assumed throughout the world. And it was only in World War II and after that really comes to be significantly challenged. Partly, we'll give a good point to Columbia by Franz Boas over in our anthropology department here.
Hey, Dave. The reason I moved the goalpost, is because it needs to be moved, and the black Dunnings like yourself basically need to be taught history and basically how to think about history. This guy was not a slave owner. This guy, the United States had slavery basically enshrined in the Constitution. This Anthony Johnson character really doesn't. I'm still trying to figure out why you gave it to me, what point you're trying to prove. And I mean, you're in the chat. The link is posted. Come up and tell me what was the purpose of the video other than to tell us that there were some blacks who had indentured servants. There were black slave owners. Nobody's denying that. Are you trying to say that blacks did it too, therefore slavery was okay? Is that what you're trying to say? Don't make a big deal of it because blacks owned slaves too? Let us know what your point is. Give me something to work with. Stop letting me make up a narrative. Give me a narrative so I can critique. Otherwise, I'll just make it up.
I got a narrative, Stan.
The idea of
no, go right ahead, Wale. I need help.
The guy that they just mentioned, I forget his name, Johnson. It eventually came out as Anthony Johnson. Guys like him, not just him, guys like him would work and gain. They were able to collect money. It wasn't that abject slavery of Kunta Kinte roots. Like you said, hadn't developed to that level. It was still more or less indentured servant. Racism wasn't hard at that time either, hard and strong like it is now or in the Roots movie. Racism became a thing, like you were saying. So other guys had slavery was and indentured servants was a bond issue. People could work up on the money and purchase their slave bond, whatever that was, for however it became about. Some people had to pay for shipping when they moved around. Some people had to pay just a false fee, like you might get pulled over. I got pulled over for having no seatbelt and speeding, and I had just pulled off from the stoplight when the guy pulled me over. So he gave me 2 tickets for nothing because I had to pay them tickets though. So you could pay your stuff off, and then now they got nothing on me, just as the same as they would buy that. So some people actually paid their own slave bond, and then they paid the slave bond of their children, their wife, their mother, their sisters, their brothers, their sister-in-law, la-di-da, the rest of that. Now you got a bunch of niggas that own slaves because they own the bonds. Slavery was a bond business. It still is. I mean, in essence, it's a bond business. And they similarly with the indentured servants, they were able in some cases to pay their indentured servitude off by working extra, by putting extra money in so they can get out, or just by finishing out the time. It was either way with that kind of thing. So a lot of people say that, I mean, especially in the 1600s, early 1700s, yeah, niggas owned slaves and Indians owned slaves, and a lot of the slaves were Indians.
Well, for my intents and purposes, and I'm guessing as to why Dave thinks it's important in light of the video. Look, these anti-black blacks basically want to say blacks did it too. Stop beating up on the whites. That's really why he posted it. They feel that, hey, if a few blacks did it, then that takes the heat off of the white people they worship. Like Jay yesterday saying we owe white people a debt of gratitude. Even though they enslaved us, they also set us free. That's really what the point of that video is. Stanley, stop beating up on the white man because the black man did it too. That's really the reasoning. I'm just really toying with him. I know what the reason is. They want to take the exceptions and make it into a rule and take the heat off the white men because they're actually afraid that white people are going to get mad and start shooting up blacks and deporting them. That's what they're really afraid of. And I love mocking these fools. White people ain't going to do shit. We don't owe them a debt of gratitude. A few black men who are imitating white men, is not enough to change the narrative that America. As a matter of fact, it adds to the narrative that America is fundamentally a racist country. It was formed that way, and there were a few blacks that got to participate in the white supremacy. That's
Wait a minute. That white supremacy was a man originally, especially with Anthony Johnson. Anthony Johnson.
I don't care about any of that. My narrative is basically an American history narrative. And while I do care about Virginia history, the white supremacy hadn't quite gotten to a point in, say, 1666 versus 1766. White supremacy was still in its infancy. If you go back and you look at Spain's history in the Americas, there were black conquistadors. There were blacks who were, if you converted to Christianity under the Spanish system, you were equal to a white man, at least on paper. Okay, so you wouldn't be a slave if you converted to Catholicism. You could own slaves. You could be a conquistador. You could be a Spanish explorer. And Protestantism, basically, if Protestantism hadn't happened, it's possible the way slavery evolved wouldn't have happened. Okay, Protestantism basically enhanced the ability of, it enhanced the formulation of white supremacy. It enhanced what would become an American form of slavery. Catholics basically they allowed slavery, but they weren't very good at slavery. Protestantism was a lot more efficient. It was a lot less religious, and it was a lot better able to dehumanize people who weren't of a European background. So, I tend not to care that much that there were black slave owners. Lucky them, they were able to benefit from white supremacy because they were exceptional in one way or another, much like today. You know what? If you are not in lockstep, or maybe the better term is joined at the hip with whiteness, there will be people who, might throw a rock or two at you. But I'm sorry, I kind of cut you off, but I get real annoyed at these unsophisticated views of how slavery worked in America. And it's not like I'm some expert, but I've done the homework to know that a few black slave owners doesn't really change the overall narrative and the nature of what America is, was, and will be.
I was just saying it.
There are always some coons who will get ahead.
Samuel, that Mr. Johnson guy was absolutely not a coon. Secondly, he was one of the richest, if not the richest man in Virginia during his life. He wasn't following no white supremacy.
It is absolutely he was. If he was participating in the system, he owned indentured servants. He was working through the court system. It's just that race in America hadn't fully matured. Okay, he got in at the right time. Of course, he was participating in the English system.
At the time, it was there was a blending going on. That's how they get to America, England, and whatever.
Thank you very much. My point is that absolutely he was participating in the English system, whatever it happened to be called at the time, and he excelled. That's a good thing. I'm not saying he was evil. I'm not saying he was bad. I'm saying 100 years later, he wouldn't have been able to do it.
100 years later, what would that make? 70 something? Or that was the time of Cuffy. Cuffy did it 100 years later. Paul Cuffy, 100 years later, he did. Yes, he
did not.
Yes, he did. Cuffy not only was
I'm afraid I I'm afraid he was an exception too. There are always exceptions, Wale.
Yet Cuffy had a troop that he ran with. How? I mean, maybe it was a 5%.
Wale, there are
Of course.
always exceptions.
Exactly what I'm saying.
He wasn't your average black person at the time either. He had a background that would lend to him being an exception.
So do you, Stanley. So do I. And
Well,
so
you know what? Lucky us. But I think if we had lived back then, I don't know if that exception would have exempted us. What people don't seem to understand is bringing up exceptions does not change the narrative. In some ways, it adds or lends to the narrative. That's really my overall point. But thanks for educating us, Dave. Doesn't change the narrative one whit. And it definitely doesn't change Reconstruction history.
Blacks holding power was so outrageous, it spread far beyond this academic discourse. I was reading a biography of Allen Dulles. Allen Dulles, later the head of the CIA after World War II, a diplomat in Germany when Hitler came to power. What does this have to do with Reconstruction? Well, he went to see Hitler in 1933, and Hitler started complaining about Germany's plight under the Treaty of Versailles that ended the First World War and imposed all these penalties and financial burdens on Germany. And Hitler said to Davis, to Allen Dulles, how would you feel how would Americans have felt after the Civil War if the North had made the Southern states sign a treaty keeping them in subjugation? Okay. Well, without fear of exaggeration, Dulles replied, in fact, the way the North treated the South after the Civil War was far worse than anything France had done to Germany. The North even installed former slaves as judges. Hitler was astonished. Black judges? He admitted the South was treated worse than Germany. In other words, the notion that black people could hold some kind of office like that was a point of unity. That, as a horrible thing, was a point of unity between Hitler and the distinguished American diplomat there. They both agreed that was about as bad as a situation could get. Now, one might think, unfortunately, scholarship, which has rejected all this, doesn't always percolate out to the whole society. So one more thing, here's a letter to the editor of the Worcester, Massachusetts, not Mississippi, Massachusetts Telegram a few years ago, where there'd been an article about the Ku Klux Klan, and so a resident of Worcester writes in, this was sent to me by a friend from up there, yes, he says, your article talks about the Ku Klux Klan as a terrorist group, but it fails to mention why it was founded in Reconstruction. The film Birth of a Nation is a vivid account of this period. It was first shown to President Wilson in the White House. Judge for yourselves who were the terrorists. God bless the Ku Klux Klan. This is 2004. And the evidence is Birth of a Nation from 1915. So you see how this kind of resonates out and helps to shape public consciousness long afterwards. All right. Anyway, one could go on and on with this, but one of the key points here is, as I said, the politics of history. This view of history had powerful political implications in the United States, which is one of the reasons it lasted so long. That is to say, it overlapped with the actual racial situation in the United States in the first half of the 20th century, what we call the Jim Crow system, which we'll talk about down the road. I think that explains its remarkable staying power. It had a clear set of heroes and villains, very easy to understand, but basically it taught a clear political lesson. One, Reconstruction originated with the North, and therefore the white South should resist outside pressure for a change in race relations. In other words, white Southerners understand race much better than outside, even if Thaddeus Stevens might have had good motivation. Maybe he was genuinely a humanitarian. His policies created a disaster, and the South, this was part of the defense of the Jim Crow South. Secondly, Reconstruction was the work of the Republican Party. Now, Bowers who wrote his book, The Tragic Era, 1929, was a Republican newspaper editor, Democratic newspaper editor in Indiana. He wrote that book because in 1928, Herbert Hoover, for the Republican candidate, had been the first Republican candidate to carry some southern states since Reconstruction, because he was running against Al Smith as the Democrat, a Roman Catholic, and some Southern whites didn't want to vote for a Roman Catholic at that point. This was very frightening to Democrats, losing their... So what was the argument? Look at what will happen if the Republicans get back into power. Another Reconstruction. The South must stay united, the solid, united Democratic South. Otherwise, there was going to be another Reconstruction. And finally, of course, the alleged horrors of Reconstruction legitimated the disenfranchisement of black voters. Look what happened when they got the right to vote. If you give them the vote again, you'll have another Reconstruction. It legitimated the whole order of segregation. It legitimated Northern indifference to the nullification of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments in the South, because this view was accepted in the North just as fully as in the South. So historians provided the intellectual underpinning, the intellectual justification for the race system of the South. And it would only collapse, this view of Reconstruction, when the Jim Crow system collapsed. Now, there were critics of this view of Reconstruction, starting from the period itself in the 1920s, 30s. Howard K. Beale, a great historian, actually influenced by the Beardian view, challenged it basically said, the race issue really isn't what's really important here. We shouldn't focus on that. It's the economic changes. He goes back to the Beardian view that you're talking about the North imposing a kind of capitalist modernity upon the South. That's really what's going on. That wasn't a defense of Reconstruction, but at least he argued, let's get away from this whole question of black supremacy and to see what's really going on. But he didn't challenge the characterization of radical Reconstruction as a tragic era. It was W.E.B. Du Bois, the great black activist, scholar, poet, novelist, founder of the NAACP, etc., who launched the fullest challenge in the mid-1930s in a great book, Black Reconstruction in America, which offered a far more sympathetic view of Reconstruction and its accomplishments. We will talk about it down the road. And also offered a massive indictment of the historical profession, an irrefutable indictment of the historical profession in this country for sacrificing scholarship on the altar of racism. One fact and one alone, wrote Du Bois at the end of that book, explains the attitude of most historians of Reconstruction. They cannot conceive of Negroes as men. They just can't accept blacks as part of American life. But the book it had a big impact in the black world, in colleges, in black magazines, but in the mainstream colleges and universities, it was ignored. And indeed, to this day, how many years later, 80 years later, 75 years later, Black Reconstruction, one of the greatest works of American scholarship, has never been reviewed in the American Historical Review.
Wale, what does that tell you? Still there, Wale? All right. Well, I think it's
I'm still here. I was out at the banana tree filming it because I wanted to show you my banana grove, man. I got bananas growing. And,
really? That's hard. That's kind of hard to do.
You know how bananas grow? You take one sucker. They call them a sucker. The little plant, the little baby plant. They refer to it as a sucker, right? You take one sucker and put it in.
As a matter of fact, believe this or not, in my parents' backyard, we've had a banana tree or banana trees back there for probably 50 years.
There you go, my man.
They never really produced bananas, though.
Oh, you might have to keep them wet enough to produce. I don't know. I see some people.
Well, I think here in Savannah, there's enough rain.
It's enough. Okay. Because I noticed I had to keep mine wetter sometime during the year. Sometime during the year, no problems. But other times,
well, I think the winters here, it still gets, we're semi-tropical. We're, even Savannah doesn't have as much warm weather as Florida does, like South Florida especially. So, but I was gonna point out, because I didn't even realize this until Foner just said it. Black Reconstruction is literally just enough. Just Black Reconstruction alone, people should be, like W.E.B. Du Bois, when he was writing well, it was extraordinary. And Black Reconstruction is really an extraordinary book. I had no idea. I knew it hadn't been reviewed by like the mainstream academia back then. I had no idea that's still the case today. It's one of the best history books I've ever read.
Okay.
But I just wanted to point out that even to today, and this is 10 years old, so maybe it's been done in the last 10 years. I'm just shocked that such a major work like that has never actually been reviewed. And here we are 80 some years later. And I think that's a real shame.
Okay.
The premier journal, scholarly journal of American history, a sign of how it was ignored for so long. Well, with the civil rights era of the 1960s, the edifice, the Jim Crow system, and with it, the edifice of this old view of Reconstruction finally crumbled. A whole series of scholars began to devote themselves to studying Reconstruction in new ways, and virtually every assumption was dismantled, and new views began to percolate out. Lincoln did not have a coherent plan of Reconstruction. Johnson was not the defender of the Constitution, but a stubborn, racist politician who was basically to blame for the collapse of his own administration. The radicals now were seen as idealists, precursors of the civil rights movement, not just vindictive people who hated the South. Sumner, Stevens, guys like this had worked for black rights long before there was any conceivable political benefit to be gained from it. So you could hardly just say they were doing it to bolster immediate, political advantage. Nor were the radicals a cabal that controlled the Congress. In fact, most Reconstruction legislation was passed by virtual unanimous Republican votes and had widespread support in the North. It wasn't just a tiny group pushing this through. Even more startling was the revised version of Reconstruction in the South that began to emerge. One of the key works here was published in 1965 by Joel Williamson, After Slavery, a book by a South Carolinian white scholar about Reconstruction in South Carolina, which saw it as a period of tremendous progress. The establishment of the first public school systems, efforts at economic rebuilding, the attempt to create a interracial political democracy. Williamson widened the scope of discussion away from just the politics of Reconstruction to the vast social changes that were going on in the wake of the Civil War. We will talk about this, of course. And on our reading list today, this week, the book by Litwack, where we only have a couple of chapters, they're long ones, though, but which from the 70s, again, shows African Americans as key actors. That's another part of this revisionism. They were not just manipulated by others. They were not ignorant. They were not unworthy of participation. They were part of they were historical actors in their own right. And let me, as you read the Litwack book, let me emphasize, look at the footnotes. They're at the end. Look at the footnotes. The footnotes are an important part of that book because one of the arguments of previous historians for not including blacks in any significant way in the narrative had been there's no evidence. There's no evidence. Many of them were illiterate. They didn't publish newspapers very much. They didn't write letters, diaries. How can we say? Litwak's footnotes are there to show you the stuff is there. If you dig, it is there. The voice of the Black American is there. It is just laziness or prejudice to refuse to put it into the history. It's not that the material doesn't exist. So even though his footnotes are excessive, they're excessive for a reason. They had to force people to take this kind of material seriously. The revisionists went on to say black supremacy never existed. White Republicans controlled most of these governments. Effective power rested with the white governors. And there was corruption in Reconstruction, but it paled before the corruption in the North at this time, the whiskey rings, the Credit Mobilier scandal. We'll talk about all this. In other words, corruption could not be blamed on the former slaves. It was a national phenomenon after the Civil War. It did not prove the error, so to speak, of giving African-American men the right to vote. And then at the same time, the Klan came to be viewed as it was, as a terrorist, violent bunch of criminals rather than a patriotic organization saving the white South from out-of-control blacks. So by the end of the 1970s, the old interpretation had been pretty much reversed. The heroes were now the radicals and the freed people, and the so-called redeemers, the people who overthrew Reconstruction, were the villains, and Reconstruction was seen as a time of significant progress. But even so, this was the revisionism was a product of the Civil Rights Revolution. But as that impulse faded, new views in the 80s, 90s began to come to the fore. In an article around that time, I coined the phrase totally unimaginatively, but it has stuck, post-revisionism. I couldn't figure out what to call the new group, so I just called them post-revisionist. That's what they're called now. Instead of seeing the Civil War and Reconstruction as the Second American Revolution, like Charles Beard, or a reversion into barbarism, like Bowers, or a golden opportunity somehow missed, the revisionists, this new generation argued actually that radical Reconstruction wasn't all that radical. Very little actually changed. And of course, they focused on the failure to distribute land to the former slaves, the 40 acres and a mule. The political revolution went forward, but the economic revolution did not. The planter class survived the Civil War. They kept their land ownings in many places intact. Some historians argued that Reconstruction was therefore fundamentally superficial. And this mode of thinking extended to almost every aspect of the period by the 1980s. That continuity rather than change was the hallmark of the period. Racism survived. In other words, not that much happened in Reconstruction. Now, and also legal scholars argued, well, you know, they never went around. Thaddeus Stevens said, let's treat them as conquered provinces, but very few Republicans were willing to go outside the parameters of the Constitution. They revised the Constitution, but they didn't just chuck it away and say, we're going to do whatever we want. And constitutionalism itself was a barrier to far-reaching change, according to this, this view. And one can go further with that, that the schools that were set up, which are often seen as a great progress, critics of education began to argue in a good post-1960s mode. No, the role of education is just to discipline people. So it's just to make these blacks into willing and disciplined workers. It doesn't really empower people to get education, so let's not make a big deal about the schools. Other scholars, like Thomas Holt, in a very influential book called Black Over White, argued that class divisions among African Americans were part of the reason for the failure of Reconstruction. In other words, you shouldn't just look at the freed people as a mass, undifferentiated, that there were well-to-do, or at least better off, former slaves and former free blacks, and that in fact that they didn't really represent the interests of the mass of the former slaves. and that struggles between former free and former slaves kind of undermined the unity of Black political leadership. So this whole view was actually very dramatically different, because if any assumption had united the Dunningites, the revisionists, Du Bois, Williamson, you name them, it was the radicalism of Reconstruction. You can either say that was a horrible thing, or you can say, oh, that was a good thing. But the notion that Reconstruction was conservative was a real change in outlook, and not 100% persuasive in explaining an era where all contemporaries felt they were in the midst of far-reaching, wrenching, turbulent change. If you'd gone back to 1870 and told people nothing is happening, they would have looked at you in a very peculiar way, because everybody felt that society was undergoing rapid transformation, whether they thought it was good or bad. The post-revisionist view, I think, reflected a kind of post-civil rights era skepticism, that the great achievements of the civil rights era had not eliminated Black poverty, had not eliminated racism from American life. And that was then read back to Reconstruction, that the failures of Reconstruction were sort of because of the limits of change and the limits of aspirations, and that, in other words, the depths of persistent racism kind of foiled both the first and second Reconstructions, according to this point of view. Another irony is that this critique of Reconstruction, in many cases, not all, had the ironic result of relegating former slaves back to the position of being manipulated by others, passive victims of white manipulation. So the Freedmen's Bureau comes down and forces them into schools, forces them into labor contracts. This doesn't explain why African Americans wanted the Freedmen's Bureau there and demanded that the Freedmen's Bureau stay and wanted schools. If schools had just been, in other words, they were all mistaken. They wanted education. They didn't realize, like the new avant-garde theorists, that that education is actually just another form of social control. Well, by the late 80s, the inadequacies of this post-revisionist view were shown in the fact that the word revolution began creeping back into the vocabulary of Reconstruction. My book, which was published in 88, I think, 1988, the subtitle, not the short version on the reading list, but the longer version, is America's Unfinished Revolution. Reconstruction, America's Unfinished Revolution. I guess I have to try to have it both ways there. It was a revolution. It didn't quite accomplish what it set out, but it left a kind of agenda for future generations to try to deal with. But the revolution in scholars of that period, and even up to today, was not the Beardian revolution of industrialists supplanting agrarians in control of national politics, but emancipation being the revolution. It is the destruction of slavery which is the revolutionary dynamic of the Civil War Reconstruction era. What about today? Where is Reconstruction historiography nowadays? Well, as I said, the scholarship of the 70s and 80s and into the 90s was written in the aftermath of the Civil Rights era. In the aftermath of the terrorist attacks of September 11th, 2001, it's not surprising, perhaps, that a lot of historians lately have turned attention again to violence and terrorism in Reconstruction. Here is a homegrown example of violent terrorism in American history. A number of recent books on Reconstruction, including some aimed at a broader audience outside the academy, have infused the subject with drama by focusing on violent confrontation. So, for example, one of the best is by our colleague here, Nicholas Lehman, who was the dean of the law school for several years until relinquishing that post recently. His book, Redemption, on the violent overthrow of Reconstruction in Mississippi, puts violence at the center, terrorism at the center of that period. There were 2 works came out a few years ago about the Colfax massacre. We'll talk about that, the bloodiest single day of violent terrorism in Louisiana, Colfax, Louisiana, 1873, during Reconstruction. And there's a lot more literature on this, on how the government did or didn't succeed in combating terrorism. Obviously, that's on people's minds after 2001. Secondly, Reconstruction historiography lately has become more national. In other words, the focus of most writing was previously on the South. I mean, that's where Reconstruction took place. But the whole nation was being reconstructed in some way after the Civil War. The West in this period has generated a lot of interest lately. This is the period of not only fighting in the South, but the Indian Wars, the subjugation of the Plains Indians, the wars against the Comanche and Apache, particularly in the Reconstruction period. Huge chunks of the West were controlled by Native Americans before the Civil War, but the Civil War and Reconstruction, among many other things, consolidates national control over that area. In that sense, Reconstruction is seen as a continuation of the Civil War's impulse toward national consolidation. We talked about that, the nationalization of things. Reconstruction continues that in trying to bring the South in a new way, trying to bring the West in, the expansion of national power in the West. In addition, in the last 10 years or so, as the language of empire entered American political discourse with the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, scholars began to look at, again, the enhancement of the power of the national state and its imperial drive during Reconstruction. Even as the struggle between Andrew Johnson and Congress reached its climax, the United States acquired Alaska, which was one part of an imperial agenda long advocated by Seward, still Secretary of State. Under President Grant in Reconstruction, the U.S. tried to annex the Dominican Republic. Didn't work, but this business of looking for possessions outside of the continental United States, well, I guess Alaska's in the continent, but not the proximity of the continental United States, begins in Reconstruction, according to this argument, and will reach its fruition later in the Spanish-American War. At the same time, scholars showed, and I think this is interesting work, that the failure of Reconstruction became an international ideology, not just one within the United States. The notion that the failure of Reconstruction showed the incapacity of non-white peoples for self-government. A couple of Australian scholars, Lake and Reynolds, wrote a really interesting book a few years ago called Drawing the Global Color Line. This is an example of what they call the internationalization or globalization or whatever you want to call it of U.S. history, trying to see how U.S. history kind of fits into a broader international framework. Well, what they argue is that in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, that was a time of a kind of global sense of fraternity among self-described Anglo-Saxon nations, which included the United States, South Africa, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. All of these countries studied and adapted each other's racial policies. U.S. segregation influenced apartheid in South Africa. Exclusion of Chinese in one country was followed by exclusion of Chinese in another country. The Bible of these movements, according to them, was the work, The American Commonwealth, by the British writer James Bryce, who came to the United States and published this book in 1888, after Reconstruction's over. The American Commonwealth is mostly about political processes in America, but part of it is about Reconstruction as a time of corruption, misgovernment, caused by the enfranchisement of the former slaves. Bryce proved, in quotes, that blacks and Chinese and Aboriginal people were unfit to be citizens. And his book and his writings on Reconstruction were cited in the parliament in Australia, in South Africa. The failure of Reconstruction became, as they say, the key history lesson in the effort to create white men's, or what they call white Australia, the white Australian policy, or the apartheid policy in South Africa. Reconstruction proved the impossibility of multiracial democracy. If anyone ever said, well, why shouldn't we give some of these non-whites the right to vote? The horrors of Reconstruction would be pulled up in order to refute that. So as Du Bois pointed out in his book, Black Reconstruction, what Du Bois argued was Reconstruction was fundamentally an episode in the history of democracy. An episode in the history of democracy. For a moment, there was real democracy in the United States, then it was destroyed, and that had reverberations across the globe. So another trend then right now is this expansion of Reconstruction out of the South to the West and even beyond the borders of the United States. On the other hand, since historians are always doing many different things, there's a lot of local work going on stressing the complexities of what happened after the Civil War in the South, different places undergoing different kinds of local reconstruction. And probably the most important work is about gender and Reconstruction, a subject which had not gotten very much attention until relatively recently, and how the experience of women, both Black and white, differed in significant ways from that of men. That emancipation was experienced differently by Black women. And we will talk about this too. I'm just laying out ideas to bear in mind. Emancipation looms large, but the local variations and differences of how different kinds of people in different regions experience it is now a major subject of investigation. But at the same time, I think recent histories of Reconstruction tend to, like the post-revisionists, give as much emphasis to the disappointments of freedom as to the accomplishments. Or they emphasize goals other than freedom, such as equality or fraternity, and emphasize how Reconstruction did not come close to achieving those things. Where once the abolition of slavery was seen as the watershed of African American life, and that idea is epitomized in probably the most influential textbook of African American history ever written by John Hope Franklin, From Slavery to Freedom. You see, the title just tells you the story. That's the African American story, from slavery to freedom, with, of course, the end of slavery being the pivot. But today, historians have been emphasizing the inadequacy of the freedom brought about by the Civil War and the continued subordination of African Americans long after the Civil War had ended. Stephen Kantrowitz, a scholar at Wisconsin, wrote a book a couple of years ago called More Than Freedom. More than freedom. People need more than freedom. Don't just celebrate emancipation. And in fact, his section on the Reconstruction era is called The Disappointments of Citizenship. It's a disappointment just gaining political and civil rights. So that tendency is still out there to say the real problem, Reconstruction was a tragic era, not because, as Bowers said, it unleashed a bunch of savage people to run amok in the South, but because it didn't achieve what it might have or should have and left that to future generations. And finally, there's an expansion of Reconstruction, you might say chronologically. Just as I've said before, everything is long nowadays to historians, so we now have a long Reconstruction. Down to the turn of the century, like the long emancipation or the long civil rights movement. And important works have looked at politics in the South and Black politics in the South after the end of Reconstruction. In other words, they make the very important point, not everything ended in 1877, when we normally date the end of Reconstruction. So you have to really go all the way down to the imposition of a new racial system in the South, which doesn't really come about till around 1900, to see the end of this long Reconstruction. And we will talk about that a little bit later. But all that work,
Let me pause this right here. I got one last video. We'll catch up with that tomorrow morning. But I want to show Irony here. He just dropped this, and then I'm going to wrap this puppy up.
America, in this time of woe and want, it's not obvious why one should study philosophy. So I am going to tell you. One thing philosophy does is that it helps you look at regular things in more meaningful ways, or it helps you understand what meaningful is, so that when you look at things that are meaningful, or when you interact in a meaningful way in some of your relationships, you'll understand what you're doing, so you'll be able to do it with a little bit more intentionality, and you'll actually be able to do things on purpose, and so you'll have more meaningful actions, because if you don't know what you're doing, it doesn't really matter how meaningful it is, because you don't know that you're doing it. And so you won't remember it, and other people won't remember it as for the thing that you're doing. So you don't really understand what you're doing. And if you don't really understand what you're doing, are you really doing it? Are you really? If you don't really understand what you're doing? In criminal justice, we understand that what's in your mind actually matters to the quality of your action. But in general, if you don't understand what you're doing, then it's not really clear that you understand that you're actually doing it. So what does that have to do with Plato, the Meno, and the Symposium, right? So in the Meno, Socrates gets charged with shocking his interlocutors. Interlocutors are the people he speaks with, or numbing them. It's actually, the Greek is narkon, which we get the word narcotics. It's a form of numbing. The people are dumbfounded. They speak with them about something that they used to, when they speak with other people, are very eloquent, and they can speak with aplomb and cheerful readiness and eloquence. And usually when they speak about a matter such as justice or piety or virtue or anything like that, people applaud. But when they speak with Socrates about these same issues, he leads them in a series of questions that kind of undermines the base of their knowledge or their beliefs in a way that perplexes them, because it turns out that they didn't know what they thought they knew, but they thought they knew it, so they used to speak comfortably about it. And it turns out that when they speak with him, they come to confront the fact that they don't know what they thought they knew, and they're still curious in some ways, oftentimes, but they don't have a base of knowledge to interact with and to jump off from, to develop from, so they can't really go forward, right? Because the conventional way of doing things is shown to be fundamentally inadequate, right? So before, they would speak eloquently about things they didn't know, but they thought they knew. Now they are aware that they don't know what they're talking about, and they have nothing to say. And sometimes they get resentful. Sometimes they try to ghost from the conversation. If they're rich, they usually leave the conversation because other aspects of their life are working for them. If they're not, then if they're really curious, they stay sometimes and try to keep up. And then in Meno, there's a very interesting kind of situation, because Socrates is doing this with a slave boy who can't leave. So he has to kind of endure this numbing. So the slave boy thought he knew something that he didn't know, and then he now has to confront the fact that he didn't know it and can't leave. So you just see the process of what I consider philosophical development, where you actually, now that you are aware of that you don't know something that you thought you knew, you have to kind of confront not just the thing that you didn't know, you have to confront yourself. And this is where it gets interesting for questions of the AI. This is where you can bring in the Symposium, a different dialogue, where the changes in the qualities of the object of inquiry actually suggest changes in yourself, right? So it's not just that you had the answer wrong and you got to get the right answer now. You had the answer wrong in a qualitatively important way that you just need to go deeper into the thing. And that calls you to go deeper into yourself, because you, as the subject of the investigation, are related to the object of the investigation in a way that's different from how you thought you were related to the object of investigation. It's not what you thought it was in a way that means that you're not what you thought you were. And that is real philosophical advance. It changes the subject, or it implicates the subjectivity of the subject. It's not just, well, I thought it was black and it turns out it's beige. No, I thought it was black and it turns out that color isn't what I thought it was. So what else does it implicate? Color isn't what I thought it is. So what else is implicated in that and in myself? And why did I think that? So like there are deeper issues. And how this goes to the symposium is that in the symposium there's a famous speech given by Diotima when she talks about they're called the ladder of love. First, you see beauty in bodies. Then you see of beauty in a single body. And you're like, that's a beautiful body. And then you're like, well, that's not real beauty because you see it in other bodies. So you say like real beauty is what's realized in all of these other bodies. And that's instantialized in this body. So it's incorporated in this body, but it's actually not this body. It's actually, you see it in other bodies. And then you think real beauty is actually the laws that govern what's instantiated in all of these bodies, and you just kind of keep going up and you keep abstracting from the particular thing to get to what real beauty is, which is an idea that's imperfectly abstracted. It's imperfectly abstracted. I'll just keep talking. That's imperfectly abstracted in all of these other bodies, but the bodies incorporate beauty in it. So you can get to the idea of beauty from the body, but it's not beauty isn't just housed in the body, it's abstracted from the body and it participates in the body in a way that's kind of talked about in the Parmenides, a different dialogue. That's, but it's actually kind of a fascinating relationship. But what's important here is that at every level you're abstracting, you find out that reality is a little bit more abstract than you had considered it before. But what I'm arguing in this paper, and I think it's actually important and can rescue the humanities, is that it's not just that reality is more abstracted as an object of inquiry. It's that you understand what you are as different at every level of abstraction. So it's not just reality that's changed as not being tied to an object, but you as a subject aren't, you relate to your relationship with reality isn't the same, which is why the very degraded relationship that computers or sensors have with reality isn't really thinking in the same way. They can't advance beyond, the very vulgar apprehension of the world. Right? So what I want you to take from this video is that it's not just that the object of inquiry changes as you get more philosophically rich, as you kind of understand the world in a more meaningful way, and you understand what meaning is in a way that might destabilize your conventional way of life. It's not just that the object changes, the subject changes. You find out more about what you are in a way that might make it unclear how you should relate to other things. And that is the numbing. That is the befuddledness that befalls so many of Socrates' interlocutors. That when you understand that the world isn't, when you understand that the world isn't what you thought it was, you understand that you're not what you thought you were. And we emphasize the objects qualitatively changing, but we don't emphasize, or we don't even talk about how when we understand that the objects qualitatively change, what that means about the subject qualitatively not being what it was. And when objects don't relate to each other the way we assume that they relate to each other, that means subjects don't relate to each other and themselves the way we assume that they do. So that's what causes what we consider like the existential dread, or a quality of numbing. You are not what you thought you were, in a profound way. It's not that you thought you were a baker, but it turns out you're a butcher. You are it's a fundamentally different understanding of yourself because of your fundamentally different understanding of meaning in the world. And you have to relate to meaningful things in the world, which means that relation implicates yourself because you are not other than the world. All right. Thank you for your time. If you appreciate what I'm doing, which I think you should, go ahead and go to www.funkyacademic.com, kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month, and I'll keep, doing what I'm doing. And I will talk to you at another time, talking about something completely different. Take care. Peace.
Well, I suspect that we have a lot of philosophy fans after this very confusing talk where he is justifying the study of liberal arts. You gotta kind of like philosophy to really deal with this sort of stuff. It looks like there is nobody in the chat. I guess I can wrap this up. We'll have a look at Wale's banana trees. And I don't know if Wale is still in the chat, but I'm like, that's a lot of bananas. What are you going to do with all these bananas? Do you sell them? Do you give them away? Do you take them to the bodega? I'd sell them to the bodega. But let's have a look at Wale's banana potential banana harvest here.
So when I planted this, I planted one banana tree, of course, one sucker. And years later, it sprouted out to all of these trees, that one sucker. And this is what they are producing now from that one sucker. That's a little sucker I planted. That's the original, that little piece there, that's the original that I planted right here. And it blossoms though, because it has babies. I call them babies. They keep growing suckers. And then the suckers grow bananas. And I'm still going around the same original sucker tree. And these are the 4 bunches of bananas from them right now.
Wow, that's
So when I planted,
that's a lot of bananas, and I'm just shocked that nobody's making Harambe jokes. So in any case, I guess unless I get a wild hair overnight, I will wrap this up. I'm having dinner with friends tonight, so when I get back, if I don't go to sleep, maybe I'll fire one up. John was just up here. I don't know what his plans are for the day. Maybe he's gearing up to do street interviews or something. But I want to, before I go, make sure that I also thank again our sponsors of the show today. Really, Lupin and DiCapriono, and last night Orthodox guy. Want to definitely make sure that you all get your shout outs and your props. You kind of got me inspired. So with that, everybody have a good day. Who knows? Oh, by the way, I do have a video. That video I showed yesterday premiering on my channel. I think it's around 7:30 tonight. Have a look at it if you didn't get to see it on yesterday's show. It's actually a pretty good, little messy, but a pretty good overall clip. And who knows? Maybe you all have another good, young, well-educated Black conservative in training on your hands. It'll be another person for me to crush in these political, cultural debates. So with that, you all have a good day, and I will see you at a minimum tomorrow morning at around 5:45 or 6. I don't know how this song keeps getting deleted here.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard, twerk, twerk.